It was supposed to be a simple summer internship. Lu Ding, 19 years old, orphan, top student, and secret transmigrator, just wanted to earn some quick cash and finish his college internship. He picked a quiet job at a construction site, but destiny had other plans. Site 749 unearthed something ancient, something bleeding. While everyone ran in fear, Lu Ding grabbed a jackhammer and smiled. Because for 2 decades, his so-called golden finger, a supernatural power known as the Monster Containment Prison, had remained silent. And now it was screaming to life. If it bleeds, it can die. That was all he needed to know. From that moment forward, Lu Ding's life was no longer normal. He didn't just awaken. He evolved. He crushed the legendary stubborn stone of Nanshan and earned the path of Jin Shui. Nothing is uncut. Then he obliterated the vine-infested demon Wuxiang, gaining the power of oneness with heaven and man. And all of this in just one night. The shadowy 749 Bureau noticed. Their motto? We contain, we confine, but Lu Ding? I exterminate. Now, armed with brutal power, a deadly mindset, and zero mercy, Lu Ding enters a world of hidden monsters, ancient cultivation, and deadly tests. He's no hero. He's not here to save anyone. He's here to destroy every monster in his way, and anyone who dares to stand between him and his destiny. Containment was never the goal. This is Lu Ding. This is war. And this is only the beginning.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yu Ding, 19, male transmigrator, freshman at Yunhai University's Geological Exploration Department, bearer of a cheat-like golden finger, Monster Containment Prison. With summer vacation underway and nothing better to do, Lu Ding figured he might as well get a head start on his mandatory internship. Yunhai had a loose policy. Students could pick their internship locations, ideally within the field, but flexibility reigned. The quality of the report mattered more than the exact role. For Lu Ding, the timing was perfect. Money was tight. As a classic transmigrator, complete with golden finger, he of course was also an orphan. Government aid covered tuition, scholarships helped with academics, but day-to-day expenses? All on him. Work was inevitable, whether through a part-time job or an internship. Why not hit 2 birds with 1 stone? That's when fate, or something stranger, stepped in. A recruitment post for a geological survey team appeared online. The job offered solid pay, 8,000 yuan a month for students from good schools, and came with an official internship certificate. Even better, the ad mentioned that students with special skills could negotiate their salary. Special skills? Any geology or architecture student worth their salt would know what that meant. Feng Shui. Sure, society ran on science. But behind closed doors in construction and burial industries, superstition still carried weight. Sometimes more than concrete did. And Lu Ding? He had studied mysticism since day 1 of transmigrating. Not out of whimsy, but necessity. His golden finger literally had monster containment in the name. What else could he do but prepare? If the world was normal, what use was a prison for monsters? So Lu Ding devoured ancient texts, trained his spiritual senses, and memorized taboos. He wasn't some die-hard materialist. He had transmigrated, for heaven's sake. Thus, when he saw the job, he didn't hesitate. He made a call. An older man with a thick accent picked up. The moment Lu Ding mentioned having special skills, he was asked to come in for an interview. The site was in a remote area. The project supervisor personally conducted the meeting. As soon as Lu Ding began discussing feng shui, land alignment, grave energies, dragon veins, taboos, quoting classics from Zhongshu to Chimanduanjia, the supervisor was hooked. He asked if Lu Ding could divine fortunes or read destinies. Lu Ding laughed it off. I could, but I don't. Too unreliable. If I get it wrong, I might lose this job. Better not risk it. Wise words. He got the job. And for a month, Lu Ding worked diligently. But then, on the eve of payday, something happened. That evening, as the crew wrapped up, someone unearthed a massive stone. A long crack had split it down the middle, and from it oozed thick, red liquid. It looked like blood. The workers were terrified. The moment Lu Ding heard about it, he rushed to the site, adrenaline spiking. Crowds had gathered. In the center stood the project manager, Unearthing, frowning deeply. When he spotted Lu Ding, he quickly pulled him aside. "You're the one who knows this mystical stuff," Luo whispered. "What the hell are we looking at?" Lu Ding stared at the stone, excitement boiling under his skin. He'd studied countless ancient descriptions of blood-stained rocks. But seeing one in real life? This was it. His moment. Rather than consult dusty scrolls or chant rites, he grabbed a nearby power drill, eyes blazing. "Who cares what it is?" he grinned. "If it bleeds, it can die." He'd waited too long for this. He wasn't letting it go. But the workers panicked and pulled him back. "Lu, no. You can't mess with that. It's taboo." "That's Tai Shui. My grandpa said it's sacred." "No, it's cursed. A spirit sealed underground. Better to anger Hell's King than disturb a Tai Shui." Lu Ding scoffed. "This is a construction site, not a Taoist temple. You want to delay the whole project over a rock." Everyone went quiet. Eyes turned to Luo Onping. The poor man looked ready to cry. Why did weird things always happen on his sites? Last year, it was a corpse pit. Now this? Lu Ding smirked. "No takers? Guess that means if anything goes wrong, it's on Manager Luo, huh?" Then, more seriously, "Look, just say the word and I'll stop. I'll even come back tonight and handle it quietly." He paused. "Or you give the green light now, and I put 7 holes in this thing while everyone watches. I've got luck on my side and real skills to back it up." Luo Onping hesitated, then clenched his jaw. "Drill it." Lu Ding grinned. Everyone stepped back. The workers, now thoroughly spooked and secretly relieved it wasn't them doing it, backed off. Lu Ding raised the power drill. The moment the bit touched the stone, it screamed with friction. Red liquid sprayed from the crack, splattering his shirt. His heart thundered. Yes, yes. But then, why wasn't his golden finger reacting? This was clearly supernatural. Where was the containment interface? He drilled deeper. A loud crack echoed as a huge piece of stone fell away. Behind it, 2 eyes, shut, embedded in the stone, until they opened, and all hell broke loose. Screams, shouts, workers scattering like frightened birds. And Lu Ding? He just stood there grinning. "Welcome to Site 749, Mr. Intern. Hope you're ready to contain some monsters." "Don't stop me. I'm drilling this thing to death." Lu Ding shook off Luo Onping's grip, fired up the power drill, and rammed it straight into the stone's gaping, inhuman eyes. Blood exploded. Hot, thick, and far too real. This time, it didn't just stain him. It drenched him, head to toe. And then, the stone screamed. A long, bone-piercing shriek that reverberated through the entire construction site. Lu Ding grinned wildly. There was no doubt now. This wasn't a stone. It was a monster. And right now, it was helpless. If not now, when? He had waited 10 long years for this. Ever since he'd transmigrated into this strange new world, the Monster Containment Prison had been with him, silent, dormant, a taunting system that never once activated. Until now, the workers stood frozen in horror, but Lu Ding, he wasn't afraid. He had trained for this, not with swords or talismans, but with 4K and censored horror films and midnight binge sessions of the occult. Zombies, spirits, cursed dolls. He'd seen them all. Why? To make sure fear never took hold. This moment, this exact moment, was his reason for surviving all those bleak nights and empty stomachs. Luo Onping's knees buckled slightly. Holy *T. This guy's a lunatic. But for the first time, he didn't run. If Lu Ding could stand his ground, the least he could do was watch. The monster's scream intensified, like steel scraping bone. But Lu Ding, his smile never faltered. Then, crack, the stone split in 2. And at that instant, Monster Containment Prison registry updated. Contain monster, stubborn stone of Nanshan, unborn. Reward obtained, Path of Jinch. Path of Jinshe, nothing left uncut. A rush of warmth surged through his body. It was like an ancient door opening deep within his soul. Power. Real. Raw. Unfiltered power. Lu Ding felt it. The awakening of something divine and terrifying. He had done it. His golden finger was no longer silent. The 10 years of waiting, scraping by on instant noodles and scholarships, sleeping under bridges, it had all led to this. If I hadn't unlocked this today, I would have seriously considered deleting my account and starting over. But now he had a future. Lu Ding tossed the drill aside and dropped on the ground, breathing hard, clothes soaked in blood and dust. Luo Onping, still trembling, approached and shakily lit a cigarette. Brother Lu, I met a lot of tough guys, but someone this crazy? You're the first. Lu Ding took a long drag, then exhaled like a man who had finally conquered fate. Brother Luo, how about a raise? Luo Onping didn't even hesitate. Raise? Bonus 2. This month? 20,000 yuan on the spot. Ding. Yin 20,000 received. Power unlocked. Payday delivered. For the first time since transmigrating, Lu Ding felt alive. But then he remembered something, the name in the system prompt. Stubborn Stone of Nanshan. That wasn't from this world. It was from his old one, from a tale buried in obscure folklore. He vaguely recalled it. A story from Zibiu where a scholar dreamt of gods discussing fate. Death in Guangxi, fate in Tongxi, the stubborn stone of Nanshan, alive for 10,000 years. A cursed stone spirit, ancient and malevolent, demanding an offering. Carve me a statue of the 9 heavens goddess using 3,000 caddies of sandalwood, or die. And its path? The path of Jinshe. When written together, it meant only one thing. To cut. Lu Ding shuddered. If this thing had fully awakened, even 100 of him wouldn't have survived. But there were no ifs. This time he won. He looked down at his blood-soaked clothes, then at the shattered fragments of the stone spirit. He wasn't leaving those behind. He grabbed a wheelbarrow, loaded every shard, and rolled them off like a man wheeling away treasure. Luo Onping didn't stop him. He knew better. You should take a few days off, he muttered. Lu Ding nodded. Call me if anything else starts bleeding. Though deep down, he didn't plan on coming back. Survival had always been the goal. But now, hunting monsters was the new mission. Back at his dorm, Lu Ding dumped his clothes, packed the fragments carefully, and returned to his 300-month shoebox rental. He had no idea what the fragments were good for, but instinct told him they mattered. Elsewhere, Luo Onping had barely caught his breath when, bang, 2 figures in tactical black burst into his office. A man and a woman, both dead serious. A badge slapped onto the table. National security. Where is it? Where is he? Luo Onping blinked. I what? Slam. A black handgun slammed down hard. Talk. Now. He dropped to his knees instantly. Big brother. Big sister. I'll talk. It's all Lu Ding. I have footage. He pulled up the site surveillance feed. 24K resolution. Full angle coverage. They watched in silence as Lu Ding drilled a monster to death with a power tool and smiled like a devil in human skin. When the footage ended, the 2 agents shared a look. In their eyes, shock. Then they turned and left with only one warning. Forget everything you saw. Say a single word, and we'll make sure you're drinking tea at the bureau. Luo Onping nodded like a bobblehead on fast forward. Understood. Crystal clear. Loose lips sink ships. As they walked away, he let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Brother Lu, sorry, but I'm not dying for you. Not when those 2 had national security badges. To be continued. A final night in the old home. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Ding arrived at the entrance of his apartment complex, dragging a suitcase filled with stubborn stone of Nanshan fragments. Looking up at the place he had lived in for 5 years, he sighed. Man, I'm really going to miss this place. The environment isn't great, but where else can you get a 1-bedroom apartment for 300 yuan a month? Lu Ding was moving out. Because of his special background and outstanding grades, The social welfare department had provided him with this low-cost housing after he left the orphanage. He had lived here ever since. Back then, he had no money and no other options. But now, things are different. With his golden finger finally unlocked and a steady flow of income ahead, he no longer needed to occupy a government-subsidized apartment. Someone else could use it more. After all, affordable housing was scarce and demand was high. Besides, he needed a better place to live. Tonight would be his last night here. Carrying that thought, Lu Ding returned to apartment 1503. Changing his shoes, taking a shower, and shaking off his exhaustion, he finally sat down, opened his suitcase, and carefully examined the stone fragments. Aside from some dried blood stains, they looked like ordinary rocks. What could these things be used for? Medicine? Smithing? Only two possibilities came to mind. But no matter how long he stared at them, nothing magical happened. So, he gave up thinking about it. Instead, he got up and started packing for the move. A shadow in the bamboo grove. As he was folding clothes on the balcony, something caught his eye. In the bamboo grove, behind the apartment complex, a figure. And at the exact moment Lu Ding looked over, it looked back. Their gazes locked. A chill ran down his spine. Before he could react, the figure raised its hand. Slowly, deliberately from low to high. It pointed, counting the floors. Lu Ding instantly understood. It was counting where he lived. Wait a damn second. He had just unlocked his golden finger. And now some shady figure was boldly counting his floor. What was this supposed to mean? A home invasion? A robbery? Oh, hell no. He had just gotten his powers. There was no way he was letting himself get scared now. Without hesitation, he threw down his clothes and shouted, "Quit counting, you bastard! I live in 1503. Come up if you got the guts." Honestly, he had been looking for an excuse to test out his path of Jinche slashes. And now, someone was volunteering to be his target? What perfect timing. But the next moment, he realized something. That thing wasn't human. And instead of fear, he got even more excited. The moment he called out, the figure bolted toward his building. Fast, leaping several meters with each step. In the dim light, Lu Ding could see its long, flowing fur. No human could grow hair that long. The creature disappeared through the back entrance. And Lu Ding? He was thrilled. God damn it. I waited 19 years and didn't see a single monster. Now, two show up in one night. The hell is this? If they were always this common, why did I have to wait so long? A fight in the stairwell. Staying inside was not an option. Too cramped. Lu Ding quickly put on his shoes and stepped into the hallway. He needed to take the fight outside. At the stairwell entrance, he peered downward. A dark figure was racing up the stairs at an inhuman speed. Floor after floor, the motion-activated lights flickered on in rapid succession. 10th floor, 11th, 12th, 13th. Lu Ding's adrenaline surged. The moment the 14th floor light clicked on, he attacked. A slash erupted from his hand. An invisible blade tore through the air. The metal railing was instantly sliced apart, the wall behind it scarred with deep cuts. When the lights fully illuminated the scene, Lu Ding finally saw the monster. Slammed against the stairwell wall, chunks of plaster crumbling around it. A deep gash ran from its shoulder to its ribs. No blood, no flesh either. Instead, tangled vines. Thin, writhing tendrils squirmed within the wound. A better look at the creature. Over 2 meters tall, covered in long, black fur, but lean, not bulky. Its face, a dried, mask-like visage. Its eyes, glowing yellow, eerily like light bulbs. Horrifying, ugly, but still acceptable. The monster lifted its head. Their eyes met, and both of them looked thrilled. The kill. TCH. I thought you'd be tough, but you just ran here to die. Now let's see. Is your neck as tough as your chest? Another slash. Instant. No build-up. The creature reacted, ducking, but not fast enough. Half its skull flew off. Its screech echoed through 15 floors. And that scream caught the attention of 2 people just arriving at the complex. 749 bureau agents, alarmed. The 2 newcomers exchanged glances. That's a wuxiang scream. SH*T. This is bad. They smashed the pavement beneath their feet, racing toward the building. Just then, a shadow plummeted from above, slamming into the ground. The two agents turned. The monster, bloodied, scarred, once ferocious and ruthless. Now it lay on the ground, barely breathing, struggling to crawl away, as if some unfathomable horror had just torn through its entire being. Lu Ding's voice rang out. "Oh, now you want to run?" "Too late. Mother of asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Another slash. The creature, barely standing, collapsed. Its upper body severed, its legs still standing upright. The agents instinctively looked up. A small black figure leaped down, rebounding off the building's ledges, landing effortlessly on the ground. A breeze blew past, and suddenly, their faces stung, like tiny blades were slicing their skin. They turned back to the monster's corpse, now cut cleanly into 4 pieces. New power unlocked. Lu Ding felt the rush of power settling into his body. Contain monster, Wuxiang. Reward obtained. Oneness with formlessness. Oneness with formlessness. Chi flows to the heavenly gate, losing self, becoming one with heaven and man. The name triggered a memory. Wuxiang, mentioned in Taoist texts, Huainanzi, and the Analects. Some claimed it was a waterborne evil spirit. Others described it as a mountain-dwelling demon that ate humans. And in Taoist texts, Wuxiang was a state of being where the soul detached, merging with the heavens. Now, with this ability, Lu Ding could enter that state at will. The agent stood behind him, stunned. If taking down the stubborn stone of Nanshan was luck, then this brutal execution of Wuxiang was pure skill. Even they wouldn't have had it this easy. The bureau shows up. "You're Lu Ding, right?" A man's voice called out. Lu Ding turned around. He had already noticed the two earlier, but had been too focused on killing the monster to bother with them. However, what really caught his attention was their reaction. Neither of them had panicked at the sight of the monster or the battle. That meant they knew something. "I'm Lu Ding. And you are?" The man smiled, his attitude friendly. "We're intern investigators from the 749 Bureau. My name is Zhou Jia, and she's Long Shanshan. We're here to ask you about the incident at the construction site. This isn't the best place to talk. Can we go somewhere more private?" The infamous 749 Bureau. 749 Bureau. Just hearing the name sent a thrill through Lu Ding. Whether in his past life or this one, this organization was shrouded in mystery. Rumors mixed truth with fiction, making it impossible to verify. And now, they had come to him. "Interesting." Lu Ding nodded. "Let's talk at my place." He turned, planning to collect his spoils of war. But then he froze. The Wuxiang's corpse was gone. "Wait, what?" Long Shanshan explained. "That was a Mu Wuxiang, a wood and stone spirit. Once dead, it dissolves into the earth. So that's how it works." Lu Ding hadn't known that. What a waste. If he could have preserved the body, who knows what he could have used it for? Zhou Jia and Long Shanshan exchanged glances. They had reviewed Lu Ding's file before arriving. Aside from his excellent academic record, he was completely ordinary. At most, a bit mature for his age. Considering his orphan background, that was understandable. But now, this reaction was anything but normal. Not only had he faced an unborn stubborn stone of Nanshan head-on, drilling it apart without fear, he had then brutally slaughtered a Mu Wuxiang, and now he looked disappointed because he couldn't keep the corpse. "You're telling me this guy is just an ordinary person?" A dangerous attraction. Back at Lu Ding's apartment, the moment the two agents stepped inside, their eyes locked onto the stubborn stone fragments in the living room. Both of them let out a long breath. Zhou Jie hesitated before speaking. "Lu Ding, you can't just leave the stubborn stone of Nanshan out like this." "Huh? Why not?" "Because it's the essence of the heavens and earth, similar to Tai Shui. It attracts all kinds of spirits and demons. That Mu Wuxiang was probably drawn here because of it." Lu Ding's eyes lit up. This thing could attract more monsters. Perfect. If he paraded it around town, monsters would come to him. No need to go looking. Seeing his expression shift, Long Shanshan quickly intervened. "Don't even think about it. Attracting a Mu Wuxiang is one thing, But what if something truly terrifying comes? You wouldn't even have a chance to run. That made Lu Ding reconsider. He wanted more rewards, but if he accidentally lured in something way out of his league, that'd be a disaster. Reluctantly, he put the stone fragments away. The three of them sat down. Zhou Jie activated a recorder on his chest. All right, let's begin. The awakening process. Lu Ding, did you awaken your powers while killing the stubborn stone of Nanshan? Awaken? Lu Ding frowned. He didn't quite understand. Zhou Jie patiently explained. People like us are called cultivators of qi, similar to the cultivators in novels. But in reality, there's no such thing as a spiritual root. Instead, it all depends on innate talent. If you have talent, you have it. If not, you don't. For most people, this talent remains hidden, only revealing itself when triggered by an external stimulus or after undergoing a baptism. External stimulus is self-explanatory. Let's focus on baptism. Baptism, also called spirit activation, involves using a powerful artifact to awaken one's natural talent. The stubborn stone of Nanshan is one such artifact. Its blood and essence qualify as natural treasures. That means your ability to unleash slashes most likely came from absorbing its power. But you should also have a second, natural talent. Have you noticed anything? Lu Ding paused. This was great. Now he didn't need to explain anything himself. As for his natural talent, he could save that detail for later, might come in handy for future rewards. He shook his head. But is it possible to gain more abilities like this in the future? Zhou Jie immediately denied it. Impossible. Absorbing an artifact's power only works once, during the first awakening. After that, you can still learn spells and techniques, but they won't feel as natural as your core abilities. Lu Ding nodded. Made sense. He followed up. So, does that mean I've already awakened? Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan exchanged glances. Bingo. A baptism through the stubborn stone of Nanshan was uncommon, but it made sense. However, absorbing its power directly? That was rare as hell. It meant Lu Ding was now a dual-talent cultivator. He was already ahead of the competition, and considering his insane combat ability right after awakening. Some people trained for years and couldn't achieve that. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan silently cursed their luck. Some people were just built differently. If they had known a stubborn stone of Nanshan was involved, they wouldn't have sent interns. A job offer. The questioning wrapped up. Then, Zhou Jie got to the real reason they came. Here's the deal, Lu Ding. For people like you, 749 Bureau has two management options. First, join us. As an intern investigator, complete 10 missions or contain 10 monsters, and you'll be promoted to a full investigator. Full investigators receive comprehensive benefits, a base salary of 50,000 yuan per month, and additional pay per mission. Interns receive 30,000 yuan per month, and also get paid per mission. You're required to take at least one mission per month. Plus, you'll have access to training materials, cultivation techniques, and experienced mentors. Essentially, it's like joining a sect in a novel. You'll also get special privileges including firearm licenses, cooperation from local authorities, temporary command authority during missions. Second option, stay independent. But you must report to the local 749 Bureau once a month. Never leave the country. Promise not to harm civilians. Only an idiot would refuse. Joining 749 meant free resources, training, and official backing. And frankly, Lu Ding felt a sense of loyalty to his country. The only reason he had survived this long was thanks to government aid. Now he could repay that favor, while also getting stronger. Besides, cultivation, that was the most tempting part. Lu Ding's eyes gleamed. You mentioned cultivation. Tell me more about that. Here's the deal. Once you unlock your spiritual aperture, you can become a cultivator of qi. But to actually cultivate, you'll need techniques and resources. The problem is, these things are only available through 749 Bureau or certain cultivator sects. And those sects don't just take in disciples casually. So if you want to cultivate, the best option is to join 749. Completing missions earns you contribution points, which you can exchange for cultivation techniques and supplies. New recruits get one free chance to pick a basic cultivation technique. That's one of the perks of the job. Hearing this, Lu Ding didn't hesitate for even a second. I want to join 749. Sure, he could rely on his golden finger to gain rewards and grow stronger. But that wasn't the same. With oneness with formlessness, he had a skill that could lead to oneness with heaven and man. If he didn't cultivate, wouldn't that be a complete waste? Cultivation. He had to cultivate. Hearing Lu Ding's decisive answer, Zhou Jie could no longer hold back his grin. 749 Bureau had a rule. If you successfully recruited new members, you'd get rewards based on their potential. Originally, this mission hadn't been all that fruitful. But with Lu Ding joining, once he officially became a member, Zhou Jie's reward was bound to be substantial. This wasn't just a guess. It was something he had seen with his own eyes. A newbie who had just unlocked his aperture could already slaughter a wuxiang. How could this kind of talent be weak? And on top of that, he had dual talents. Zhou Jie didn't even dare to imagine what kind of reward he'd get. After quickly gathering his belongings, Lu Ding dragged his suitcase and got into the car with Zhou Jie, heading straight for 749 Bureau. In a single night, he had already been to 2 places. Right before leaving, Lu Ding asked, "What about the hallway in the apartment complex? I wrecked it pretty badly." "No worries, cleanup crews will take care of it. It'll be even better than before." Hearing this, Lu Ding finally felt at ease. As they drove out of the city, Lu Ding watched the scenery flash by and asked, "Is 749 really that far from the city? What if something happens in town?" "ROB, yes. There are patrols in the city every day," Zhou Jie explained. "Take the construction site today. Shan Shan and I were in charge of that area. If something pops up that we can't handle, we report it. Then stronger people take over." Makes sense. If even he could think of this, how could 749 not have planned for it? As the vehicle entered a tunnel, the view suddenly changed. When they emerged, they were already inside a mountain valley, where a massive base stood. Lu Ding looked around, filled with curiosity. Following Zhou Jie and Long Shan Shan, they arrived at a registration hall where Lu Ding had to enter his information and answer a bunch of questions. Afterward, he stepped through a small door. Zhou Jie and Long Shan Shan waved him goodbye. Once Lu Ding's figure disappeared, Long Shan Shan asked, "Aren't we going to wait for him?" "Nah, we won't be in the same world as him anymore," Zhou Jie said plainly. "We won't be moving in the same circles. Besides, we've got our patrol duties. Lots to do. Let's go." Getting to know him was already good enough. Zhou Jie was practical. He understood the way things worked. Different levels meant different paths in life. It was better to just meet, part ways, and nod politely if they crossed paths again. Meanwhile, Lu Ding followed the staff down a futuristic-looking corridor. Glass walls stretched along both sides. Beyond the glass, there were countless eerie yet lifelike monster specimens on display. Some were grotesque, some terrifying, some mysterious, and some even bizarrely elegant, possessing an indescribable beauty. It was a dazzling array, overwhelming to take in all at once. A thought struck Lu Ding. If only I had killed all these monsters myself. Just imagine how many rewards that would be. Too bad. As he passed through the corridor, he caught a glimpse of 749's true scale before arriving at a room. The staff swiped open the door. "Mr. Lu, please rest here for now. It's already past midnight, meaning it's the first of the lunar month. The newcomers who joined 749 last month will be undergoing their entrance test in the morning. You can watch the test and observe. That way, you'll be prepared for next month's assessment." Before the staff left, Lu Ding quickly asked, "What exactly does the entrance test involve?" Every new recruit has to pass an entrance assessment, which happens on the first day of each lunar month. The test evaluates combat ability. Based on performance and battle observations, recruits are assigned ranks. This helps with task assignments and prevents unnecessary casualties. Higher ranks also come with better benefits. Those with average results are assigned to 8-person dorms. They don't get any rewards and can't take on monster containment missions until they pass another combat assessment. Those who perform well go to 4-person dorms and receive a muscle-strengthening and bone-tempering tonic. They can assist official investigators with monster containment tasks via the 749 app. Outstanding performers get 2-person dorms and a Tongshi pill, which helps with aperture unlocking. They can serve as primary investigators for non-combat missions or assist in combat-related ones. And the best of the best? They get single-person dorms and an aperture unlocking pill, which gently opens all apertures and pushes them straight into the Zhaoxin realm. These recruits can accept monster containment missions directly, with priority equal to that of official investigators. They only need to complete 10 missions or capture 10 monsters to be promoted to full-fledged investigators. Since you just joined, you have a whole month to study cultivation techniques and prepare for next month's test. You'll have plenty of time. That all sounded reasonable. But Lu Ding wasn't about to wait a whole month. That would be such a waste of time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, I arrived at the base before midnight, right? Doesn't that mean I technically joined last month? And since tomorrow is the first of the lunar month, I can take the test too, right? The staff member blinked in surprise. This guy, did he not understand a single thing he just said? You can take the test, but rushing into it like this will make it harder to get a good score. Even though you have dual talents, you've only just unlocked your aperture. My advice, take a month to train and go in at your peak. Besides, you're still in the pre-registration phase, which means you're already in a single-person dorm. Lu Ding shook his head. No, I'm not an athlete. I don't need peak condition. Does the test require signing up? If so, can you sign me up now? I want to take it tomorrow. He had already waited 19 years for his golden finger to unlock. Now he had joined 749, meaning he no longer had to search for monsters blindly. And they expected him to wait. Not happening. He could always pick up a cultivation technique after the test. The staff member was speechless. Most people wanted more time to get stronger before the test, so they could achieve the best ranking possible. But this guy, he couldn't wait even a second. Was dual talent really enough to make someone this arrogant? Fine, I'll register you. Here's your 749 employee phone. It has the 749 app installed. You can log in to check your personal info and browse resources. The staff member left. Lying on his bed, Lu Ding logged into his profile on the 749 app, just as the staff had instructed, and started browsing through the information. That night, he was like a parched sponge soaking up water, absorbing knowledge he had never encountered before. He dived into a vast ocean of information, uncovering the hidden side of this world. Among the things he learned was the cultivation ranking system for cultivators of qi. From lowest to highest, the stages were Aperture Unlocking, Zhaoxin Realm, Linghai Realm, Divine Palace Realm, Ximing Realm, Earth Observer, Heaven Observer. There were likely more stages beyond that, but with his current access level, Lu Ding couldn't see them yet. He also learned about various monsters and supernatural creatures, as well as countless rare materials and treasures. Among them, he found details about the stubborn stone of Nanshan. It was classified as a spiritual creature and also considered a rare material. The red liquid inside it was earth essence, which could aid in aperture unlocking. Meanwhile, its stone limbs were excellent for crafting weapons, an invaluable resource. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could exchange it for contribution points at 749 Bureau. But Lu Ding wasn't interested in trading it away. Seeing this information, he grinned to himself. Just as I thought, this thing's a treasure. So, what kind of weapon should I make with it? With that thought in mind, Lu Ding slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the alarm rang. Lu Ding got up, washed up, and prepared for the day. A new staff member arrived at his door to escort him to the assessment hall. Through a maze of twists and turns, with people bustling around, he finally arrived. The venue was like a sunken stadium the size of a soccer field, several meters deep, with dozens of participants scattered throughout. Around the arena, a diverse crowd had gathered, men and women, young and old, dressed in various outfits, with all kinds of weapons on display. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, you name it. The air was filled with chatter. Man, what a shame. When I joined 749, it was on the 16th. That meant I only had 14 days to prepare before the test. I ended up getting just an average score. If I'd had more time, I could have done way better. You call that a shame? I joined on the 23rd, only 6 days before the test. And that month only had 29 days. I was screwed from the start. And even then, I still managed an average score. If I had as much time as you, I'd have crushed it. That's why luck is part of strength too. This month's test has 8 recruits who joined on the 5th or earlier. I bet all 8 will score at least excellent, maybe even perfect. I can believe excellent, but perfect? That's not something you can achieve just by having a few extra days. If it were that easy, aperture unlocking pills would be as common as cabbages. Ha, true. You have to kill 100 wooden dummies in an hour for a perfect score. That's no joke. So, who do you think will score perfect this time? Has to be Lu Yun. She's got that demon blade and awaken the shadow step talent. She can move through darkness and shadows. With a sharp demon blade, those wooden dummies won't even touch her before she cuts them down. Lu Yun's a solid choice. Plus, she joined on the 10th, so she's had plenty of time to prepare. I think Chu Hao also has a shot. He joined on the same day as Lu Yun, and they're actually classmates. He's got vine armor and wood manipulation. In an arena full of wooden dummies, this is basically his home turf. The only problem is his lack of attack power. See? That's why I say luck is part of strength. I heard that Lu Yun and Chu Hao are part of University Club. Last month, on the 9th, their club went on a trip to an old town and a supernatural event broke out. Out of 20-plus people, only the 2 of them survived. They were saved by 749 investigators. Not only did they awaken their apertures, but they also bonded with powerful artifacts. Their luck is insane. Lu Yun, Chu Hao. Hearing those names, Lu Ding raised an eyebrow. Weren't those his schoolmates? Both of them were in the Ancient Culture Club. Chu Hao, just like Lu Ding, was a first-year student at Yunhai University, but he was in the Economics and Management Department, while Lu Ding was in Geological Exploration. They had seen each other during public lectures. As for Lu Yun, she was a third-year senior, the president of the Ancient Culture Club, and one of the most well-known traditional-style beauties at the university. He hadn't expected to run into familiar faces here. Small world. Still, Lu Ding didn't really care. He was just making an observation. Turning to the staff member opening the entrance for him, he asked, "Excuse me, what exactly are the ranking criteria for the assessment?" The test lasts an hour. The ranking is based on how many enemies you defeat. 10 kills equals pass. 11 to 40 kills equals average. 41 to 70 kills equals good. 71 to 99 kills equals excellent. 100 plus kills equals perfect. Simple and brutal. Lu Ding nodded. Thanks. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the assessment arena. The moment he entered, countless eyes turned toward him. Wait, why is there one more person? Wasn't it supposed to be 64 participants? Why is it 65 now? Did someone join just in the past few days? That's basically suicide. If he only just unlocked his aperture, he probably hasn't even learned a proper technique yet. How does he expect to pass? You only get one shot at this test. He's going to regret this. He might not even pass. Reckless. Just another arrogant kid who thinks unlocking an aperture makes him some kind of chosen one. Sounds like someone who's been humble before. Did you think the same thing and get beaten down by reality? Lu Ding's sudden participation wasn't just a shock to the spectators. It also caught the attention of the other participants. Among them, Lu Yun and Chu Hao exchanged glances. He looks familiar, Lu Yun murmured. I think he's a freshman from our university. I saw him moving equipment to the storage room after our military training. Her words jogged Chu Hao's memory. Now that you mention it, I think I saw him in a public lecture too. Didn't expect to run into a classmate here. Let's go say hi. Lu Yun started walking over, but Chu Hao stopped her. No need. If we haven't seen him until now, he must have just joined. And yet, he's already rushing into the assessment without knowing his limits? His score will be terrible. Let's just focus on ourselves. He didn't even bother lowering his voice. Lu Ding heard every word clearly. Lu Ding turned to look at him. This guy sure had a big mouth. Deciding when to take the test was his own choice. What right did Chu Hao have to judge him? And on top of that, he acted so condescending, as if he had already determined Lu Ding's fate. Annoying. Without hesitation, Lu Ding flicked his finger. A blade-like energy slash shot out, slamming into Chu Hao's vine armor. Boom! Chu Hao was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. A deep gash ran across his chest. His vine armor was nearly split open. Lu Ding's cold voice rang out. Mind your own business. We're not friends. If you can't keep your mouth shut next time, don't bother keeping your teeth either. It turned out that vine armor could normally regenerate and repair itself. But now, Chu Hao's vine armor showed no signs of self-repair. It had completely lost its vitality. It was as good as trash. Lu Yun, unable to contain her anger, snapped. Aren't you going too far? You just said a few words. Lu Ding crossed his arms. Yeah, I'm being excessive. So what? What are you going to do about it? He was just running his mouth? He was just joking? He didn't mean it? Lu Ding found those kinds of excuses disgusting. He couldn't be bothered to argue with people. Someone talks trash first. He throws hands. Simple as that. You? Yeah, what could she do? She couldn't do anything. Her strength wasn't much different from Chu Hao's. If he couldn't block that attack, then she definitely couldn't. And she hadn't even been able to react in time. In this situation, if she stepped up, she'd probably just get wiped out in a second. Forget it. Just hold it in. I don't like what you're saying, and I don't care about giving you face. Right then, an announcement echoed through the exam grounds. Examinees are not allowed to attack each other. Please prepare. Assessment begins in 5 minutes. The whole scene had already caught the attention of the spectators outside. Instantly, the entire crowd started buzzing with discussion. What the hell just happened? Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? He just one-shot Chu Hao, who had vine armor. Are you telling me this guy is a new recruit? I'd believe it if you said he was a full-fledged investigator. A with tilde. This has to be a talent ability, right? That attack power is insane. I mean, I won't deny he's strong, but his attitude's kind of messed up. Just attacking people like that. Bit too arrogant, don't you think? Man, shut the F*** up with that too arrogant crap. If you think he's arrogant, go challenge him after the exam. Did you see that slash attack? That was just a casual flick. If he went all out, he'd probably chop your head and a * apart. Arrogant? Damn right. If I had that kind of power, I'd be even more arrogant. That Chu Hao thinks he's hot *T just cause he's got a magic artifact, looking down on everyone like he's better than them. Now, someone finally put him in his place. Yeah, didn't he pick fights with other newbies before? He'd beat them down with his vine armor and call them trash. Well, look at him now, he's the trash. And now he's dead silent. Ha ha. But it doesn't feel so good now. The excitement in the crowd reached a boiling point. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Chu Hao finally exhaled the breath he had been holding, his face regaining some color. But when he looked at Lu Ding again, his eyes were filled with fear. And once he realized that his vine armor was basically destroyed, that fear turned into pure terror. When someone is only slightly stronger than you, you resent them. You fear them. You plot revenge, waiting for the day to strike back. But when the difference is overwhelming, as vast as the sky and the mud beneath it, there's no revenge, no future comeback. There's only fear. He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to act on it. Chu Hao understood this well. Before, he had been arrogant. Aside from Lu Yun, he had never taken any of the other trainee investigators seriously. His confidence all came from vine armor. But now that his armor was gone, so was his confidence. He had been so sure of himself before the test, but now he was scared *class. Just then, a series of 2-meter-tall wooden dummies with bizarre appearances started emerging from the ground. Chu Hao unconsciously took a step back. Before, he could just rely on vine armor to tank hits and focus entirely on attacking. But now he had to actually dodge. And real hits hurt. The loudspeakers blared. Assessment begins. Hundreds of wooden dummies charge forward. Lu Ding's face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he was the first to leap out. Bring it on. With a casual wave of his hand, a 10-meter-wide horizontal slash attack cut through the battlefield. Wherever the attack passed, wooden dummies were bisected. By the time the energy faded, at least a dozen were cut clean in half. But no notification popped up. Lu Ding sighed. What a waste. He had secretly hoped that killing these things might earn him rewards. But apparently, they didn't count as monsters for collection. And honestly, they were way too weak. His devastating attack sent the crowd into an uproar. The sheer power of it fired up the other trainees, who all leaped into battle. The exam had officially begun. Lu Ding danced through the battlefield, cutting down wooden dummies left and right. Slash attacks swirled around him, erupting with every movement. Wood chips flew. Severed limbs scattered. He moved through the chaos with an effortless grace, violence refined into an art. At one point, he grabbed a wooden dummy's head. Dozens of slash attacks erupted from his fingers. The dummy's head instantly shattered into a handful of splinters. He casually tossed them aside. This is way too easy. These wooden dummies might look scary, but their actual combat power wasn't much higher than a regular human's. Sure, they were taller, tougher, stronger, faster, and came in large numbers. But that was it. They weren't a threat to him at all. In just 10 minutes. On the massive display screen, Lu Ding's kill count had already shot up to over 80. That meant he had already slain 80 monsters. Seeing that ridiculous number, the trainees watching from the sidelines completely lost it. Holy sh*T. This guy's more of a monster than the actual monsters. 80 kills in 10 minutes. Is he chopping cabbages? No wonder he's so cocky. With power like that, he deserves to be cocky. This guy might actually break the record, both in kill count and speed. I've never heard of anyone killing 80 monsters in 10 minutes during a trainee exam. Lu Ding. I'm remembering that name. If I get the chance, I hope I can go on missions with him. I'd feel so safe. How many do you think he'll kill in the whole hour? At least 400 or 500. Yeah, sounds about right. I wonder if breaking the record comes with a reward. What are you? Reading a web novel. You think breaking a record automatically gives you a bonus. Even if there's no bonus, this guy is famous now. Pretty soon, everyone in 749 Bureau is going to know his name. Lu Ding, focused on the fight, had no idea about the commotion outside. Elsewhere, Lu Yun was slashing through monsters with her demon blade, moving like a phantom. With every swing, another wooden dummy became a point on the scoreboard. But even with all her speed and skill, she was far behind Lu Ding. She had barely taken down 30 enemies. Meanwhile, Lu Ding was already nearing 200. Before today, Lu Yun had thought she was leagues ahead of other trainees. She had her demon blade. She had a powerful talent. But now, Lu Ding's performance made her realize there were always stronger people out there. For the first time since joining, Lu Yun felt embarrassed by all the praise she'd received. She finally understood. She needed to train harder. As time ticked down toward the end of the assessment, the word exam had completely lost its meaning for Lu Ding. At this point, he wasn't being tested, he was training. Using these wooden dummies as sparring partners, he refined his combat skills. His ability oneness with formlessness had long since been activated. With the power of oneness with heaven and man enhancing his body, his slash attacks became a relentless storm. Faster, sharper, and more precise. His attack angles grew trickier, his movements more fluid. His combat experience was skyrocketing. This extraordinary display had caught the attention of the 749 Bureau's management team, who were monitoring the exam from the observation room. Oneness with heaven and man. This kid actually entered that state during the exam. He just unlocked his apertures yesterday, just joined 749 yesterday, didn't even pick a cultivation technique, and still came to take the assessment. Having such absurd combat power was already unbelievable, and now he's even entered oneness with heaven and man. If he scores perfectly, he'll begin aperture unlocking pill, instantly breaking through to the second realm, Zhaoxian realm, and then he can pick his cultivation technique afterward. Damn, this kid's stacking buffs like crazy. If the other examinee's combat power is a 1, this kid is at 30. And once he finishes comprehending oneness with heaven and man, his slash attacks will get even stronger. His combat power will shoot up to 100. Then tonight, he'll take an aperture-unlocking pill and instantly step into a higher realm. Combat power 1000. And he still has a second talent that hasn't even surfaced yet. How's anyone supposed to catch up to that? He's leveling up so fast, by tomorrow nobody will even be able to see his shadow. This guy just did in one day what would take most people 10 years. And he's still just a trainee investigator. Ha 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 ha. The management team burst into laughter. A kid stronger than most full investigators was running around as a trainee. This was like a high schooler enrolling in elementary school. Pure overkill. And yet, there was nothing they could do about it. The 10-mission requirement to become a formal investigator was a rule set by the founder himself. No one could change it. So now, this was just a predator getting dropped into a flock of sheep. Massacre inevitable. Just imagining the chaos had them laughing even harder. As the assessment ended, Lu Ding deactivated oneness with formlessness. On the big screen, his score stood in overwhelming first place, miles ahead of the rest. Seeing him exit oneness with heaven and man, the observers felt a twinge of regret. If only he'd stayed in that state longer. Of course, they had no idea that the state they dreamed of achieving was something Lu Ding could enter and exit whenever he wanted. The wooden dummies vanished. The results flashed onto the screen. Lu Ding was the only one with a perfect score. 10 others, including Lu Yun, ranked as excellent. Chu Hao, on the other hand, landed in the average category. Before today, he would have easily been ranked excellent. But with his vine armor destroyed, his defense had dropped drastically. And since he had never trained in evasive techniques, his movements had been stiff and restricted. ANG Beta. At this moment, Chu Hao found himself unable to lift his head. The humiliation burned inside him, but there was nothing he could do. He had felt Lu Ding's power firsthand. Even from a distance, he had felt like his body was being cut apart. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even bring himself to feel hatred. He only stole a few glances from the corner of his eye, only to realize that Lu Ding hadn't even looked at him once. With a long exhale, a deep sense of defeat settled over him. So this is what I am to him, just a worthless clown. After everyone exited the exam grounds, Lu Ding received his reward, an aperture-unlocking pill. The pill was a deep shade of green, sealed in a small wax-coated box. As he looked at it, information from the 749 app surfaced in his mind. Aperture-unlocking pill, a rare and precious pill exclusively for those in the aperture-unlocking realm. Packed with pure and gentle medicinal energy, it allows a cultivator of Qi to fully open all their apertures and step directly into the Zhaoxian realm. The aperture-unlocking realm was the first stage of cultivation. It was said that the human body contained 365 apertures, mirroring the cycle of the heavens. Unlocking them aligned one with the Tao and laid the foundation for future cultivation. After aperture unlocking came the Zhaoxian realm, where the 365 apertures condensed into Qi vortexes, allowing one to absorb and store the heaven and earth's Qi to nourish the body. After Zhaoxian came the Linghai realm, where the apertures fused together to form an ocean of Qi. Those with resources could expand this ocean using precious treasures. Those without could only cultivate patiently, grinding toward their limit before breaking through to the Divine Palace realm. These were the three foundational realms. To build a towering palace, one needed a solid foundation. To cultivate these realms properly, both talent and resources were indispensable. Back when Lu Ding first read about this, he had immediately felt grateful for joining 749. If he had been on his own, where the hell would he have found the necessary resources? No wonder people said, martial arts for the rich, literature for the poor. Without financial backing, even the most talented cultivator would hit a dead end. If he had been forced to cultivate alone, he would have been completely screwed. But now, he had just waltzed into 749 and casually received an aperture unlocking pill. just like that. And in the future, he could use contribution points to exchange for even more cultivation treasures. Even mission rewards weren't just money. They included monster collection bounties and more contribution points. Joining 749 had been the best decision he'd ever made. Noticing that Lu Ding had gone quiet, Deng Guofu, the logistics head responsible for distributing the rewards, couldn't help but like him even more. From a moment he saw Lu Ding's terrifying talent and fearless personality, he had already taken a liking to him. Now, seeing the kid standing there in a daze, he found him even more endearing. He even mentally assigned Lu Ding a new label, pure-hearted youth. With a warm smile, Deng Guofu asked, "Lu Ding, what's on your mind?" "Nothing much. Just, thank you, sir." Lu Ding snapped back to reality and bowed in gratitude. The nearby staff chuckled. This is Deng Guofu, the head of logistics at 749 Bureau's Yunhai branch. Hearing the words logistics department, one might assume he was just in charge of daily necessities. But in the world of cultivation, the logistics department was basically the sex treasury. Every technique, resource, and pill that trainees exchanged all went through him. The guy was practically a hidden big shot. Lu Ding quickly caught on and corrected himself. "Thank you, Director Deng." "Ha ha ha. You learn fast, kid." Deng Guofu laughed heartily. Lu Ding smiled back. Something about Deng Guofu's warmth reminded him of the orphanage director who had raised him, or the kind old man from the community center who always looked out for the neighborhood kids. People who had left deep marks on his past. "Still haven't picked a technique, have you?" Deng Guofu asked. "Not yet. I was actually planning to do that right after this." "Perfect. I was just about to head back to logistics. Come with me. I'll give you some personal recommendations." Having a veteran guide him? Now, that was a privilege. Lu Ding grinned. He had definitely made the right call, joining 749. People my age are already grandfathers by now. If I had kids, my grandson would probably be about your age, Deng Guofu chuckled. "Though I doubt he'd be as promising as you." "Ha ha ha." As they chatted, the two arrived at a building shaped like an open book, the 749 Bureau's logistics archive. Inside, shelves were packed with all sorts of books, cultivation techniques, miscellaneous records, research data. It was overwhelming. Lu Ding stepped forward to the trainee investigator cultivation technique section. He randomly picked up a book, Ape Strike Technique, best suited for those with abnormally long arms. Focuses on long-range strikes, wide swings, and harnessing one's restless nature to achieve mastery. Lu Ding glanced at his own arms. Doesn't seem like a good fit. Pass. He grabbed another book, Infernal Embers Manual. Cultivates fire to temper the body, planting a seed of flame within. The chi carries fire, soft yet deadly. Sounds interesting, but there are so many more options. I should check them all first. Seeing that Lu Ding was struggling to decide, Deng Guofu handed him an ancient-looking scroll. "Take a look at this." Lu Ding unfolded it, and immediately the scent of age filled the air. In his ears, he seemed to hear earth-shaking roars. The scent of blood flooded his senses. A terrifying, winged giant bear charged at him, its claws outstretched. His instincts screamed at him to block, only to realize it was all an illusion. Even if he hadn't read the scroll yet, the sheer presence of it was overwhelming. He looked at the scroll's illustration, a lifelike depiction of the winged bear, standing atop a mountain, roaring toward the sky. Below its feet lay a mountain of beast corpses, blood flowing like rivers. It radiated sheer brutality. Lu Ding turned to Deng Guofu. The old man smiled knowingly. "This is the flying bear visualization diagram. That beast on the scroll? That's the flying bear, standing atop the twin boundary mountain, which divides north and south. Legends say that in the north, the flying bear is a beast of calamity, fierce, cruel, and finds joy in slaughter. It ravages the lands, showing no mercy. But in the south, it's a divine protector, standing guard over mountains and maintaining order. Visualizing it allows different people to gain different insights. Whether they lean toward the north or the south depends on their own comprehension. The possibilities are endless." Interested, Lu Ding didn't hesitate. This wasn't just some common technique sitting on a shelf. It was something special. He rolled up the scroll. I'll take it. Huh. Smart choice. Deng Guofu laughed. Keep it as long as you need. Better than letting it collect dust here. But remember, when you visualize the flying bear, take the aperture unlocking pill alongside it. That way, you'll absorb its full medicinal effects. Got it. Thanks, Director Deng. Now go, don't waste time. Deng Guofu waved him off. Lu Ding bowed in thanks before hurrying off. He couldn't wait to test this flying bear visualization diagram. People always said like a tiger growing wings. So what happens when a bear grows wings? He was about to find out. As Deng Guofu watched Lu Ding leave, he nodded in satisfaction. But then he frowned slightly. Did someone mess up the records? Where's the brutality they mentioned? This kid's polite, smart, and respectful. He walked to the deeper section of the archives, peeled off an empty slots label, and glanced at it. Flying bear visualization diagram. 500 contribution points. Back at his 200 square meter single-person dorm, Lu Ding spread the flying bear visualization diagram across his tea table. He popped open the aperture unlocking pill and swallowed it. Then, he activated oneness with formlessness. Oneness with heaven and man activated. Warm energy erupted from his heart, flowing through his blood vessels, spreading to every corner of his body. At the same time, the flying bear visualization diagram seemed to come to life. On a vast mountain peak, a winged bear stood tall, roaring toward the heavens. Its voice split the sky, shaking the land for 500 miles. To the south, the beast responded with cries of reverence. To the north, a dust storm surged as countless creatures fled in terror. The flying bear gazed south, then spread its wings, soaring into the north, tearing through the skies, leaving a storm of blood and slaughter in its wake. Lu Ding's eyes snapped open. All 365 apertures in his body had fully opened. He had stepped directly into Zhaoxian realm. A fierce aura radiated from his body, like a tidal wave, crushing anything that dared to challenge him. This was his comprehension. Flying bear slaughtering art. A pure killing technique, designed for absolute destruction. His true chi, now spinning in his apertures, carried an aura of carnage, overwhelmingly aggressive. Lu Ding smirked. Director Deng really hooked me up with a great technique. This was a favor he wouldn't forget. He stretched his body, joints popping loudly. Then he checked his phone. 2 days had passed. With his newfound power, it was time to take on his first mission as a 749 investigator. Opening the 749 app, he refreshed the mission board. Countless tasks appeared, each detailed with reports. He scrolled through and picked one with an intriguing title. Mission: The 816 Massacre Case. August 16th, Longan Street, Xinhua Complex. Entire household of 6 brutally murdered. Local authorities reported all victims died from excessive blood loss due to lacerations, with their faces skinned off. Initial police assessment: animal attack. Case transferred to 749 Bureau. Further investigation found traces of an entity known as Black Old Lady. Mission: investigate the truth, either capture or eliminate Black Old Lady. Lu Ding's brows lifted. According to ancient folklore, the Black Old Lady, also called the Black Immortal, originated as a guardian deity of a northern cult. Later, the term broadly referred to black foxes, black bears, and black snakes that had achieved spirit form after shedding their physical bodies. The black bear variant, in particular, had a notorious habit, ripping off and devouring human faces while they were still alive. Extremely brutal. Lu Ding chuckled. Interesting. He had just mastered the flying bear slaughtering art, and now he was being sent to deal with a black bear spirit? This was fate. Mission rewards. Team leader: 20 contribution points plus 200,000 renminbi. Support investigator: 5 contribution points plus 50,000 renminbi. Bonus: plus 10,000 RMB and plus 1 contribution point for capturing the entity alive. Mission note: recommended for investigators at Zhaoxian Realm or higher. Lu Ding glanced at the 749 app's shop. A lightning-struck wooden sword, known for its demon-repelling properties and tougher than steel, was only 5 contribution points. And 20 contribution points was worth 200,000 renminbi in cash. Tempting, but only an idiot would waste contribution points on money. Still, 20 points was a solid reward. Only problem? 749 investigators, whether trainees or full agents, were required to work in teams of 2 or more for missions. It was a safety measure, ensuring backup and oversight. But Lu Ding had 0 contacts in the bureau. So, he posted an open recruitment message on the 749 forum. Trainee investigator Lu Ding. Need a support investigator. Quick-witted preferred. Combat skills optional. Just be able to hold your own and do basic tasks. His cocky wording immediately attracted attention. Random user, who the hell is this guy? Why aren't you dead yet? You talk like you're a full investigator. Reply, bro. Look at his ID. Haha. Then it's all good, brother Lu. I wasn't fully awake this morning. Please don't hold it against me. I'll slap myself twice right now as an apology. After 2 days of buzz, Lu Ding's name was well known throughout 749 Bureau. Except for those who were out on missions, practically everyone had heard of him. After all, there had never been an intern investigator this ruthless before. Soon, some people dug up details about Lu Ding's background and shared them. When they saw that he had joined 749 Bureau one day and taken the assessment the next, their reaction was a mix of admiration and sheer amazement. With his terrifying combat power and overwhelming talent, he was undoubtedly a mission powerhouse. Going on a mission with him? As long as you followed orders and did what you were told, contribution points were basically free money. The moment Lu Ding posted his mission recruitment, he was flooded with dozens of applications. He carefully reviewed each one and finally chose an intern investigator named Yin Fifan. After approving the selection, he sent a message. Do you have a car? A car was crucial. Although Lu Ding could drive, that was in his previous life. In this life, he hadn't even gotten a driver's license yet, let alone owned a car. A car? Yin Fifan froze for a moment. He had applied just for the heck of it, figuring that if he got picked, great. If not, no big deal. Who would have thought Lu Ding would actually approve his application? Yes, I have a car. It's sturdy as hell, a big Jeep. And I'm a great driver. All right, meet me at exit A of the base. I'll be there soon. Yes. Inside a 4-person dorm room, Yin Fifan let out an excited cheer. A pillow immediately came flying from the adjacent bed. Shut the F*** up. Some of us are trying to sleep. Yin Fifan shrank back. Sorry. I'm leaving now. Get lost. Slipping on his shoes and socks, he hurried out the door, carefully closing it behind him. As soon as he stepped outside, a big grin spread across his face. Ran Epsilon. His steps felt lighter as he walked. Starting his car, he hummed a tune all the way to exit A. There, standing by the roadside, was a man with his arms crossed. His outfit was plain, but his sharp features gave him a rugged, masculine charm. Just from his posture alone, he exuded the aura of a powerhouse. Yin Fifan pulled over and got out from the driver's seat, opening the passenger door. Brother Lu, I'm Yin Fifan. Lu Ding got into the front seat. Yin Fifan circled back to the driver's side, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted it open, and handed it to Lu Ding. Brother Lu, what's our plan? I looked over the mission details on the way here. The report says there are 3 key suspects. First, Tong Yong, 21 years old, male, a junior at Yunhai University's Computer Science Vocational College. Years ago, he was neighbors with the victims in Yangjiao village. When he was a kid, his father had a fight with the victim's family but lost. A few years later, Tong Yong's father died, which makes him somewhat suspicious. Second, Zhao Haichuan, 52 years old, ex-husband of one of the victims, Wu Daoxiang. He was imprisoned for drug-related offenses years ago, and after his release, Wu Daoxiang had already divorced him and remarried Zhou Shanghua. Ever since, Zhao Haichuan has repeatedly harassed the victim's family, demanding compensation from Wu Daoxiang. Third, Fan Wei, 24 years old, ex-boyfriend of another victim, Zhou Lian. He worked at a local auto repair shop. Zhou Lian's father disapproved of their relationship, and even beat up Fan Wurue once. Besides these three, the victim's family had no known conflicts with anyone else. They were fairly law-abiding. Now this was exactly the kind of assistant investigator Lu Ding wanted. Proactive, prepared, and smart. Leaning back in his seat, he took a sip of water. What's your take on it? Here's how I see it, Brother Lu. I use the process of elimination and think Tong Yong is the most suspicious. First, Fan Wurue, based on local investigation reports, his family is harmonious, but he was rebellious, which is why he didn't go to college and ended up working at his uncle's repair shop. He's been in the workforce for years and is still just a low-level employee. A guy like that wouldn't have the guts for mass murder. Even if he did want revenge, he wouldn't have the nerve to wipe out an entire family. Plus, he and Zhou Lian genuinely loved each other and dated for 3 years. At most, he'd feel bitter, but not enough to commit a massacre. Next, Zhao Haichuan. Yeah, he harassed the victims often, but it never escalated into full-blown violence. The victims always avoided him and even gave him some money to get him off their backs. He's in it for money, and mass murder would be way too risky for him. Finally, Tong Yong. Local reports describe him as quiet, a loner, and a solid student. But back in high school, he got into a fight and nearly beat someone to death. That's what cost him his shot at college. This tells us something. He may look harmless, but he's ruthless. Now, factor in Black Old Lady. Zhao Haichuan is too old. Even if Black Old Lady possessed him or used him as a puppet, he wouldn't be a suitable vessel. Plus, when investigators showed up, he was alive and kicking. He's been detained now, but that's beside the point. That leaves only Fan Wurue and Tong Yong, 2 young men. If either of them were possessed, they wouldn't have suffered too much physical backlash afterward. But possession isn't full control. The host retained some awareness. Fan Wurue truly loved Zhou Lian. There's no way he'd butcher her like that. Of course, other possibilities exist, but overall, Tong Yong is the prime suspect. After finishing his analysis in one breath, Yin Fifan took a swig of water and looked at Lu Ding with hopeful eyes. Lu Ding nodded. Then let's go find Tong Yong. If Black Old Lady really possessed him, or if he's connected to her, I'll be able to smell it. The flying bear, after all, was a terrifying beast that slaughtered other supernatural creatures for fun. Finding monsters? That was its specialty. Human or not, one sniff and Lu Ding would know. His original plan was to investigate all 3 suspects one by one. But thanks to Yin Fifan's breakdown, he might be able to skip the extra steps and go straight for the target. With Lu Ding's approval, Yin Fifan slammed his foot on the gas. Yin Fifan kept sneaking glances at Lu Ding, still finding it surreal that he was on a mission with someone like him. Lu Ding noticed and broke the silence first. What did you do before this? Your analysis was spot on. I was just a student, Yin Fifan said sheepishly. I just really love watching movies. I've seen tons of movies and documentaries since I was a kid. It's my only hobby. Movies might be fiction, but a lot of the logic can be applied to real life. That did sound a bit far-fetched, but Lu Ding was intrigued. In his previous life, he remembered a movie called Sheep Without a Shepherd. The protagonist was a film buff whose wife and daughter accidentally killed a powerful official's son. Using his movie knowledge, the protagonist meticulously covered up the crime and even took down the corrupt official. If not for the need to pass censorship, the protagonist wouldn't have been caught at all. Lu Ding never expected that his randomly chosen assistant investigator would actually be a hidden gem. So, what's your talent? Hearing this, Yin Fifan scratched his head, sounding a little unsure. I can phase through walls. Phase through walls. Lu Ding found it interesting. How did you awaken that ability? Well, back when I was at home, I had a paranormal encounter. The wall swallowed me. I panicked and just wanted to escape. I kept thinking about running away, and somehow I phased right out. That's how I awakened the ability to pass through walls. Yin Fifan explained while driving. If you can phase through walls, can you phase through the ground too? I mean, yeah, I can, but I can't swim, so if I go down, I'll just sink. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ding burst into laughter inside the car. Yin Fifan quickly added, I'm afraid of water. I almost drowned as a kid, but I'll learn, I swear. All right, show me what you've got. And remember, learn how to swim. I'll call you for the next mission. Lu Ding's promise made Yin Fifin's eyes light up. Rather than looking for someone else, Lu Ding felt that Yin Fifin was a solid choice. The guy was a bit timid, but sharp. More importantly, people like him didn't have too many opinions of their own. Perfect for grunt work. Plus, his wall phasing and earth phasing abilities might come in handy someday. Really, Brother Lu? I'm actually kind of useless. I can't fight, I suck at reconnaissance, and I barely scraped through the assessment by exploiting loopholes. That just means you're smart. Besides, if you're on a mission with me, do you really need to fight? If you have to step in, then we're both probably screwed already. Yin Fifin thought for a moment. That actually made a lot of sense. Before long, the two arrived at a milk tea shop at a busy intersection. Yin Fifin pointed out, Brother Lu, this is where Tong Yong worked a summer job. They got out of the Jeep, and Yin Fifin led the way inside. The moment Lu Ding stepped into the shop, a faint, fishy stench hit his nose. Ahead of him, Yin Fifin noticed that Tong Yong wasn't there. Taking the opportunity, he ordered 2 handmade lemon teas and casually asked, Hey, miss, where's that guy who used to work here? I remember him going all out making lemon tea last time. Why isn't he here today? Seems unfair to leave all the heavy work to a girl like you. Now, this was how a smart person asked questions. There weren't many customers in the shop, and handmade lemon tea was a tiring task. If he had asked directly, the girl might have been reluctant to answer. Who knew what her relationship with Tong Yong was? But by framing it as a complaint, he created an opening. As expected, the shop girl huffed, clearly annoyed. Oh, you mean Tong Yong? He quit. He was supposed to give a 2-week notice, but yesterday he just up and left. Now I'm stuck doing everything. Making tea, handling orders, it's exhausting. She vented her frustration by squeezing the lemons even harder, as if trying to crush all her grievances into them. Yin Fifin smoothly followed up. T-Sage, that's so inconsiderate. No sense of responsibility. And he had the nerve to leave a girl like you to handle all this alone? Here, let me buy you a drink to cheer you up. My treat. Before the girl could refuse, he had already paid for an extra cup of tea. Hearing the register beep, the girl hesitated. That's really not necessary. The shop has rules against accepting customer treats. It's fine, it's just a cup of tea. Besides, a pretty girl like you probably gets free drinks all the time after work. That Tong Yong guy clearly didn't know how to take advantage of being close to someone so lovely. Yin Fifin had a decent face, and he was saying all the right things at the right time. The girl blushed. With her guard down, she continued chatting. Yeah, right. He wasn't interested in me at all. When he left yesterday, I happened to see him talking to a gorgeous woman. Not long after, a sports car picked him up. I thought we were just fellow part-timers, but turns out he's some rich young master playing at working-class life. The lemon teas were ready, and the girl sneakily glanced at Lu Ding, then kept looking. One of them was a smooth talker with delicate, good looks. The other was a silent powerhouse, sharp-featured and effortlessly cool. His mere presence outshined any male model on TV. She had half expected the charming one to ask for her number, but instead, he turned around and focused on his phone. Inside the car, Yin Fifin read from his phone. Brother Lu, I had the 749 Bureau's mission support team check the traffic cameras for this area and the car that picked up Tong Yong yesterday. At that moment, Lu Ding was 100% sure he had made the right call, recruiting Yin Fifin as his assistant investigator. This guy was just too damn efficient. Lu Ding didn't even need to ask. Yin Fifin anticipated his needs and handled them in advance. This was the best kind of support. Did you find anything? Lu Ding asked. Yep. Without needing further instruction, Yin Fifin reported his findings. The footage shows that yesterday morning, Tong Yong got into a black sports car. That car is registered under G Corporation. Cross-referencing road surveillance data, the driver yesterday was G Corporation's eldest daughter, Ji Feiyu. On August 17th, the Sky Eye system captured Ji Feiyu meeting Tong Yong in the Shanghua Old Street. Additional reports indicate that Ji Feiyu has a younger sister, Ji Yinshuang, who apparently encountered something supernatural. The hospital ran tests but found nothing abnormal. Later, they consulted a traditional Chinese doctor who diagnosed yang deficiency and prescribed herbal medicine. And Shanghua Market is notorious for selling rare herbs, some of which are banned by the government, and plenty of other illegal stuff. Also, on August 18th, the day of the Xinhua Complex massacre, Ji Feiyu bailed out Tong Yong when he was summoned as a suspect. He had an alibi, so the authorities let him go. Hearing all this, Lu Ding once again felt the terrifying power of the state. It had only been a short while, yet they had already dug up everything, probably down to his ancestors' birth records. Meanwhile, Yin Fifan was getting even more excited. And get this, today G Corporation's chairman, Ji Hong, hired a genuine spirit practitioner to check on Ji Yinshuang. Brother Lu, I have to say something, and I don't know if I should say it. Say it. Lu Ding's voice was calm. This Tong Yong guy is basically the protagonist of an urban supernatural novel. If he really has black old lady inside him, then the moment he met Ji Feiyu, he would have noticed something off about her. And if we follow the usual cliché plot, Ji Feiyu probably got interested in him after he pointed out. Then, when Tong Yong got summoned, she bailed him out, which means she was already starting to trust him. And now, she's bringing in a real practitioner. But if Tong Yong intervenes, then compared to a regular spirit practitioner, Black Old Lady's power is on a whole different level. And if this were a novel, this is the part where he gets to show off and humiliate. Through this spirit practitioner, Tong Yong will gain insight into the secrets of cultivators of qi, fully stepping into that world. He'll also secure a hefty sum in connections from the Ji family, using their influence to build a reputation. In the future, if any rich person encounters supernatural trouble, he can step in to solve it and rake in more money. He'll get to live the high life. And since he's saving Ji Yinshuang, he might even win over both sisters. After all, cultivators of qi have an irresistible appeal to ordinary people. Their very existence is on a different level. This brat is too damn lucky. Twin sisters. Hearing this, Lu Ding gave him a strange look. You know what? It really does sound like something that could happen. Yin Fifan instinctively scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. It was a habit he had developed from years of insecurity, using small gestures to divert attention from himself. I just read a lot of urban supernatural novels over the years, and they all follow this pattern. It's just too similar, so I said it. Brother Lu, you don't think I'm crazy, do you? Lu Ding shook his head slightly. I think you're a ****ing genius. How the hell did you come up with that? Yin Fifan squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Nah, it's just that this trope is so overused. It was obvious. And it's not even logical. This kid probably read too many novels and is just following their blueprint. If things really go that way, even if he didn't take this mission, 749 Bureau would still notice him eventually. He wouldn't be able to run. Put simply, he got cocky. He never stopped to think. If the supernatural exists in the civilian world, do you really think the government wouldn't have countermeasures and specialized departments for this? Since that's the case, let's watch some real-life face-slapping unfold. The moment he gets full of himself, I'll step in and take him down in one go. Lu Ding was starting to enjoy this. Reality had a way of beating the nonsense out of people. Like Tong Yong. He committed a crime and was still strutting around without a care. Too arrogant. And twin sisters? Lu Ding found that highly unrealistic. Yin Fifan floored the gas pedal. His face lit up with a mischievous grin. Brother Lu, you're too wicked. Then he suddenly realized his wording was off and quickly corrected himself. No, I mean you're cool, charismatic, like a badass villain mastermind, always one step ahead and crushing the brainless protagonist. Then what does that make you? The scheming strategist by the villain's side? Yin Fifan blinked, seeing that Lu Ding wasn't mad, but actually joking with him. His suppressed grin resurfaced. Then I guess I should laugh like this. Sister. Ha. What the F*** was that? Stop it, man. You're giving me goosebumps. Inside the Ji family villa. In the Ji family villa, a man and a woman stood face to face. The man was dressed in white, with delicate features. He was none other than Tong Yong, their target. Originally, Tong Yong was just an ordinary person. But after Black Old Lady formed a bond with him, his body absorbed heaven and earth chi, purifying his physique. Beta Epsilon. Even the ugliest person would look better after that. And once he became a cultivator of chi, his status and confidence soared, naturally improving his demeanor and appearance. Opposite him stood by Xiao Xiao, the spirit practitioner hired by G Corporation's chairman, Ji Hong. Both were here for the same job, making them competitors. And rival practitioners never got along. Bai Xiao Xiao scoffed. Chairman Ji, what's the meaning of this? Hiring me wasn't enough, so you got an extra backup? You don't trust the Bai family's abilities? In spirit practitioner circles, the 5 northern immortals were well known. Fox, most influential, respected in all circles, jack of all trades. Yellow, masters of illusion, often commanding generals in their sex. White, healers, known for curing ailments. Willow, warriors the strongest fighters. Gray, experts in fortune-telling and avoiding calamity. Each family had their specialty. Ji Hong looked embarrassed. Miss Bai, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that my daughter didn't know I had hired you, so she brought this young man instead. My apologies. He turned to Tong Yong, looking apologetic. Young Master Tong, I'm really sorry about this. Here's 500,000 yuan as compensation. Tong Yong didn't take the money. He replied coolly, I won't take payment if I don't do the job. I'll leave, but if you call me back later, the price won't be the same. You're implying I can't cure Miss G's illness? Bai Xiao Xiao's expression darkened. Tong Yong sneered. You? A little brat who still reeks of milk? Go back and train for a few more years. Your so-called guardian spirit isn't strong enough to cure her. Not far from the villa, inside their jeep, Yin Fifan held a bronze mirror that displayed a live feed of what was happening inside. Watching Tong Yong act so arrogantly, Yin Fifan couldn't hold back his frustration. Brother Lu, look at this clown. He's going all out with the pretentious act, calling her a milk-smelling brat and everything. Like he even knows how old she is. He's putting on this mature, expert act, but he's probably younger than her. Where the hell did he learn to act like this? Some third-rate web novel. If you're really skilled, then just prove it. If she challenges you, then beat her fair and square. If you're not, then shut the hell up and stop trying to set up a dramatic comeback moment. Lu Ding had to agree. This guy was so full of himself. It was actually more over the top than Lu Ding's own usual attitude. If someone didn't know any better, they might actually believe he was some legendary master. But Lu Ding's attention wasn't on that. Instead, he glanced at Yin Fifan's mirror. Where'd you get that mirror? It's kind of interesting. Oh, this? I exchanged contribution points for it. It's a low-tier magic tool. Not that useful. Just lets me monitor the surroundings. If someone way stronger than me is nearby, they'll notice the surveillance. Mostly, I use it for personal safety during missions. If things go south, I just phase through a wall and run. Damn, this guy was really afraid of dying. Hearing how limited its capabilities were, Lu Ding immediately lost interest. He refocused on the scene. By now, the argument inside had reached its climax. On screen, Bai Xiao Xiao snapped. Fine. If you think I'm not qualified, then let's have a contest. Whoever cures the second miss first wins. If I succeed, you crawl out of here on your hands and knees. If I fail, you can name any condition. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the door. A woman in a form-fitting dress stepped into view, her curvaceous figure complemented by rimless glasses that added a touch of allure. The moment she entered, everyone's attention was drawn to her. Tong Yong took this chance to casually shove his hands into his pockets. All right, I accept your challenge. Ladies first. Oh, hell no. Brother Lu, can we just go in and punch him to death? That line gave me goosebumps. Ladies first. What is he? A F asterisk 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 NG peacock showing off its tail. F asterisk 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 it. I can't take this anymore. What was supposed to be a fun spectacle had turned into pure cringe. Lu Ding clenched his toes inside the villa. Listening to the conversation between the two men, Ji Feiyu felt a bit impatient. Though they were all skilled individuals with remarkable abilities, using her sister's illness as a wager to determine the winner was utterly infuriating. She had already shown Dong Yong enough respect. Not only did she promise a hefty reward if he could cure her sister, but now, this situation had taken a ridiculous turn. Even though she was displeased, Ji Feiyu didn't voice her frustration. Her sister had been sick for too long, and these two men were her last hope. She glanced at her father and noticed the anger creeping onto his face. With a sigh, Ji Feiyu spoke up. "Gentlemen, why don't we begin now?" Dong Yong casually pulled a hand out of his pocket, extended it forward, and said calmly, "Please." Boom! A deafening crash echoed as a figure was sent hurtling through the wall, smashing it into pieces. For a brief moment, those present seemed to glimpse a monstrous bear-like beast with savage wings lunging toward them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ding's massive hand clamped around Dong Yong's throat. With a swift motion, he lifted him and slammed him into the ground, shattering the expensive flooring beneath them. Then, without hesitation, he hoisted him into the air once more. "Please, my SS, do you even know what embarrassment means? I was outside cringing so hard my toes curled. You really think you're some big shot, don't you?" Blood gushed from Dong Yong's mouth and nose. Although Lu Ding had held back significantly, the single blow was enough to completely incapacitate Dong Yong. "Cough, cough, who are you?" "Who am I? I'm the one sending you straight to hell." Lu Ding's voice turned icy. "Dong Yong, your little secret is out. Call out the black old lady inside you." Inside Dong Yong's mind, the black old lady shrieked in terror. No, I won't come out. I won't come out. Flying bear. He's the flying bear." The black old lady, a bear spirit who had cultivated for many years, had long abandoned her physical form to seek alternative paths to power. But even if she still had her original body, she wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Ding was a practitioner of the flying bear slaughtering art. Against him, she was doomed to be obliterated instantly. After all, the flying bear was the ancestor of her ancestor's ancestor, a being that thrived on slaughter and carnage. How could she dare to face him? For the first time, Dong Yong saw the arrogant black old lady completely lose control, her terror spreading through his mind like wildfire. All his confidence had come from the black old lady. Ever since she had possessed him, Dong Yong believed he was the protagonist of this world, just like the main characters in novels. The black old lady had constantly boasted about her great power, making Dong Yong think of her as his personal, wise old master companion. With his sudden surge of arrogance, he had recalled an old grudge between his family and the Zhou family. Encouraged by the black old lady's constant goading, Dong Yong had lost control and slaughtered all 6 members of the Zhou family. He thought he had covered his tracks perfectly. Yet today, someone had come knocking. I surrender. Please don't kill me." Lu Ding chuckled. Standing beside him, Yin Fifan sneered. "You dumbs, what were you doing before? Strutting around in the open, flaunting your power, even coming here to exorcise demons. Now you want to surrender? A withering above, oh?" He turned to Lu Ding. "Brother Lu, what's your take on this?" Lu Ding's voice was cold. "Too late. I gave you a chance to keep your dignity, but you didn't take it. So now we do this my way." Under everyone's horrified gaze, Dong Yong's body was torn in two. Blood splattered everywhere. A plume of black smoke burst from the corpse, transforming into a massive black bear spirit as it tried to flee. "Flying bear! Flying bear! I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Please." Lu Ding slowly raised his hand. A faint breeze swept through the room. Shatter. His voice wasn't loud, but every person present heard it with terrifying clarity. The escaping black bear was instantly sliced into countless tiny fragments, vanishing into thin air. Not even a scream remained. A notification echoed in Lu Ding's mind. Contained entity, black old lady. Containment reward, strength of 1,000 pounds. Strength of 1,000 pounds. Tremendous strength, capable of moving mountains with a single palm. Lu Ding examined his reward, calculating its worth. 1 gene equaled 30 pounds, meaning 1,000 gene was about 30,000 pounds. While such strength in a human was terrifying, in practical terms, A rural tractor could probably pull 2 Rui Jingu bangs. It'll do. Strength accumulates over time. After all, luckily, no one could hear Lu Ding's thoughts. If the cultivators of Qi, who specialized in body refinement, overheard, they'd probably be furious. Did he seriously just compare a human to a tractor? Do you know how many years of training, how many rare elixirs, and how much innate talent it takes to achieve 30,000 pounds of strength? Yen Fifan stepped forward, handing Lu Ding a handkerchief. Lu Ding took it and wiped his hands. Then, Yen Fifan pulled out a confidentiality agreement and approached the 3 petrified individuals. Squinting slightly, he spoke. This is how the 749 Bureau operates. Sign this confidentiality contract. Disclosing anything about today's events will result in immediate legal consequences. You'll be detained with no chance of bail. He turned to Ji Hong and added, Chairman Ji, don't worry. Your losses will be compensated. Someone will contact you soon, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yeah. Ji Feiyu's assistant, Bai Xiao Xiao, snapped out of her trance and let out a piercing scream. The next second, scream again, and I'll rip you apart too. Bai Xiao Xiao instantly fell silent, her face pale, hands trembling as she covered her mouth. She was a cultivator of Qi herself and had encountered the 749 Bureau before, but she had never seen an investigator act so ruthless and brutal. Trembling, she stammered, You 749 guys, don't you capture and detain anomalies? Capture and detain? If he detained them, where would his rewards come from? All for a few extra contribution points and a couple $1,000? That would be short-sighted. One of Lu Ding's main reasons for joining the 749 Bureau was to use its intel to hunt and contain monsters. How could he possibly leave them alive? You're probably talking about the others. Lu Ding smirked. I'm different. I don't like leaving anything alive. Gulp. Bai Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. Her gaze flickered to Lu Ding, but the moment his eyes met hers, she immediately looked down, afraid to make eye contact. Ji Hong, the seasoned businessman, finally regained some composure. Though still shaken, he managed to think straight. Sir, could you erase my daughter's memories of this incident? Like in the movies? Beside him, Ji Feiyu stood in a daze, her face pale and eyes lifeless, unable to process what had just happened. Lu Ding nodded toward Yen Fifan. The 749 Bureau did have memory erasing technology, but it came with strict protocols. Every use required video documentation and at least 2 investigators present. As Yen Fifan approached with a small, rod-like device, Ji Feiyu suddenly snapped back to reality, raised her hands, and blocked her face. A smirk curved on Lu Ding's lips. This guy's really stubborn. Even now, he refuses to use it. All right then, I'll respect his wishes. With the matter settled, Lu Ding stood up, ready to leave. He still had to return to the Bureau to report his mission. But just as he was about to step away, Ji Hong called out to him. Investigator Lu, could you wait just a little longer? I don't want compensation. I just hope you can stay for a short while. All right, I'll wait a bit. Skipping compensation was always good news. Every investigator had a monthly compensation quota, and as an intern investigator, Lu Ding's limit was $5 million per month. If that was exhausted, different rules applied. This policy existed to prevent investigators from going overboard just because they had government-backed compensation, turning themselves into mobile artillery units and blowing everything to smithereens at the slightest provocation. So, saving funds where possible was always beneficial. With Lu Ding's agreement, Ji Hong turned back to Bai Xiao Xiao. Miss Bai, can you start treating my daughter now? Bai Xiao Xiao hesitated. See, can I? She glanced at Lu Ding as she spoke. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? You were hired to treat her, so treat her. Oh, all right. Yes, of course. I can do it. Where's the second miss? Ji Hong led the way. This way. As they left, only 3 people remained in the living room. Ji Feiyu leaned weakly against the sofa, turning her head toward Lu Ding, who had pulled a chair over and sat down. Beside him, Yen Fifan stood respectfully. For some reason, Ji Feiyu found herself staring at Lu Ding, her mind slowly drifting. Yin Fifan leaned in and whispered, "Brother Lu, I think she might have a bit of Stockholm Syndrome. Plus, you're good-looking, and your methods just now were, well, a bit too brutal. Maybe she has certain tendencies." Lu Ding, noticing the direct stare, asked, "Like what you see?" Ji Feiyu instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. Suddenly, a chilling presence surged through the air, accompanied by a furious shriek. "Amir by family junior dares to break my spell? You are unworthy!" Lu Ding shot to his feet. Another monster? He hated arrogance, especially when it strutted around in front of him. He had to see for himself what was going on. Inside Ji Yinchuang's room, thick black mist churned, and within it, a ghostly woman in white floated eerily, her form half-transparent. Bai Xiao trembled violently. She had never expected the second miss of the Ji family to be entangled with such a terrifying spirit. This thing was beyond her ability to exorcise. Boom! A familiar sound. A familiar entrance. The door blasted apart, and multiple slashes ripped through the black mist, drawing agonized screams from a ghost. "Come on then. Let's see if you can stop me." The ghost's twisted face glared at Lu Ding, her blood-red eyes seething with hatred. Then, her gaze fell on the 749 badge on his chest. She shrieked, "749!" Lu Ding didn't bother responding. Hundreds of slashes tore through the mist, annihilating it instantly. "I remember your scent. I will find you." With those final words, the ghost dissolved into nothingness along with the dissipating black mist. Lu Ding's expression darkened. Being marked by a ghost? That was not good. A thief can steal for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against a thief for 1,000 days. On the bed, with the spirit gone, Ji Yinchuang's eyelashes fluttered. She was waking up. Lu Ding stepped forward. As Ji Yinchuang opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lu Ding's face. A surge of safety washed over her, but in the next instant, the sheer oppressiveness of his gaze crashed over her like a tidal wave, filled with predatory intensity. "That ghost! Where did you encounter it?" Still groggy, Ji Yinchuang took a moment to process his words. That ghost had tormented her in her dreams for what felt like an eternity, as if her entire life had been consumed by it. After a pause, she finally answered, "Baiyao Ancient Town." "Yes, Baiyao Ancient Town. I went there to see Baiyao porcelain, and after I came back, I started dreaming of her." Baiyao Ancient Town. Lu Ding memorized the name. "Yin Fifan. Check if we have any missions related to Baiyao Ancient Town. Why wait for the ghost to come after him? Better to hunt it down first, rip it to shreds before it even had a chance to act." Even if there was no mission, Lu Ding would still go. But having a mission would be more convenient. He could expense the trip, and if he wrecked anything, the government would pay for it. Yin Fifan immediately understood what Lu Ding was getting at. He pulled out his phone and started searching. After a while, he shook his head. "Brother Lu, nothing came up." Lu Ding frowned. "Looks like I'll have to go on my own." "Forget it. Let's head back to the bureau." He turned to leave. Ji Hong quickly called out, "Investigator Lu, why don't you stay for a meal before you go? It won't take much of your time." "No need." He had to turn in his report ASAP and get to Baiyao Ancient Town. That ghost dared to threaten him? He had spent nearly 20 years waiting for his golden finger to activate. And now something dares to threaten him? Absolutely not. Ji Hong escorted Lu Ding and Yin Fifan to the door, watching as their vehicle disappeared down the road. At some point, Ji Yinchuang had made her way to the living room. Seeing the blood-stained floor and dismembered corpse, she should have felt disturbed. But after what she had endured in her dreams, this was nothing. Ji Feiyu and Ji Yinchuang, the two sisters, clung to each other and cried for a long time. Finally, Ji Yinchuang asked, "Sis, where did you and Dad find that investigator Lu?" "Find him? People like him, you don't find them." The voice came from Bai Xiao, who was still lingering in the room. Ji Yinchuang turned to her curiously. Her large eyes, soft voice, and frail demeanor after her ordeal made her look incredibly delicate. In the sweetest, most innocent tone, she asked, "Big sis, you know Investigator Lu?" Even as another woman, Bai Xiao couldn't resist that voice. Her heart nearly exploded from cuteness. Clearing her throat, she warned, "Ahem, listen up, but don't spread this around. You're outsiders, so just take it in and keep quiet." Investigator Liu belongs to the 749 Bureau, National Security Investigation and Containment. They're different from regular security forces. The 749 Bureau handles all supernatural incidents in the Han Empire. They deal with spirits, demons, and all manner of strange occurrences. Their job is to capture, detain, and contain those who disturb the balance. But this investigator Liu, he seems a bit different. He's way too bloodthirsty. It's not against the rules, but ripping a person apart alive? That's just terrifying. The sisters processed the information. Ji Yinchuan glanced at the bloodstains on the floor. So, the one who died was a demon? Nope. Bai Xiao shook her head. Same as me, a spirit practitioner. Except I'm from an orthodox sect, backed by the spirit guardians, while that guy took a wild road path. He probably messed up somewhere, and then your sister ended up calling 749 on him. Ji Feiyu hurried to clarify. I only met him by chance at Shanghua Old Street. He said something unclean was clinging to me. Later, he called me. Ji Yinchuan listened carefully, then nodded in a daze. Sis, thank you. She reached out to hug her sister, but added, but next time, don't just trust anyone in a panic. Then, she turned to Bai Xiao. Big sis, just now you said something about being an insider. What do you mean by that? The conversation continued. Meanwhile, Baiyao ancient town, a traditional inn. Inside an antique-style inn, a woman in black gauze sat cross-legged on the bed. Blood suddenly spurted from her mouth. A towering, burly man pushed the door open. Lingu, what happened? The woman shook her head. It's nothing serious. My spell was broken, and I lost a medicine primer. The burly man sat beside her, his face filled with concern. There are plenty of medicine primers. If you lost one, so be it. Just tell me, who hurt you? I'll kill him. I don't know his name. Only that he's an intern investigator from 749 with a single star on his shoulder. Don't act recklessly. We can't afford to ruin our plans. The flying centipede ritual will be completed in a few days, and we need stability. We'll deal with this later. The burly man's fierce eyes softened as he gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Don't worry, Lingu. I'll listen to you. I won't cause trouble. 749 Bureau Headquarters. Lu Ding and Yin Fifan returned to submit their mission report. By now, it was already night. For ordinary people, the night meant rest, but for 749, their stage was just being set. Monsters were more active at night. And for cultivators of Qi, night vision was a basic skill. That's why 749 investigators operated mostly at night. As the two approached the mission hall, they slowed their steps. Yin Fifan, walking behind, gradually lowered his head, his footsteps faltering. Lu Ding turned to look at him. What are you doing? Let's go. Lu, bro, I need to use the restroom. Can you go ahead and submit the mission first? Or maybe wait for me? Though puzzled, Lu Ding nodded. There's no reason to submit a mission alone. I'll wait. Hurry up. Oh, thanks, Lu bro. I'll be quick. Just as Yin Fifan was about to dash off, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around his shoulder. Why the rush, Fifan bro? Yin Fifan stiffened. I just need to use the restroom, Brother Sunday. Sun Changming twisted Yin Fifan's body to face the mission hall. You're already at the mission hall, and now you want to pee? Hold it in. He looked inside the hall and called out, Hey, Lao Du, weren't you looking for Fifan bro? Look who I found. Inside the hall, a young man, scrolling through his phone, turned around. His expression twisted into a fake smile as he slowly walked down the steps. Well, if it isn't Fifan bro, where the hell were you today? Lao Du pocketed his phone, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You were making a racket this morning. Didn't you know I had a mission last night and hadn't slept? And why haven't you washed the clothes yet? Who are you saving them for me? R.A. Beta. Lu Ding, standing nearby, was speechless. Even at 749, there's still bullying? Then again, wherever there are people, there would be conflict. Awakening one's powers wasn't limited to model students. anyone could awaken. It was inevitable that some bullies would make their way in. But if someone thinks they can push around someone useful to him, then they're dead wrong. Yin Fifan looked at Du Guang with pleading eyes. Brother Du, I was out on a mission today. I'll wash them tonight, okay? At that moment, he desperately hoped Du Guang would show him some dignity in front of Lu Ding. Just as he had told Lu Ding earlier, he wasn't good at fighting. His position in his four-person dorm was at the very bottom. Chores like cleaning, washing clothes, and other tasks naturally fell on him. Because he was the weakest. He had gotten used to it. His parents had always told him, being taken advantage of is a blessing. We're poor. Don't fight. Don't make trouble. This mindset had shaped his timid personality. But today, for the first time ever, he felt the urge to fight back. Lu Ding was on another level. He had absolute power, absolute talent. He was practically untouchable. Yet, someone like him had joked around with him, praised him, and treated him as an equal. Yin Fifan didn't know what Lu Ding was really thinking. But he had already considered Lu Ding his first true friend in 749. And he didn't want his friend to see him in such a pathetic state. But his hope was in vain. Du Guang raised his hand. Yin Fifan knew what was coming. That insulting, condescending slap to the back of his neck. But this time, he was ready to fight back. If Du Guang dared to humiliate him in front of Lu Ding, he'd fight to the death. Except, before Du Guang's hand could land, he was sent flying. Lu Ding stood still, calmly lowering his leg after kicking Du Guang away. In the corner, Du Guang almost folded in half from the impact. Lu Ding's cold voice rang out. The hell are you putting on a show for? Then he turned to the guy, still gripping Yin Fifan's shoulder. Let go. Now. In that moment, despite the dim night, in Yin Fifan's eyes, Lu Ding stood bathed in light, shielding him from the darkness. Who said white moonlight had to be a woman? The young man immediately let go and stepped back. Lu Ding, this has nothing to do with me. Lu Ding smirked. You know me? Good. That makes this easy. Before the guy could react, Lu Ding slapped him across the face. He spun 3 full times in the air before crashing to the ground. You know me, and you still dare to bully my assistant? From now on, you and Du Guang will wash his clothes. Understood. The young man clutched his face and nodded frantically. Why, yeah, I'll do it. I'll wash them. Lu Ding turned to Du Guang. And you? Du Guang's face twisted in humiliation. He clenched his teeth, rage flickering in his eyes, but right now, he had no choice. Despite his anger, he nodded stiffly. A breeze swept through the area. In that instant, Du Guang looked up and saw darkness. A huge, clawed paw reached out from the abyss, shredding the darkness like tearing through fabric. Behind it, a massive, bloodthirsty maw gaped wide. Lu Ding's voice was low and commanding. Go ahead. Look at me with that expression again. Du Guang shrank into the corner, legs kicking against the floor in a futile attempt to back away. But the wall behind him left him nowhere to run. Trembling, he raised his hands in surrender. I give up. I give up. I meant nothing by it, really. I'll clean the dorm. I'll wash the clothes. Lu Ding genuinely couldn't understand. Why did some people insist on glaring at those stronger than them? Were they trying to prove how unyielding they were? This wasn't bravery. It was stupidity. And more importantly, if someone doesn't submit, why is no one finishing the job? What kind of half-assed bullying is this? Lu Ding turned away and started walking up the steps. Still need to pee? Yin Fifan quickly followed. No, Lu bro. Let's hand in the mission. Lu Ding smirked. Damn lazy donkeys. Next time, pee before we go. Got it. Mission Processing Center. At the mission counter, the staff member stretched out a hand. Hand over the black old lady, and I'll add your contribution points. She's dead. What? Dead? Yeah, I beat her to death. Lu Ding's tone was indifferent. The staff member gave him a once-over. Didn't expect you to be that strong. An intern investigator managing to kill the black old lady? Never heard of you before. What's your name? Lu Ding. Lu Ding. The staff member immediately checked the credentials again, this time carefully. Sure enough, the name Lu Ding was printed clearly. Lately, Lu Ding's name had spread like wildfire through the base. Anyone who had been paying attention knew of him. The staffer sighed. No wonder. Lu bro, you're just 9 missions away from becoming a full investigator. Keep it up. Then, with a serious tone, he added, actually, Lu bro, you might want to tone it down a bit. If you can leave the creatures alive, each one counts as a mission. Capturing them would have brought you down to 8 remaining missions instead of 9. Way more efficient, don't you think? Lu Ding nodded absent-mindedly. Sure. I'll be gentler next time. That's the spirit. With rapid keystrokes, the staffer processed the mission handover. Your contribution points and payment have been added to your account. Check your balance. Come back anytime, Lu bro. Lu Ding put away his ID, thinking to himself, the service here is surprisingly enthusiastic. Beside him, Yin Fifan leaned in. Lu bro, that lady at the counter just smiled at me. She never smiled at me before. Damn, she's cute. I must be benefiting from your reputation. A withering above. Lu Ding chuckled. Don't kid yourself. Didn't the milk tea shop girl smile at you earlier? You weren't this excited then. That's different, Lu bro. Then, Yin Fifan suddenly asked, Lu bro, are you really heading to buy out Ancient Town? Yeah, I'm going soon. I've been marked. I need to deal with it. Otherwise, I'll be losing sleep, always worrying someone will ambush me in my sleep. Being on someone's hit list wasn't exactly a bad feeling, but being on an enemy's hit list? That was a different story. Even though he was safe inside the base for now, he couldn't stay there forever. At some point, he'd have to go out on missions. And if someone decided to stab him in the back when he wasn't expecting it, no chance in hell. Yin Fifan suggested, Lu bro, let me come with you. I'll be an extra set of hands. Besides, I've already researched Baiyao Ancient Town. I studied satellite maps too. I've memorized them. It sounded reasonable, but Lu Ding worried about him getting into danger. Besides, this was his problem, not Yin Fifan's. Yin Fifan reassured him, don't worry about me, Lu bro. I'm great at running. I might not be useful in a fight, but I'm amazing at escaping. Lu Ding thought about it and finally nodded. All right, we'll go together. Mainly because he didn't have a car. Baiyao Ancient Town was far, and getting there alone would be inconvenient. Besides, Yin Fifan had a point. He might not be good at fighting, but he could phase through walls and the ground, which made escaping a breeze. With that, the two set off for Baiyao Ancient Town. On the road, inside the car, Yin Fifan read out information about Baiyao Ancient Town to pass the time. Baiyao Ancient Town is famous for Baiyao porcelain. Hundreds, even thousands of years ago, during the feudal dynasties, Baiyao porcelain was considered tribute where it couldn't be freely produced. I've seen pictures of Baiyao porcelain before. It's absolutely stunning. The ceramics look as thin as paper, and their Baiyao guanyin statues are so detailed that you can even see individual strands of hair. In modern times, Baiyao Ancient Town has developed tourism alongside its porcelain industry. The town's rich cultural heritage and well-preserved ancient architecture attract a lot of visitors. I always wanted to visit Baiyao Ancient Town, but I never had the time. Can't believe I'm finally going, under these circumstances. Yin Fifan kept talking, and Lu Ding simply listened. He didn't mind. He just wasn't the type to talk much. At least this way, he was getting some culture knowledge out of it. Baiyao Ancient Town. Under the moonlight, a team of 749 formal investigators, each with 2 stars on their shoulders, silently infiltrated Baiyao Ancient Town. Inside an inn, a burly, shirtless man suddenly sat up, his eyes snapping open. Since you're here, come on out. On the bed, the woman in black gauze pulled a robe over her shoulders. Boom! The inn's doors blasted open. 2 figures stepped inside. The first wielded dual blades, a long blade in front and a short blade behind. The second swung a meteor hammer, the hidden sparks within it glimmering faintly in the dark. Ma Chi, Dan Lingying, come with us. The woman, Ling Gu, stood up and stepped behind Ma Chi. Execution blade, Wen Yuchuan. Wind fire hammer, Yin Feng. 2 of 749's lackeys. How did you sniff us out? Yin Feng smirked. We didn't have to sniff, you reek. Your foul stench is all over this place. Ling Gu's face darkened. When Yuchuan cut in, enough stalling. Your fellow Tianli cult members are already being taken care of by our teammates. Tonight, It's just the four of us. A clean 2-on-2. Ma Chi cracked his knuckles. Perfect. Last time was too rushed. I want to see just how deadly your dual blades really are. He activated his chi, and a faint golden glow spread across his muscular body. With a powerful palm strike, he lunged at Wen Yuchuan. Blade met palm. A gust of wind sent the inn's thin curtains flying. Both men took half a step back, seemingly evenly matched. But then, drip! Blood dripped onto the floor, filling the room with a metallic scent. A cut had opened on Ma Chi's palm. When Yuchuan sneered, "So much for iron body and pagoda arhood. You're nothing special." Meanwhile, at a nearby street, a jeep sped through the night. Lu Ding sat in the passenger seat. His nose twitched. That scent. It was the same one he had detected on the ghost at the G residence. His sharp eyes locked onto the fleeing woman in the distance. His gaze turned ruthless. Killing intent surged. His voice was low but excited. "Ram her." Yin Fifan, without hesitation, asked one question. "Lu bro, which one?" The woman. "Floor the gas pedal." "Got it, Lu bro. Watch this. I bought this Jeep for its durability and power." Yin Fifan slammed his foot down. The engine roared. The Jeep hurtled forward. The Jeep's headlights shone directly ahead, forcing Lingu to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. She had never expected that someone would travel such a long distance just because of an offhand threat, just to kill her. But Ma Chi reacted in time. "Lingu!" With a loud shout, he crashed sideways into her, using a well-timed push to send Lingu flying out of the way. The Jeep, which was originally about to slam into her, instead rammed straight into Ma Chi's stomach. Because of his towering stature, he instinctively leaned upward to absorb some of the impact. But the moment the Jeep hit him, Ma Chi was sent crashing headfirst into the windshield. Through the shattered glass, he saw the face of a young man, handsome yet blazing with unrestrained fury. "You like taking hits for others?" Lu Ding was fuming. That hit should have either killed the woman or left her severely injured. But this bald brute had stepped in at the last second and messed everything up. That pissed him off. Without hesitation, he reached out, grabbed Ma Chi by his bald head, and yanked him through the broken windshield into the car. Then his fists rained down like a storm, each punch carrying tens of thousands of pounds of force. The Pagoda Arhut had no chance to fight back. His legendary iron body, usually indestructible, was nothing but paper under Lu Ding's fists. Even when Yuchuan's blade hadn't hurt this much before. Every punch shattered bones and crushed organs. Blood and shredded flesh sprayed from Ma Chi's mouth nonstop. He struggled, but was useless. It felt like a mountain was crushing him. From the driver's seat, Yin Fifan didn't care who was who. If Lu Ding was fighting, so was he. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a short blade and started hacking at Ma Chi's lower body, slashing, stabbing, and cutting. Blood gushed. Lingu, still dazed from being shoved away, had just gotten her bearings when she heard Ma Chi's agonized screams from inside the car. "Go! Lingu, run! It's an ambush!" At the same time, when Yuchuan and Yin Feng had already arrived, Lingu's eyes turned red with fury, but she had no choice. She gritted her teeth and retreated. By the time when Yuchuan and Yin Feng reached the Jeep, the shaking had stopped. They saw broken glass scattered on the ground and blood splattered from inside the vehicle. Exchanging glances, they both saw confusion in each other's eyes. No backup was supposed to come here. There was no way they'd finished capturing the other Tianli cult members this fast. What the hell was going on? Yin Feng tilted his head, trying to peek inside. But just as he stepped forward, bang! Both side doors of the Jeep swung open simultaneously. Lu Ding and Yin Fifan stepped out, covered in blood. "Damn, he's tough as hell. Hard to kill, too. Got his blood in my mouth." Yin Fifan spat, shaking his now-dulled short blade. On the other side, Lu Ding casually tossed aside a severed arm he had ripped off during the fight. Sniffing the air, he tracked the lingering scent of the woman, determining which direction she had fled. "Lu!" Yin Fifan had just opened his mouth to call out Lu Ji, but then he noticed the two stunned men standing in front of the Jeep. Their eyes moved from the weapons in Lu Ding and Yin Fifin's hands to the stars on their shoulders. Yin Fifin immediately straightened up. Greetings, senior investigators. Lu Ding had already sensed them long ago. He just couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. They were on the same side anyway, and from the looks of it, they were also after that woman. As for pleasantries, only someone like Yin Fifin would bother with that. Although he was only an intern investigator, he had the same priority level as a formal investigator. Technically, they were equals. Enough talk. Yin Fifin, check if your car is still drivable. I'm going after that woman. Be careful. I'll call for you later. After confirming the direction, Lu Ding leapt onto the rooftops and took off in pursuit of Ling Gu. Lu Ji, wait for me. Yin Fifin was about to chase after him when, hold it right there. Yin Feng snapped, stopping him in his tracks. This was insane. Two intern investigators had not only run over Pagoda Arhut Ma Chi with a jeep, but had also dragged him inside and practically torn him apart. His Pagoda Arhut title wasn't for show. His massive physique, iron body, and Buddhist martial arts background made him nearly bulletproof. Yet someone had just ripped his arm off? This was beyond absurd, even when Yuqiwan had only managed to give Ma Chi a scratch with his blade earlier. These are just intern investigators? Are you ing kidding me? Had something crazy happened at the base while they were gone? They'd only been away on missions for half a month. When did these guys level up behind their backs without them? Yin Fifin grinned. What's up, senior? Yin Feng hesitated, then asked, what's your cultivation level? Aperture unlocking. What about him? Yin Feng pointed in the direction Lu Ding had gone. Yin Fifin smirked. Lu Ji took an aperture unlocking pill, so he's at least Zhao Xian realm. Perfect assessor. Yin Feng gasped. That still didn't make sense. Even perfect assessors weren't supposed to be this strong. Was Lu Ding from this month's assessment? If so, then Yin Feng had missed it since he hadn't returned to base yet. But if that was the case, how could a freshly assessed investigator already have this level of combat power? This was ridiculous. What did that make the rest of them? Had they been cultivating all this time for nothing? And he, seeing that Yin Feng was about to keep asking, Yin Fifin got impatient. Senior, enough questions. Aren't you supposed to be chasing that woman? All right, Yin Feng muttered. Then let's go. Lu Ji is after her too. If you don't hurry, you'll only have her corpse to bring back. What do you mean? When Yuqiwan asked. Yin Fifin answered casually. She threatened Lu Ji. He's probably going to tear her apart. At that, the two immediately sprang into action, leaping onto the rooftops. Yin Fifin followed right behind. Outside Baiyao ancient town, deep in the forest, Ling Gu fled frantically, fear gripping her heart. The presence behind her was getting closer and closer. Who the hell is this guy? He looked familiar, but she had gone over the list of famous 749 Bureau investigators in her head, and none of them matched. Was he not from 749? Did she have some past grudge with him? Thinking quickly, she turned her head and called out, "Little brother, maybe there's been some misunderstanding between us." But when she glanced back, she saw nothing. Lu Ding was gone. Wind. The moment the sound reached her ears, her arms instinctively moved to block. But as soon as she felt the force, it was as if she had been hit by a truck. A monstrous impact sent her flying, slamming her into a massive tree. Blood gushed from her mouth. One of her arms twisted grotesquely, broken beyond recognition. Her organs screamed in pain. Lu Ding landed in front of her, squatting slightly, a grin on his misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding here. You sure forget things fast. You just threatened me earlier, didn't you? Said you'd remember my aura. Yes. His eyes narrowed. Well, I'm standing right here. Can't you sense me now? Ling Gu's pupils shrank. You're the one who broke my spell. She lashed out with her fingers, aiming for Lu Ding's eyes. But before she could reach him, a breeze passed. Her arm shattered into tiny chunks of flesh, scattering across the ground. A woman's scream echoed through the forest. You made me run all this way? I thought you were some kind of supernatural beast, Lu Ding said, his voice dripping with disappointment. But turns out, you're just a person. He grinned, tilting his head. So, should I tear you apart? Or carve you up? Lu Ding had thought today would be another fruitful day, just like when he captured the stubborn stone of Nanshan, scoring a double reward, a metaphorical double yolk egg. But now, looking at the situation, it turned out to be a person, not some demon or ghost. His hopes of earning a reward instantly crumbled. After running all this way, Lu Ding felt a bit frustrated. If you're human, why the hell did you provoke me? Why did it have to be a person? A ghost would have been fine. A monster would have been better. But a human? Seriously? Hearing his words, Ling Gu, despite her pain, was utterly bewildered. Damn it, the 749 Bureau really produced a lunatic. She was a living, breathing human, yet he wasn't satisfied? If that wasn't insanity, what was? Was she really going to die at the hands of this madman today? Suddenly, an aged male voice echoed from all directions within the dense forest. Young one, at such a tender age, you shouldn't harbor such murderous intent. Give me 1,000 gold elder, some face, let Lingu go. Leave some room for future encounters. Lu Ding didn't move. He propped his head up with one hand and quietly stared at Lingu. Well, cheer up. Someone's here to save you. Hope flashed in Lingu's eyes. Then, in the next moment, her body, along with the tree she was leaning against, collapsed to the ground. Her round head rolled across the dirt. Only then did Lu Ding slowly rise to his feet. Spreading his arms toward the empty forest, he said with mock sincerity, Apologies, Senior. I've never heard of any 1,000 gold elder before. I accidentally trampled on your dignity. I feel truly remorseful. As an apology, I am willing to accept any punishment you see fit. Please come out and punish me. I'm absolutely terrified. You little brat, you're courting death. The old man's enraged voice rang out. Lu Ding merely went along with it. Yes, I'm courting death. Hurry up and come kill me. But after waiting for a moment, no one appeared. No attack came either. Lu Ding clicked his tongue. This isn't how it works in novels. In this kind of situation, wasn't someone supposed to jump out and strike? He had been waiting here, yet after all that big talk, there was no sign of the guy. Not even a single strand of hair. He didn't manage to scare you, huh? As expected, the younger generation surpasses the old. I can't outplay you, kid. Forget it, I'll be on my way. The mountains are vast, the roads long. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Leaving? Too late. Lu Ding had been stalling for time precisely to track the man's hiding spot using flying bear slaughtering art. If the old man had left earlier, Lu Ding might have actually lost him. But now? Too late. Lu Ding's outstretched arms suddenly clapped together. A violent gust of wind exploded outward, carrying hundreds of slash attacks, sweeping across an entire fan-shaped area. Bushes, trees, grass, soil, rocks, everything in sight was instantly shredded into fragments. A muffled grunt echoed, blood filled the air, and a dark figure shot into the sky. Found you, Senior. Lu Ding swung his arm, launching a devastating slash attack straight at the airborne figure. Lu Ding's path of Jinshe had two aspects, quality and quantity. The fewer the slashes, the greater the power, but the attack range would be smaller. The more slashes, the weaker the impact, but the coverage area would be much larger. The earlier attack was merely a search strike. This one was a killing blow. In midair, 1,000 Gold Elder had no time to maneuver. He could only throw out a treasure resembling a large golden ingot, which expanded against the wind to block the attack. A deep slash mark appeared on the golden ingot. Lu Ding remained calm. Artifacts do have their uses, but once an artifact is severely damaged, the owner must feel the backlash too, right? 1,000 Gold Elder was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The term senior was supposed to be a mark of respect, but in this moment, it carried only mockery. Forcing a smile, 1,000 Gold Elder said, Young one, let's not be so hasty. Look, I didn't actually do anything to you. We just had a little verbal disagreement, just a tiny bit of unpleasantness. I apologize for that. I shouldn't have relied on my seniority to put on airs. If that's not enough, I'll even kneel and kowtow. In fact, I'll trade a treasure for my life. What do you think? Whether it was Chu Hao's vine armor earlier or 1,000 Gold Elder's golden ingot now, Both had been crucial for survival. Without them, either one of those two, heck, even both combined, wouldn't have survived a single move from Lu Ding. This just reinforced the importance of artifacts. So when Thousand Gold Elder mentioned a treasure, Lu Ding's interest was piqued. Let me check it first. The old man forced a smile, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth. It's not on me. Lu Ding's expression darkened as he stepped forward. The old man flinched. Don't rush. Don't rush. It's not far from here. It's the wind-fixing pearl. The treasure is the wind-fixing pearl. It stabilizes wind currents and allows for flight. It's a rare artifact. Wind-fixing pearl. Lu Ding's eyes gleamed in thought. If one mentioned the wind-fixing pearl, one had to mention the flying centipede, one of the supernatural beasts. According to folklore, the flying centipede had the ability to soar through the skies and phase through the ground. It preyed on snake brains, making it a natural predator of serpents. Its appearance resembled a massive Dobson fly, but its ferocity and size were 1,000 times greater. The wind-fixing pearl was its inner core, but only a half-finished version. To transform it into a true wind-fixing pearl, it required human refinement. Suddenly, Lu Ding thought of second Miss G. Now he understood why that woman had targeted her. So it was all for the wind-fixing pearl. The flying centipede preferred to eat the brains of beautiful serpent women, a hybrid of human and serpent demon. Naturally occurring ones were incredibly rare, almost non-existent in modern times. Unless one resorted to sinister practices like beast cultivation arts, forcibly maturing a subject, then extracting the brain at the right moment to feed the flying centipede, accelerating the formation of its core. Everything was connected. Hearing about the wind-fixing pearl, Lu Ding immediately grasped these people's intentions. He was interested in the wind-fixing pearl, and even more so in the flying centipede. After all, it was a notoriously vicious supernatural beast. If he managed to kill it, his golden finger should grant him an impressive reward. Thinking this, the stern expression on Lu Ding's face eased. Seeing his reaction, Thousand Gold Elder let out a long breath of relief. Good, this little reaper recognizes value. Whose faction raised this guy? He's so full of life, yet clearly under 20. With such power at such a young age, why the hell is he interning at the 749 Bureau? What a waste of talent. Where's the flying centipede? Ha! A real connoisseur. The old man quickly scrambled up. The Chinli cult is keeping it in that mountain hollow over there. He nodded toward the valley. Oh, and that woman you just killed? She was a Chinli cult follower. Her name was Ling Gu. She was responsible for all the atrocities. And you? Lu Ding asked pointedly. Me? I just did odd jobs. Lu Ding raised his hand. A palm like a blade, half a skull sent flying. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Scum attracts scum. You know better. Was Lu Ding a good person? He wasn't sure himself. His moral compass was too flexible to qualify as a true good guy. But he also hadn't done anything particularly evil. He just despised things that didn't sit right with him. Lu Ding was still an intern investigator at 749 Bureau. And as the saying goes, a monk for a day must strike the bell for a day. One of the Bureau's fundamental principles was to eradicate evil completely. Nothing wrong with that, right? He wasn't interested in questioning why Thousand Gold Old Man was there. The fact was, he was there, mixing with the Tianli cult. Might as well take them all out in one go. Killing him was already a favor. Not making him say thank you was even kinder. Lu Ding glanced at the distant mountain valley, then leaped into the trees, swiftly navigating through the forest. The moment he left, when Yu Chuan and the others arrived, it wasn't that Lu Ding was that much faster. It was just that he had ended the fight way too quickly. Despite their best efforts to catch up, the three still arrived late. Oh, well, that's that. They're dead. And hey, bonus prize, a dead old man. Yin Feng clapped his hands, summing it up in 2 words. Oh ho. When Yu Chuan's face twitched with irritation, Yin Feng stepped forward to inspect the brutally slain bodies. Yep, it's Ling Gu. And looks like Thousand Gold Old Man was with her too. So, our primary target and the guy we were supposed to capture, both dead, killed by him. How the hell are we supposed to report this? What? Say we just went on a nature trip. Spent the whole night wandering around, doing nothing? Damn it. Even if we get contribution points for this, I wouldn't feel right accepting them. What kind of mission is this? Then he turned to Yin Fifan. Hey, Yin Fifan, does Lu Ding always have such a high kill count? Ling Gu just threw out some tough talk, and this guy traveled across the country just to take her out. On the way over, Yin Fifan had given Wen Yuqiuan and Yin Feng a quick rundown of why they were even here. And the more they listened, the more ridiculous it sounded. They were all cultivators of qi, who among them hadn't suffered a little loss and thrown out some harsh words. That's normal. But to actually track someone down and kill them on the spot for it. Yeah, that sounds about right, Yin Fifan replied. Lu Ji's just cautious. He didn't know if Ling Gu was serious or not, so he figured it was safer to check out himself. He didn't even know if she'd really be here. But when he showed up, turns out, yep, she was. Yes, and she wasn't his match. So really, she was just unlucky. Wen Yuqiuan let out an incredulous laugh. So that's what happens when you're too stunned to react. You just laugh. Fine, whatever. What's done is done. Baiyao Ancient Town has a nice view. Let's just pretend we came here for sightseeing. Yin Feng had no objections to that. Actually, I'm cool with a nature trip, but I want to grab a drink with Lu Ding and get to know him. We seem to get along, and since we ran into each other, might as well make friends. He glanced around. But where the hell did he go? Yin Fifan pulled out his phone. I'll text Lu Ji. But before his message even got a reply, when Yuqiuan's phone rang, a voice message had come in from someone who should still be in the middle of fighting. He played it. A woman's voice came through. This mission only had 6 people, right? Why is there suddenly an extra intern investigator? This guy's a freak. Who the hell called in outside reinforcements? I swear to God, did Lu Ding really just run into the valley? Yin Feng's eyes widened. He what? Without hesitation, he turned and bolted toward the mountain valley. A few moments earlier, as Lu Ding had entered the valley in search of the flying centipede, he had accidentally run into a fierce battle between a Tianli cult sorcerer and a 749 Bureau investigator, He. The two had been locked in combat for over 100 exchanges, neither gaining the other. Each had their own strengths, both already wounded. But overall, He was taking more damage. Formal investigator of 749 Bureau, He, known as the smile that turns back. They say you hide your ultimate killing move in your long hair, and anyone who sees it never lives to tell the tale. But what if I don't give you the chance to use it? In the darkness, shadowy figures flickered rapidly. Suddenly, an attack shot forward. He swung her sword, slashing upward, clang, metal clashed. The attacker was sent flying backward. A puppet, the size of a kettle, holding a blood-stained steel fork, hung upside down from a tree in an aggressive stance. He's eyes darted around, cursing internally. Just my damn luck. Of all opponents, I get a puppeteer. She did have a killing move. And yes, it was devastating. But what was the use? Her enemy wasn't even here. From the start of the battle, she had already destroyed several of his puppets. But no matter how many she crushed, more kept appearing. Like an endless supply. She had tracked down the puppeteer's hiding spot a few times. But before she could finish him off, he always slipped away using his puppets. If this dragged on, her fate would be sealed. He, how about this? You beg me for mercy, and maybe, just maybe, I'll spare your life. After all, I'd rather not be blamed for killing a 749 Bureau investigator, wouldn't you agree? All right, I beg you, spare me. He immediately threw down her sword and started pleading dramatically. Don't kill me. I've had a rough life. I'm still a young, beautiful woman with no man and no money. Dying now would be way too soon. Please, have mercy on me. The puppeteer, hidden in the shadows, froze. His expression turned extremely strange. He was the one who suggested begging for mercy, but now that she actually did it, what the hell was he supposed to do? Most importantly, he never expected her to be this spineless. She gave up so fast. She even threw her sword away. Sure, her surrender was probably mostly bullshit, but still, What the F asterisk asterisk? For a brief moment, the puppeteer was caught in an awkward dilemma. And that's when a voice spoke behind him. See? She did what you asked, and you're still not happy. Who? The puppeteer's heart seized. He spun around, raising a short fork and stabbing backward. A scream rang out. His arm flew into the air. Blood splattered. Rustling came from the bushes as the puppeteer staggered out, terror in his eyes. There was no point in resisting. The person behind him was not someone he could afford to provoke. Slow, steady footsteps followed. Lu Ding emerged, stepping onto the puppeteer's heel. Crack. Hey, huh? You, who are you? He finally got a good look at him. And when she saw the single star on his shoulder, her face mirrored when Yu Qiuan and Yin Feng's earlier reactions. Pure shock. Another intern investigator? Lu Ding sighed. Seriously, is that the only question you people know how to ask? Ignoring the puppeteer's wails, he lifted him up effortlessly. Let's try a different question. Where's the flying centipede? The puppeteer's eyes widened in horror. Under Lu Ding's gaze, his already plain face warped into something unspeakably terrifying. He trembled violently, pointing toward the valley. Teach, they're over there. Lu Ding smiled. Great, then take me to it. The puppeteer screamed. No, I'm not going. Sure, you're a 749 investigator, right? I'll confess everything. Just don't let me go with him. Sure, Inghe looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, scanning her surroundings. Nope, nothing. Was someone calling her? Not at all. Seeing her reaction, the puppeteer completely lost it. Sure, Inghe, you hypocritical fraud. You call yourself a formal investigator of the 749 Bureau. Spineless coward, standing by while someone dies. F asterisk 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 your. As Lu Ding dragged the puppeteer farther away, Inghe bent down, picked up the sword on the ground, and flicked off the dirt clinging to it. TC spine? How much is that worth? Live through this first, then come talk to me about spine. And standing by while someone dies? You, a damned Tianli cult scum, calling me a fraud? Ugh. The puppeteer must have had a screw loose. When your life was on the line, even surrendering and pretending to submit was an option. Talking about spine in a moment like this? That was just dumb. Watching the two figures disappear into the dense forest, Inghe pulled out her phone and sent a message in their mission group chat. Weren't there just 6 of us on this mission? Where did this extra intern come from? He's ridiculously strong. Who called him back up? That message was what led to Yu Qiuan's earlier reaction. Meanwhile, in the mountain hollow, a chill spread through the air, thick with eerie energy. Swarms of venomous insects skittered across the terrain. Lu Ding carried the half-conscious puppeteer by the leg, leaping onto a treetop. His gaze swept over the valley below. This place wasn't particularly large, nor was it too small. He had just scouted almost every corner of it. He had seen all sorts of bizarre, grotesque, venomous creatures, but not the flying centipede. Hey, wake up. Where's the flying centipede? Lu Ding shook the puppeteer a few times, rousing him from his blood loss-induced stupor. The man's pale lips trembled as he weakly whispered. Cave. In the cave, Lu Ding looked ahead. At the base of the valley's mountain wall, partially concealed by dense foliage, was a narrow cave barely wide enough for one person to pass through. A foul, putrid stench wafted from its entrance, so strong it burned the nose. Moreover, the cave walls were unnaturally smooth, likely polished by something frequently moving in and out. Lu Ding wasn't stupid. A tight space like this, if he encountered something troublesome inside, it'd be difficult to escape. You're not screwing with me, are you? He lifted the puppeteer to eye level. The man weakly shook his head. No, I swear it's in there. I've told you everything I know. Let me go. Please, let me face trial at the 749 Bureau. I can't take this anymore. If you don't treat my wounds soon, I'll bleed to death, knew yes. Even though he was a cultivator of Qi, he wasn't invincible. Losing an arm, being carried upside down for so long. Even a superhuman wouldn't be able to withstand that. The puppeteer wasn't stupid. If he ended up in the hands of the 749 Bureau, he might still have a chance to survive, even if it meant a lifetime of suffering. Hell, he might even get a chance to redeem himself. But if he remained in this madman's hands, he might not even live to see the next sunrise. Better to be alive than dead. He hadn't had enough of life yet. He didn't want to die. Lu Ding didn't respond. He glanced at the cave, then down at the puppeteer in his grasp. Then, without warning, he swung the man in wide circles and hurled him straight into the cave. Survive first. Then we'll talk about handing you over to the Bureau. You F**********ing. 749 Bureau. You're all heartless bastards. The puppeteer's body crashed into the cave. The sound of rustling and skittering filled the air, followed by the man's anguished screams. A second later, silence. Then, a deep, droning buzz, like the roar of a helicopter. A massive shadow shot out from the cave. Lu Ding couldn't make out its full form, nor did he care. The moment it emerged, he instinctively swung a slash attack at it. But it was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it evaded his strike. Latching onto a tree branch, the monstrous silhouette became clearer. A gigantic Dobson fly, except its body was covered in jagged, armored spikes. It crunched down on the puppeteer's skull with its massive mandibles, producing a sickening, crisp crack. This was the flying centipede. Its thick, spiked exoskeleton and deadly bite weren't its most terrifying traits. Its speed was. Lu Ding stared at the creature, clinging to the branch. If he ignored its brutal nature and supernatural origins, it was actually pretty damn cool. Especially its enormous, glistening mandibles. Even under the moonlight, they gleamed menacingly. If he could somehow bring this thing to an insect-fighting competition, who could possibly beat it? Hell, there'd be no competition. Even if every contestant sent their bugs at once, they probably wouldn't be enough to fill this thing's stomach. Too bad. It's a supernatural beast, and it showed up in front of me. That means it has to die. A tense standoff. Then, Lu Ding struck first. A barrage of slash attacks erupted, engulfing the flying centipede's entire 10-meter radius. If it was fast, then he'd wipe out every possible escape route. Carpet bombing extermination. The surrounding boulders and trees disintegrated into dust. Within the storm of slashes, the flying centipede flitted through the gaps at incredible speeds, dodging each attack with uncanny precision. Exactly as Lu Ding had hoped. Caught you. Planting his foot against a tree trunk, he applied force. The trunk bent, forming a taut arc like a drawn bowstring. Then, he released. The rebounding force catapulted him forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Boom! With a single, crushing palm strike, he slammed into the flying centipede. Gotcha! In that instant, slash attacks erupted from his palm. 1, 10, 100. A cacophony of metal clashing against metal echoed as his attacks battered the creature's armor. But its once impenetrable exoskeleton shattered. The now exposed flesh was met with a relentless onslaught of slashes. A shrill, ear-piercing screech tore through the night as the flying centipede was sliced apart midair. By the time Lu Ding landed, his hands were coated in the insect's blood and viscous bodily fluids. Clutched between his fingers was a walnut-sized, pale green core, the flying centipede's inner core, the primary ingredient for crafting the wind-fixing pearl. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Contains supernatural beast, flying centipede. Reward obtained, wind-fixing art. Wind-fixing art can still roaring gales, calm raging seas, and grant flight across vast mountains and rivers. Wind-fixing art? Lu Ding looked at the flying centipede's inner core in his hand. So, did this mean the wind-fixing pearl he had gone through all this trouble for was now useless? After all, an artifact could never compare to an ability, especially an ability granted by his golden finger, already at its maximum level. Powerful, energy efficient, and with zero risk of malfunction. His feet slowly lifted off the ground. A grin spread across Lu Ding's face. Who could resist the allure of flight? Soaring through the skies and phasing through the earth. This was an instinctual, primal pursuit. Before, he had been dissatisfied with his speed. Now, with wind-fixing art, his only weakness was gone. Long range? Close combat? Strength? Speed? A fully balanced warrior, maxed out stats across the board. Even Lu Ding himself had no idea how powerful he had become. After securing the flying centipede's inner core, Lu Ding pulled out his phone. His notification panel was flooded with messages from Yin Fifan. Yin Fifan. Lu Ji, we just crashed into a formal investigator's mission. Yin Fifan. Lu Ji, where are you? Stop killing. Stop killing. This is their mission. The latest one had just come in. Yin Fifan. Lu Ji, we're already outside the valley. Are you still in there? The 749 investigators you met on the way said they want to come in and find you. Lu Ding replied. Lu Ding, don't come in. I'll be out soon. Yin Fifan. Lu Ji, did you find the flying centipede? I heard from Sister Sure that you went in looking for it. Lu Ding, already killed it. By the way, who's Sister Sure? Yin Fifan, the female investigator you just saved. Outside, Yin Fifan showed the chat logs to Wen Yuchuan and the other two. The inner core is probably in Lu Ji's hands. No need to go in. Let's just wait for him here. The three exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Sheringhua spoke first. I overheard the puppeteer earlier. They were raising flying centipedes to refine Ding Feng pearls, which they planned to use in a deal with treasure hunters to catch Jima beasts on Ding Feng Mountain. Our mission here is pretty much done. We've investigated Baiyao ancient town, and just now, Xuanning, Meng Huaizhou, and Yi Yuan said in the group chat that their mission is also finished. They even saved a heavily injured enforcer, who's now being rushed to the city hospital. They won't meet up with us. We'll just see them back at the bureau. They were also asking about the flying centipede and the outside reinforcement. Now that the flying centipede is dead and its inner core is in Lu Ding's hands, how do we write this report? The three of them sighed. This was a tricky one. Yin Feng casually spun his meteor hammer and suggested, why don't we just leave out the Ding Feng pearl part? Lu Ding took down the centipede, and our mission was just to investigate and capture the Tianli cult members in Baiyao ancient town. Sure, all our targets are dead, but the others still have some alive. If we don't mention it, things get simpler. The inner core wasn't part of our mission anyway. Bureau rules have always been, whoever takes it keeps it. Omicron-y. I don't have an issue with that, Sheringhua agreed. But Xuanning and his team contributed to the mission too. By the rules, they should get a share of the loot. Now that the inner core is with Lu Ding and the centipede was killed by him, what do we say when they ask about the spoils? The three had no intention of fighting over the flying centipede's inner core. They had seen Lu Ding in action. Sure, it was a valuable item, but there was no point in going up against Lu Ding over it. That would just be asking for a beating. But Xuanning and his team didn't know that. Before the mission started, they had all agreed to split the contribution points evenly. If there were any loot along the way, they would divide that too. After all, no single person could have taken down all the Tianli cult members alone. Who would have thought Lu Ding would show up halfway through and ruin the balance? Now, with word out that the flying centipede was dead, they couldn't hide the fact that the inner core existed. When the others asked about the loot, what were they supposed to say? We don't know. No way that would fly. Let's just talk to Lu Ding directly, Wen Yuchuan suggested. I don't need a share, since I didn't kill it. It's up to him what to do about Xuanning and his team. That doesn't seem fair, Yin Feng muttered. Wen Yuchuan sighed in exasperation. This isn't okay. That isn't okay. Then what? I don't know, I don't care, and I don't need it. As far as I'm concerned, the flying centipede's inner core belongs to Lu Ding. He killed it, so it's his. Xuanning and the others can do whatever they want. It's none of my business. If they're not happy, they can go fight him for it. That's the rule, isn't it? If words don't work, then fists do. I agree. A voice rang out from the forest. Lu Ding landed steadily before them. On his way back, he had already made up his mind. To him, the Ding Feng pearl was useless. He already had wind-fixing art. Why would he need another wind-based artifact? But giving up something that was already in his bag? Not happening. Besides, he was strapped for cash. He might as well sell the pearl. Yin Fifan's car was wrecked because of him. he should at least help pay for repairs. Otherwise, wouldn't they be bullying an honest guy? And Lu Ding wasn't that kind of person. Lu Ji, Yin Fifan called out. Lu Ding nodded. Yeah, I really got to fix that car. If he had money, he'd just buy a new one. That Jeep was practically cursed now, covered in blood, and with a Tianli cult corpse still inside. Disgusting. Lu Ding, when Yu Chuan stepped forward. Let's introduce ourselves properly. I'm Wen Yu Chuan, a formal investigator at 749 Bureau. Lu Ding, nice to meet you. I'm Yin Feng. I'm Shering. One by one, they introduced themselves. Lu Ding didn't put on any airs and quickly fell into conversation with him. Then when Yu Chuan gave him a heads up, Lu Ding, about the flying centipede's inner core, most people won't care, but there's one person you should be wary of. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow. Who? Xuan Ning. He's known as the little tyrant. He's different from the rest of us. He comes from a family of cultivators of qi. He started internal cultivation and external martial training at 8 years old. His mastery of the Shui family's tyrant spear is practically godlike. In terms of combat strength, he's the strongest among us. He joined 749 Bureau late last year. He's completed over 20 missions and has never failed once. His personality is erratic. He might not actually care about the Dingfeng Pearl, but he will want to fight over his face. Even if he wins, he'll probably still give you the pearl, but he'll want to prove a point first. Interesting. He didn't want the loot, just the pride? Well, too bad. Lu Ding wasn't going to give him either. If Xuan Ning wanted to talk, fine. If he wanted to fight, even better. Lu Ding hadn't gone up against someone from a Qi cultivator family before. It was about time he found out what made them so special. Meanwhile, in Jing City, one of Yunhai's prefectural-level cities, inside Longting Tower, the headquarters of Longting Group, the top of the building featured a massive dragon statue, roaring toward the sky. This was the Tianli cult's branch headquarters. The group of Tianli cultists from Baiyao Ancient Town had been sent from here. A luxurious office, lavishly decorated. A one-eyed man in a black suit stood by the window, swirling a glass of wine in his hand. A subordinate reported, Boss Lu, the Baiyao operation was exposed. 749 Bureau got involved. Most of our people are dead or injured. Even the flying centipede's inner core has fallen into their hands. The man's swirling motion slowed. His raspy voice rang out. Flying centipedes are easy to raise, but ones that can produce inner cores for Dingfeng pearls are 1 in 100. They require perfect conditions. And this year, our Taishui mine's output didn't increase, it decreased. The Jima beasts were meant as a tribute and a bargaining chip. Without the Dingfeng pearl, we can't enter Dingfeng Mountain or capture them. If we fail, it's not just me. Our entire branch will be punished. His expression darkened. Send men to steal it. Before they return to 749, bring the flying centipede's inner core back to me. On the highway back to Yunhai, since Yin Fifan's car was drenched in blood, both he and Lu Ding ended up riding in Wen Yuchuan's car, while Yin Feng and Shering took another vehicle. On the road, Yin Feng's car led in front, with Wen Yuchuan's following behind. Leaning against the leather seat, enjoying the comfort, Lu Ding asked, Wen Yuchuan, this car's pretty spacious, the interior looks nice, and the exterior's sleek. How much did you pay for it? Just over 300,000. 300,000? This is a G-Wagon, and all the seats are genuine leather? Only 300,000? My car cost over 600. Yin Fifan, sitting in the back seat, was visibly surprised. We don't buy cars the way others do. Besides, mine doesn't have proper registration. It's a repossessed car. Yunhai's an ancient capital with deep pockets everywhere. There are tons of repo cars, auction cars, and even black market import from overseas. Plenty of good stuff, dirt cheap. No need to go through legit channels. Once I slap a bureau-issued plate on it, all the paperwork's taken care of. Now, that was a unique perspective, spending the least money for the most utility. Yin Fifan leaned in. Brother Quan, you never ran into repossession teams? Repossessed cars had one major drawback. Repossession teams could track them down anytime, with hundreds of GPS locators making them impossible to hide. At the mention of this, When Yuchuan's smile twitched. He nodded. Oh, I ran into them. I parked my car on the street, stepped away for a bit, and when I came back, it was gone. But not even half a day later, the repo lot's owner returned it to me, good as new. Even topped off the gas and got it washed. What? Yin Fifan was puzzled. Check under the back seat, and you'll see. Lu Ding turned to look. Yin Fifan hesitated for a moment before shifting over and lifting the seat. Inside, lying neatly in place, was a beautifully crafted sniper rifle and several handguns. Lu Ding chuckled. That repo lot owner must have been scared **Tless when he found these. Investigators at the 749 Bureau were authorized to carry firearms. But for cultivators of Qi, guns weren't all that useful. Yin Fifan stroked the sniper rifle. Brother Quan, why'd you bring this thing? When Yuchuan answered casually, sometimes we have missions in the mountains. Not much entertainment out there, so I bring it along for burr hunting. It's like a giant toy. You like it? I'll give it to you. I'll just file a request and get another one. The Bureau has plenty of guns. Most of them just gather dust. OBE. This was one of the perks of being a formal investigator. No, I couldn't. Yin Fifan refused, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. Well, I didn't like guns. Still, he wasn't planning to take a hand-me-down. He wanted to earn his own when he officially joined the Bureau. Lu Ding, you looking to buy a car? I can hook you up. The repo lot where I got mine has tons of good, cheap options. Sure, but you'll have to wait until I sell off the wind-fixing pearl first. Lu Ding figured it was about time he got himself a ride. Getting around without one was a hassle. As for a driver's license, he could just get one when needed. You're selling the wind-fixing pearl? When Yuchuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Ding to part with such a valuable artifact. Keeping it doesn't do much for me. Might as well sell it for cash. Just not sure how much it'll fetch. Lu Ding had no idea what a fair price would be. First time selling an artifact, after all. Hard to put a price on something like that. Selling it outright would be a waste. You'd be better off trading it for cultivation resources, plus some spending money. Should still net you several hundred million at least. When Yuchuan sounded tempted, but he didn't have that kind of money, and he wasn't the type to rip off his own people. The number made Lu Ding's heart skip a beat. He'd never even seen that much money before. He turned to Yin Fifan. What do you think of this car? It's great, looks cool, solid build, and makes a statement. Plus, it's durable. For a line of work, we need something like this. Sports cars are flashy but useless. All right then. Once I sell the wind-fixing pearl, I'll get you one. No need for your old ride anymore. Yin Fifan instantly sat up straight. Seriously, Lu bro? He could afford a car in that price range. But if Lu Ding was gifting it, that was different. Of course. Once the money's in, we'll both get one. Thanks, Lu bro. Yin Fifan beamed. Just then, when Yuchuan's face darkened. Looks like someone doesn't want us making it back smoothly. Lu Ding's smile faded. Through the side mirror, he saw a convoy of black vehicles closing in from behind, positioning themselves on both sides of their two-car formation. Turning his head, he locked eyes with a masked man in a nearby black sedan. The man wore a grinning pig mask and tilted his head, forming a finger gun gesture against his temple. Laughter, wild and unrestrained, seeped from beneath the mask. Lu Ding smirked. Beside him, when Yuchuan spoke calmly, they really have a death wish, trying to stop a 749 Bureau vehicle. There are too many cars on the highway. How about we take the next exit and play with them a bit? Before the words even finished, Lu Ding raised his hand. A slash attack ripped through the air. The black sedan beside them was instantly cleaved in two, erupting into flames. Lu Ding yanked open the car door. What are we waiting for? No detours, just get back. I've got a wind-fixing pearl to sell. Then, he leaped into the air, gliding effortlessly with the wind before landing firmly on the roof of another black sedan. The Tianli cult members were stunned. Is this guy really a 749 investigator? He actually attacked in broad daylight with this many people around. They had dared to block the highway, thinking that the Bureau's people wouldn't risk acting in such a public place. The plan was to force them off the highway, where an ambush awaited. With numbers on their side, even the toughest investigators would have to surrender. But Lu Ding had shattered that plan in an instant. Their carefully laid trap obliterated. Seeing Lu Ding already in action, when Yu Chuan called out, "Fifan, take the wheel. I'm going to help him." Before, he hadn't seen much of Lu Ding's skills firsthand. Now that he had the chance to fight alongside him, he wasn't about to pass it up. "Go ahead, Brother Quan. I've got the car." Yin Fifan scrambled into the driver's seat. When Yu Chuan swung the door open, climbing onto the roof of their vehicle. Meanwhile, atop a black sedan, Lu Ding flicked his fingers. The car's roof shattered into pieces, sending bodies and severed limbs tumbling to the asphalt. He grabbed a survivor by the collar, leaped back onto the G-Wagon, and tore off the man's mask. Underneath was a pale, terrified face. "Who sent you? Why you took our property? I advise you to return it, or..." Bang! The man's skull burst apart, spraying red and white across the vehicle. "Not interested in your threats." Lu Ding wasn't in the mood to waste time on empty posturing. And really, it didn't take a genius to figure out it was Tianli cult. The only thing he had taken was their wind-fixing pearl. When Yu Chuan finally got a real glimpse of Lu Ding's decisive and ruthless nature, he knew now this wasn't going to end easily. Pulling out his phone, he muttered, "I'll call for cleanup support. Keep an eye on things." Lu Ding nodded and turned his gaze toward the approaching convoy of black vehicles. From inside, someone barked orders over a radio. Damn it, if even the 749 Bureau guys aren't scared, what the hell are we afraid of? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Get in there and take back the goods. At the command, car doors swung open. Dozens of Tianli cult members, all masked, leaped onto the rooftops of the vehicles. The convoy scattered, forming a pincer maneuver around when Yu Chuan and Yin Feng's car, slowly advancing forward. Yin Feng spun his meteor hammer and flipped onto the roof. "Hey, round two? Good. I wasn't done having fun yet. Come on." When Yu Chuan also drew his dual blades. Seeing Lu Ding standing beside him, empty-handed, he asked, "You got a weapon?" Lu Ding calmly floated upward, hovering above the car. He stretched out a hand and spread his fingers. Instantly, countless slashes erupted in all directions. The sound of flesh being torn apart filled the air. Blood sprayed, turning into a crimson rain, dyeing the night sky. "I don't need a weapon." His voice wasn't loud, but it shook everyone present to their core. So this was his true combat strength. Ever since acquiring oneness with formlessness, Lu Ding had gained the ability to manually activate oneness with heaven and man. And once he turned it on, he never turned it off. Even though moving and fighting would lower its efficiency, it was still far more effective than a typical cultivator of Qi dedicating themselves to training. For Lu Ding, his combat power increased every second. Walking, fighting, even just living, all of it was cultivation. His one strike left when Yu Chuan and Yin Feng shaken, and it sent a wave of terror through the Tianli cult forces. One move, multiple casualties, not even complete bodies left. How are they supposed to fight this? Fear before battle even started. That was the ultimate mistake. Sensing the sinking morale, the Tianli cult commander grew impatient. "You think my men are just fodder for you to cut down?" A cold, sinister voice spoke from behind a serpent mask. Lu Ding turned to look at him. "If you're not convinced, come fight me yourself. Enough of your crap." Yin Feng wasn't in the mood for theatrics. He swung his meteor hammer in a wide arc, the force of the movement sending a gust of wind rippling outward. With a hawk-like flip, he launched the hammer directly at the masked man. The man raised a hand. It was a thick, callous palm, tougher than normal flesh. With an almost casual grip, he caught the meteor hammer midair. Just like that, a stark contrast in power. He sneered. 24 style meteor hammer? That's all. You talk too much, brat. Come here. With a sharp tug, an immense force yanked Yin Feng forward. At the same time, the man channeled his qi, raising his other palm. Golden light flickered. He struck out with a devastating palm attack. Just as it was about to land, Lu Ding blurred. In an instant, he sidestepped. "Then take one of mine and see how it feels." With both palms extended, a titanic force exploded forward. The masked man's eyes flickered. He no longer dared hold back. He immediately switched to both hands and pushed forward with his own palms. Then try my great Vajra palm. Boom! Their palms clashed, triggering a deafening shockwave. The car beneath the masked man crumpled under the force, sending the vehicle veering out of control. Both of them used the rebound to leap onto a different surface. Great Vajra palm. When Yuqiwan's eyes narrowed. Your Tianli cult's Yuan Baifeng. The masked man, now identified, trembled as he looked at his hands. For the first time, fear crept into his heart. His physical strength was terrifying. He had trained in Great Vajra palm, one of Buddhism's most secret martial arts techniques. With each palm strike, he could unleash 10,000 pounds of force. And his cultivation was at Linghai realm. When he had just clashed with Lu Ding, he had felt it. Lu Ding's level was roughly Zhaoxian realm. But how could someone at Zhaoxian have a stronger body than him? He had trained in Great Vajra palm for years, and Lu Ding, just a kid, had overpowered him in a single move. It didn't make sense. Seeing that his identity had been revealed, Yuan Baifeng discarded his mask. His hands swept through the air, gathering qi. Kid, I acknowledge your strength. Physically, you're stronger than me. But in terms of cultivation realm, I'm ahead. Taking that palm strike from me wasn't easy, was it? Lu Ding flicked his wrist. Yeah, it wasn't comfortable. Made my hand red. Yuan Baifeng stiffened. Red? Why didn't I break your Fing hand instead? He clenched his fists, his pride wounded. Listen, kid. Hand over the goods, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, enough. Lu Ding cut him off. He was sick of hearing threats. If you've got the guts, take it yourself. If you don't, then shut the F up. If words could solve everything, 749 Bureau wouldn't need to exist. They could just replace everyone with negotiators. He activated wind-fixing art to its fullest. His figure blurred, phantom-like, appearing and vanishing at will. A terrifying slash ripped through the air. Yuan Baifeng's aura surged, his palms glowing gold. He didn't dodge, he counterattacked. With his higher cultivation level, his years of experience, surely he could withstand it. He had confidence. Until the moment his hand made contact with Lu Ding's attack. Agonizing pain. A searing cut tore through flesh. Half of his palm was sliced off. His eyes widened in horror. And then he saw Lu Ding right in front of him, smirking, mocking him, talking about age and cultivation differences. What a joke. All of Lu Ding's techniques, apart from flying bear slaughtering art, were max level from a system. Mastering techniques to perfection wasn't just a matter of time and effort. It was something few could achieve. Yuan Baifeng had a chance to win, but he had let his pride get in the way. And now, his arrogance had cost him half his power. His great Vajra palm was crippled. And then, let's see how you handle my palm strike. Lu Ding flashed forward with inhuman speed. A giant bear, its wings spread wide, flickered behind him, mirroring his movements. Even the wind itself recoiled. An overwhelming visual impact. Yuan Baifeng couldn't dodge. If he tried, he'd only expose his defenses. With no choice left, he forced himself to block. The moment their palms clashed, his hands shattered. Flesh and bone burst apart, spikes of his own shattered bones stabbing into his shoulders. Lu Ding's palm punched through his chest, piercing him from front to back. Blood mist sprayed into the air. Point force destruction. All the energy tunneled straight through him. Yuan Baifeng coughed up blood, desperately trying to strike back. But his final attack landed without a sound. It was like hitting a mountain. His strength vanished. And then, Lu Ding spoke the words that shattered him completely. Strength isn't determined by age. Your great Vajra palm is nothing special. Yuan Baifeng's final shred of life slipped away. His body hung limp in Lu Ding's grip. Meanwhile, when Yuqiwan and Yin Feng's battle was still ongoing, Lu Ding shook off the corpse hanging from his arm and lunged into the crowd. Like a starving beast that had hibernated all winter, pouncing into a flock of sheep, blood and flesh flew in all directions. None of the Tianli cult cultists who died at his hands had an intact corpse. Nearby cleanup crews moved in, but when they saw the highway battlefield that looked straight out of hell, their faces paled. They'd witnessed many brutal scenes before, but those were usually the work of cultists or ruthless supernatural creatures. No one in 749 Bureau fought with this level of sheer brutality. Standing at the edge of the highway, they observed Lu Ding. A black cigarette, now stained red with blood, was held between his fingers as he brought it to his lips. A puff of smoke escaped his mouth. Infong cocked his head at him and smirked. At first, I thought you were just a little cocky, an intern investigator acting all high and mighty. But after seeing this, I take it back. You were actually pretty polite when we first met. Lu Ding choked on his smoke and rolled his eyes. If you don't know how to hold a conversation, just shut up. Ha ha. Come on, that was a compliment. No joke. I'm calling you next time there's a good mission. Your combat skills are no joke. Even Yuan Baiphone got taken out by you. After tonight, your name's going to spread all over Yunhai. I wonder what nickname people will give you. I just hope it's something cool. Elegant, you know? Infong looked him up and down. His clothes were drenched in blood. What part of this looks elegant? You're basically a walking embodiment of violence. If it weren't for your face, no one would even think of adding aesthetic to the mix. When Yu Chuan walked over at that moment, if Lu Ding weren't part of 749 Bureau, he'd be our most wanted criminal. At that, he and Infong exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Lu Ding remained speechless. Hey, Lu Ding, take off your shirt. Isn't it uncomfortable being covered in blood? Shirring's eyes practically sparkled as she spoke. Lu Ding figured she had a point. Without hesitation, he stripped off his blood-soaked shirt, revealing his chiseled muscles. With his short, neatly trimmed hair and sharp features, he was, without a doubt, a heartbreaker. Shirring stared, completely mesmerized. Shirring, you're drooling. Infong exaggerated his words, making her instinctively wipe her chin. When she realized nothing was there, her face turned red, and she yelled furiously. Alpha Nigerian IROES. D*******, you, Infong. I'm gonna kill you. Many people had witnessed what happened on the highway, and some even recorded videos that made their way online. But those videos disappeared almost instantly before they could spread widely. While ordinary people remained unaware of the incident, the cultivator circles in Yunhai were in an uproar. Lu Ding had officially made a name for himself. His ruthless methods, the blood-drenched battlefield, and all the carnage combined to earn him a chilling new title, corpse-shattering Tai Shui. None of his victims had an intact body. A fitting name. He had made his mark by stepping over Yuan Baifeng's corpse. Back at 749 Bureau, everyone involved in the incident was summoned for questioning. The scale of destruction had been too great. Too many ordinary people had been present on that highway. In the interrogation room, a man and a woman sat across from Lu Ding. So, you really killed Lingu just because she threatened you? Not entirely. Mainly, she was using dark arts to harm people. As a 749 investigator, it's my duty to apprehend or eliminate such threats. Lu Ding's response was watertight. The two interviewers didn't press further. Closing their notebooks, one of them said, "Here's the situation, Lu Ding. This incident caused quite a stir, so we want to take a break for now, stay off missions for a while to avoid public exposure. What if I want to keep taking missions?" With his golden finger ability, being told to stop hunting monsters was worse than a death sentence. The two exchanged glances, surprised by his reaction. But this mindset, this drive, was exactly what 749 Bureau needed in an investigator. It wasn't that investigators who completed just one mission a month were bad. It was just that investigators who completed multiple missions a month and still wanted more were better. How about this? We'll assign you to district patrol duty. You'll be given a designated area to oversee, and you'll have full authority over any incidents that arise there. Treat it as a mission. If any supernatural event occurs within your jurisdiction, and you handle it, each case will count as a completed mission. How does that sound? District patrol? Lu Ding recalled that Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan had been doing that job before. Will there be monsters or paranormal events in my patrol area? He didn't mind patrolling, but his main concern was whether there would be monsters to hunt. The two officials' expressions softened, and they smiled. There have been a lot of incidents in Yunhai lately. If you want, we can assign you a high-risk district. Deal. Give me an area with frequent supernatural activity. Patrols require 2 people. Normally, we'd randomly assign a partner, but since your combat ability far exceeds that of a typical intern investigator, we'll let you choose. Do you have anyone in mind? Or would you prefer us to assign someone? Yin Fifan. I'm used to working with him. Rather than breaking in a new partner, Lu Ding preferred someone familiar. What if they assigned him a weirdo with a messed up thought process? Got it. We'll make arrangements immediately. You should receive your patrol district details by tomorrow. All right. After the questioning ended, Lu Ding finally had a moment to breathe. 2 days without proper rest, covered in blood, he was exhausted. He returned to his dorm, took a long, hot shower, and sent a message to Wan Yuqian, asking him to check on selling the wind-fixing pearl. Then, he collapsed in a bed and fell into a deep sleep. He woke up that evening and resumed his daily routine, eating, sleeping, and cultivating. Currently, he was at Zhaoxian Realm, first layer, having activated 1/10 of his chi cyclones. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he activated the flying bear slaughtering art, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy and refining it into his Ling Qi. He then used this energy to fill his chi cyclones, allowing them to function autonomously. One after another, the cyclones filled up. His cultivation advanced naturally. 9:31 and 58 seconds p.m. Zhaoxian Realm, second layer. 11:46 and 21 seconds p.m. Zhaoxian Realm, third layer. 3:01 and 13 seconds a.m. Zhaoxian Realm, fourth layer. 7:30 a.m. Zhaoxian Realm, fifth layer. Feeling the slight pain coursing through his meridians, Lu Ding finally stopped. Zhaoxian Realm primarily focused on absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into Ling Qi, nourishing the body, and filling Qi cyclones to self-operate. But compared to other cultivators at this level, Lu Ding's physical body was leagues ahead, even stronger than many Linghai Realm cultivators. Only those with top-tier talent who specialized in body refinement could compete with him, so he could skip the body-nourishing step entirely. As for absorbing spiritual energy, others sipped it through a straw. Lu Ding, he had a high-powered pump. When it came to filling the aperture cyclone, this step required a strong physical body, innate talent, and relentless effort. The aperture cyclone was fragile. One careless mistake could damage it. That's why nurturing the body was crucial. However, Lu Ding's body was already terrifyingly strong, so his cyclones could withstand his aggressive method of forcefully filling them with spiritual energy. Moreover, oneness with formlessness played a vital role once again. As soon as he entered oneness with heaven and man, it was like Zhang Fei threading a needle, rough on the surface but precise in execution. It might have looked reckless, but every step was a perfect infusion of energy. With all these factors combined, Lu Ding's cultivation speed skyrocketed overnight, breaking through from the first level of the Zhaoxian realm to the 6th level in one go. If his meridians could have handled it, he would have continued cultivating. But after breaking through so many times in a single night, forcing another circulation of energy could cause damage. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have stopped. His strength had soared once again. Lu Ding stretched, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. I'll let my body recover first. Once my meridians are healed, I'll continue cultivating. As he spoke, he opened his wardrobe. He didn't bring many clothes to begin with. Conditions didn't allow it before. Yesterday, he had even dirted one of his outfits. The 749 Bureau uniform wasn't exactly fashionable either. Now, aside from the uniform, only one set of casual clothes remained. Lu Ding took it out and put it on. Once my patrol district is assigned, I'll buy some new clothes when I go out on duty. Just as he finished speaking, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. His phone vibrated with a new message. It was about his district assignment. Respectable intern investigator Lu Ding, your patrol district has been assigned. Please report to the Baofan District Public Security Bureau in Yunhai City within 12 hours to complete the transfer process. We're working with the local Public Security Bureau. That makes sense. If I had a patrol on my own, a district that large would be impossible to cover. The Public Security Bureau is the only way to efficiently gather intelligence. As a Yunhai native with only household registration but no property, Lu Ding was no stranger to the name Baofan District. The name spoke for itself, prosperous and expensive. It was just a step below the top central districts. And the only reason it wasn't at the very top was that the land prices were too high, making redevelopment difficult. Several decades ago, this was the heart of Yunhai's economy. Though its prime had passed, it was still full of wealthy individuals. Throw a brick, and you'd probably hit someone worth tens of millions. A Thailand body, yes. At the same time, the district was chaotic. Lu Ding hadn't expected to be assigned to such a place. Just then, a message from Yin Fifan popped up. Lu Ji, are you awake? You looked exhausted yesterday, so I didn't want to disturb you. I've been assigned my patrol district. I bought you some breakfast and left it by your door. Make sure to eat when you wake up. I'm heading off to my district now. I probably won't be able to do missions with you for a while. Lu Ding took a sip of water. I'm awake. Have you eaten yet? Lu Ji, you're up so early? I haven't eaten yet, kind of in a hurry. I wanted to report in early so my colleagues wouldn't pick on me. Eat first. One of your new colleagues is me. I won't pick on you. Lu Ding chuckled as he sent the message. Yin Fifan was as dependable as ever. His mindset was both a strength and a weakness. Changing it overnight wouldn't be easy. Might as well let things take their course. Lu Ji, for real. When have I ever lied to you? Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door. Lu Ding walked over and opened it to see Yin Fifan standing there with breakfast in hand. Lu Ji, I can't believe we got assigned to the same district. That's amazing. I was worried I wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Yin Fifan had been a little scared when he first saw his district assignment. After all, he had heard of Baofan District's reputation. It was bustling, chaotic, and full of all sorts of people. On top of that, paranormal incidents occurred frequently. With his current level of skill, being assigned there felt like a joke. But knowing that Lu Ding would be there with him, now was fine. He'd just be the assistant. Lu Ding was the real combat power, and he loved being the assistant. Slipping on a pair of shoe covers, Yin Fifan entered and placed the breakfast on the table. Lu Ding took a bite of the steamed bun. What's there to be afraid of? Baofan District doesn't have teeth. It can't bite you. Lu Ji, you don't know the half of it. Baofan District is chaotic, and its paranormal incident rate is top 3 in Yunhai. The Bureau usually only assigns formal investigators there. So tell me, why would an intern investigator like me get sent there? Of course, I'd be nervous. Not to mention, the other patrol officer could be a formal investigator. I don't know. I've barely interacted with formal investigators, and when I have, they found me annoying. Sigh. Oh, you know a lot about Baofan District. Lu Ding asked while drinking his porridge. I know a bit. The last patrol officers, there were formal investigators Beihao Guang and Ming Jun from our bureau. Heard they were tough characters, but they didn't serve long before getting reassigned. They made a major mistake during patrol, causing heavy casualties. A major mistake? Tell me more. I want to hear about it. Since he was about to take up this post, Lu Ding needed to gather intel. He trusted his own strength, but he wasn't some brainless brute who charged in blindly. I only heard bits and pieces. Late last month, there was a land collapse in Baofan District. Turned out there was an ancient tomb beneath it. Yunhai, being an ancient capital of 3 dynasties, is full of tombs, so that wasn't the surprising part. But this tomb was different. It housed a white-furred Ho, along with a horde of valuable artifacts. When the tomb collapsed, the white-furred Ho broke free and attacked civilians. So Beihao Guang and Ming Jun went to handle it. They managed to severely injure the white-furred Ho and force it back into the tomb. But then, they tied it up and went hunting for treasure instead. This gave the white-furred Ho a chance to escape again, and it killed a lot of people before the local cultivators of Qi in Baofan finally put it down. Then, over the tomb's treasures, our investigators and the local cultivators got into a huge conflict, and our guys lost. Hearing this, Lu Ding thought these two were unbelievably stupid. At the very least, kill the white-furred Ho first before looting the place. Letting others handle it was one thing. But picking a fight over the loot and losing? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Still, he had a question. When this tomb appeared and local cultivators intervened, why didn't the Bureau step in? Liu Ji, the 749 Bureau manages cultivators of qi, but these practitioners have existed for centuries. The Bureau's only been around for a few decades. We can't just erase their existence. Besides, if these artifacts fell into ordinary hands, they'd be disasters, not treasures. And honestly, compared to what's in our Bureau's vaults, these so-called treasures are nothing. The Bureau allows them some leeway. It's how civilian cultivators survive. It's like in novels, when a secret realm appears, even the dominant sect or empire wouldn't monopolize it. That'd make management impossible. Liu Ding found this perspective interesting. He was new to the Bureau, so this was all fresh information to him. You sure know a lot. Someone like you isn't suited for frontline work. You're better off in management. Liu Ding casually remarked. Oh, come on, Liu Gu, with my combat ability? If I went into management, no one would take me seriously. Liu Ding glanced at him and teased. So, you actually have that ambition? Damn, Yin Fifan, you're bold enough to dream of becoming an official. That scared Yin Fifan stiff. He quickly waved his hands in denial. No, Liu Gu, I don't. I'm just messing with you. Relax a bit. All right, we're almost done eating. Time to head to Baofan District. Yin Fifan froze. Wait, Liu Gu, I haven't even eaten yet. That's what you get for talking too much. Let this be a lesson. Liu Gu, that's not fair. Weren't you the one who asked me to talk? Liu Ding was just joking, of course. He wouldn't actually stop him from eating. Yin Fifan hurriedly downed his porridge and stuffed his mouth with buns, finishing up in no time. And with that, it was time to report to Baofan District. Baofan District Public Security Bureau. As 749 Bureau's special district managers, Bei Guang and Ming Jun had their office on the top floor, spacious, with a great view. But because of one mistake, they now had to give it up. On top of that, they were being sent back to face punishment from the Bureau. At this moment, the two were packing up their belongings. Ming Jun glanced around and sighed. Guang, are you really okay with just leaving like this? No sh*t. Of course I'm not okay with it. We haven't even checked out what's behind that damn door yet. There's definitely something valuable there, but what can we do? We screwed up. That's just how it is. We have to accept it. Back then, they had failed to eliminate the white-furred hoe because they were distracted by the treasures they found while chasing it. Initially, they had planned to kill the white-furred hoe first and then collect the goods. But when they saw that massive stone door carved with mystical symbols, they changed their minds. The door had to be opened first. There had to be something incredible behind it. Better to seize the opportunity before someone else showed up. But in the end, they failed to open the door, and the white-furred hoe escaped. Later, they went back to check, and the stone door was still tightly shut. They tried every possible method, but nothing worked. Their plan was to slowly chip away at it over time, accepting any punishment the Bureau might throw at them. After all, it wasn't like they'd be reassigned before their term was up, right? Turns out, they really were reassigned. When the transfer order came down, it felt like the sky was falling. Now, hearing Bei Guang say, it's fate. Just accept it. Ming Jun snapped. *T fate. I climbed from an ordinary person to a cultivator of qi. That's because fate favored me. I went from an intern investigator to a full investigator. That's because fate blessed me. And now I run into this stone door. That's my damn reward. Newbie, if I leave just like this, I won't accept it. Bei Guang put down his things and crossed his arms. Then tell me, what's your brilliant plan? Anyway, do you know who's replacing us? Are you dumb? The Bureau keeps these things locked down tight. Who the hell would know? I'm not management. I thought you had connections. Can't you ask around? Bei Guang hesitated. I guess I can make some calls. Hurry up and do it. Quit hesitating. Bei Guang pulled out his phone and tapped into his network. After a while, his brows furrowed. That's odd. This doesn't follow standard procedure. Well, what did you find out? Ming Jun asked anxiously. I got half the story. My contact only heard bits and pieces, but apparently, the new patrol officer for Baofan District was assigned on short notice. And they're an intern investigator. No info on who it is, though. An intern investigator? In Baofan District? That's basically a death sentence. Either they pissed someone off, or they screwed up and got thrown here on purpose. Beihiguang gave him a look like he was an idiot. Or maybe they're actually really skilled and got fast-tracked here. Ming Jun thought for a moment. That's possible, but none of the top-tier people seem like a match. The most formidable interns right now are Bai Hemming, but he's still in solitary confinement. Then there's Dantai Xianwei. She caused such a huge mess in Ninglong City. No way she got reassigned here. The rest have all been promoted to full investigators, so that doesn't fit either. You're forgetting one more. The one who made a name for himself in Baiyao, ancient town. The one who took down Yuan Baifeng on the highway. The corpse-shattering Taishui Lu Ding. That name had been circulating like wildfire last night. Even though they had been busy with their own issues, they had still caught wind of the rumors. A perfect evaluation. A Zhaoxian realm investigator who killed a Linghai realm opponent. And anyone who died by his hands didn't leave a whole corpse. The more they thought about it, the scarier it sounded. Ming Jun shook his head. I doubt it. A famous warrior is never undeserving of their reputation. But Lu Ding just completed a mission yesterday. And it was a huge one. Plus, he had Wen Yuqiuan leak information about the wind-fixing pearl. Right now, Wen Yuqiuan and Yin Feng are both on administrative leave. No way he'd be transferred here alone. At the very least, he'd need a full investigator with him. 2 interns? I can't think of any real heavy hitters that fit that criteria. His reasoning made sense. Even Beihiguang started to second-guess himself. All right, fine. What's the plan then? Ming Jun shrugged. Most likely, they're just some decent interns. Here's the deal. When the new guys arrive, we'll check if we recognize them. If we do, we play nice and split the profits. If we don't, we'll make their lives miserable until they report back that they can't handle Baofan District. That way, we buy ourselves a few more days. And in those few days, we open that damn tomb door. If there's someone we recognize, we'll negotiate. Keep it friendly and split everything evenly. It was a solid plan. Assess the newcomers and adjust accordingly. Flawless. Except for one crucial oversight. Neither Ming Jun nor Beihiguang had ever actually seen Lu Ding before. They only knew his name and reputation. All right, sound good. Let's do it. With that decided, they stopped packing and waited. Not long after, Lu Ding and Yin Fifen arrived at the entrance. A call went through, and soon enough, Baofan District's Public Security Bureau chief and a group of high-ranking officials personally came out to welcome them. Smiling from ear to ear, they were practically beaming with joy. Finally, new 749 Bureau patrol officers had arrived. The previous 2 weren't terrible, per se, but they were far from good either. And during their already short tenure, they had caused a ton of problems. This latest fiasco alone had cost dozens of civilian lives. It had made everyone's jobs infinitely harder. But that was in the past. The new patrol officers were here now. Hopefully, they'd be more reliable. Comrade, hello. I'm Gao Zhengliang, Chief of Baofan District Public Security Bureau. Lu Ding extended his hand. 749 Bureau, Intern Investigator, Lu Ding. This is my partner, Intern Investigator, Yin Fifen. The moment Gao Zhengliang heard the words Intern Investigator, his world came crashing down. Sure, Ming Jun and Beihiguang had caused a mess, a huge mess, but at least they were full-fledged investigators. And now, they were being replaced by 2 interns. Leaders, please. I, Gao Zhengliang, have worked tirelessly for Baofan District, maintaining law and order. How would you do this to me? Yin Fifen noticed Gao Zhengliang's frozen smile and immediately got irritated. Director Gao, weren't all full investigators once interns? What? Are you planning to underestimate us? The phrase underestimate us was deliberately chosen to sting. Gao Zhengliang's face instantly returned to normal. That was careless of me. I've lived this long, yet I'm getting dumber with age. My apologies, investigators. Come in, let's talk inside. It's fine, Director Gao. We've got plenty of time to get to know each other. The crowd parted to let Lu Ding and Yin Fifen through. At the glass entrance of a security bureau, Ming Jun watched the scene unfold and turned to Bei Heguang. Well, do you recognize them? The one on the right? Never seen him before. Looks unfamiliar. The one on the left? I vaguely remember him. Just an ordinary intern. So, they really are just some random interns. All right, let's give them a little scare, make them back out on their own. The two of them stepped out from either side of the doorway, blocking Lu Ding's path. Gao Zhongliang sighed. Investigator Bei, Investigator Ming, what do you think you're doing? The two ignored him. Hey, you two interns are here to take over our positions? You think you have what it takes? Lu Ding's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Ming Jun, towering over him. The oppressive aura crashed down instantly. It felt as if Ming Jun's face turned red. His vision blurred. For a split second, he saw a massive, upright bear, its red eyes gleaming as it cracked its knuckles, choosing which part of his body to bite into first. Boom! Ming Jun couldn't handle the pressure. His knees buckled, and he collapsed. Lu Ding's voice rang out. I'll give you 1 minute. Disappear from my sight. You only get this chance once. The overwhelming pressure vanished, leaving Ming Jun drenched in sweat. He looked like he'd just been pulled out of a river. Standing to the side, Gao Zhongliang's smile was so wide he couldn't suppress it. Though he was just an ordinary person, he knew enough about cultivators of qi to understand what just happened. Lu Ding hadn't even laid a hand on him, and Ming Jun was already scared *class. No doubt about it, Lu Ding was strong. Gao Zhongliang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Investigator Lu, we've prepared a welcome banquet for you. Any dishes you like, I can have the kitchen add them for you. Ming Jun, still kneeling, lifted his head. His mind was racing. Last name Lu. Intern investigator. Could it be Lu Ding? F***K. No wonder he hadn't recognized him. He'd never met him before. Of all the things I could have overlooked. Still shaken, Ming Jun stammered. Why, you were the corpse-shattering Tai Shui, Lu Ding? Corpse-shattering Tai Shui? Yin Fifan stepped forward. Lu Ge. That's the nickname people have been spreading about you. Lu Ding was speechless. That nickname makes me sound like a villain. He was a proud intern investigator of the 749 Bureau, a government official working to protect civilians from supernatural threats. And yet, they gave him a name that sounded like he was some demonic cultivator or monster himself. Lu Ding had no energy to argue about it. He simply stepped past Ming Jun and walked into the security bureau. Once he was gone, Ming Jun turned to Bei Heguang, who had been hiding in the corner. Guang, help me up. I can't stand. Bei Heguang jogged over and pulled him up. You okay? Okay. You try it yourself and see if you be okay. I swear, I think I just peed a little. Struggling to get to his feet, Ming Jun grumbled, so it really was Lu Ding. What kind of techniques does he practice to be this terrifying? Damn, they say there's no such thing as a wrongly given nickname. What a *TTY stroke of luck running into him. If I weren't also part of 749 Bureau, I'd probably be in pieces by now. Lu Ding had no such intentions. He just wasn't one to humor people who gave him attitude. But from Ming Jun's perspective, he had nearly been torn limb from limb. This is all your fault with your overanalyzing. We'd never seen Lu Ding before. How are we supposed to know what he looked like? Easy for you to say now. Bei Heguang awkwardly scratched his head. I just remembered. F***K you man. You were real quick to hide. Left me to deal with it alone. Let's go find Lu Ding and talk things out. Wait. Are you crazy? He just told us to get lost in a minute. And now you want to go looking for him? That's straight up disrespectful. Well, what about the tomb door? Come on. We're modern people. Use your brain. Just add him on your phone and message him. Ming Jun's eyes lit up. For once, you actually had a good idea. But do you think he'll accept our request? Guys like him are usually cold and hard to approach. Then add the other guy. That one looked honest. Have him pass the message for us. Let's get out of here before Lu Ding steps out again. What about our stuff? Forget it. Nothing valuable. Let's just go. The two of them bolted like they were running for their lives. Upstairs, Lu Ding declined Director Gao's welcome banquet. He walked into the office that had been left behind by Ming Jun and Bei Heguang. As Lu Ding sat sipping tea, Yin Fifan busied himself tidying up throwing out trash and clearing away clutter. Director Gao had offered to send some people to help, but Yin Fifan had turned him down. He knew his role. He was there to do grunt work, not fight. If someone else took over the grunt work, what use would he be? He'd be out of a job. Carrying out a bag of trash, he stepped out. When he returned, he was holding his phone. Lu Ge, those two investigators just added me. They want to pass a message to you. What kind of message? I'm not a monster. They could just talk to me directly. Lu Ding was genuinely baffled. Why all the unnecessary steps? They're probably scared of you, Yin Fifan stated bluntly. Then he continued. They said they know where to find a treasure and want to discuss working together. Another treasure? Lu Ding sat up straight. The whole wind-fixing pearl situation had been a letdown. What should have been an incredible artifact had ended up useless. Now another opportunity had come up. He wasn't about to let it slip away. Ask them what kind of treasure. They didn't say, just mention a treasure. But from Yin Fifan caught Lu Ding's attention. When did you start keeping people in suspense? No, Lu Ji, that's not it. I was just thinking, this is Bao Fan District, not some remote mountain. There aren't that many places where treasures could be hidden. It's nothing more than a few possibilities. First, these two guys spotted something that others overlooked, something valuable hidden in plain sight. But whoever owns it isn't someone they can afford to mess with, so they want to work with you, using your skills as their blade. That's unlikely. If they can't afford to provoke this person, why would they assume that person has worse judgment than them? Then there's the second possibility. There's something hidden in the tombs of Bao Fan District, something that others missed or couldn't take away. I personally lean toward the latter. And based on their behavior today, they're not complete idiots. So my guess is that they don't want to hand things over too easily. They're trying to intimidate us, hoping we'll back off, buying themselves a few days to scheme over the treasure inside. The treasure is something they can't take themselves, but they've definitely confirmed that no one else has taken it yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to collaborate with you. They say treasures find those destined for them. The moment you showed up, this one got exposed. Looks like you're the chosen one, Lu Ji. I think we shouldn't rush to respond to them just yet. We should check out the tomb first. If we find something, you take it. It's like nothing ever happened. If we don't find anything, then we can talk cooperation. By that time, Lu Ji, you'll be holding all the cards. You get first pick of any good stuff. That's the unspoken rule. Either way, we won't lose. What do you think? Lu Ding's smile surfaced. Yin Fifan might not be much in a fight, but damn, the guy had sharp mind. No wonder ancient strategists were so valued. Having someone smart around really made things easier. You're getting smarter. Yin Fifan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. It's just from spending time around you, Lu Ji. Picked up a thing or two. Nice words, but not just empty flattery. Yin Fifan was sharp enough to recognize that Lu Ding was smart too. The difference was, Lu Ding was also powerful. If it really came down to strategy, Lu Ding would likely think even further ahead than him. Right now, though, this was his moment to shine, to plan, to patch up gaps in strategy, to make sure everything ran smoothly for Lu Ding. But Lu Ding heard it differently. They say tyrants love flatterers. He was starting to get why. Then we'll go with your plan. No time to waste. We leave now. In broad daylight. What? You think we're grave robbers? We don't have to sneak around at night. We've got all the proper paperwork. Who's going to stop us? The two immediately headed out and ran straight into Gao Zhongliang. Lu Diao, just the person I was looking for. Something urgent? No, not really. Then forget it. I've got urgent business. Whatever it is, we'll talk when I get back. Lu Ding's job was to handle special incidents in Bao Fan District. If it wasn't a special incident, nothing was going to get in the way of his treasure hunt. Hey, Lu Diao, hold on. Bao Fan District's local cultivator of Qi factions want to invite you to dinner. Caojia Ali, Sihai Group, and Wuzong Shangxi. Lu Ding didn't even hesitate. Not interested. Director Gao declined for me. I don't have time for dinner. Gao Zhongliang looked anxious. Lu Diao, these are the big players in Bao Fan District's cultivator of Qi scene. If you don't show up, it'll make your job harder in the future. Personally, he didn't care. No matter how powerful those groups were, they wouldn't dare challenge the state. But he was worried for Lu Ding. Gao Zhongliang had only just met Lu Ding, but he had already seen that the guy was the real deal. If Lu Ding did well, Baofan district security would improve. If his work went smoothly, the district public security bureau would run better too. It was all connected. That's why Gao Zhengliang was anxious. Lu Ding could tell he was looking out for him. Tell them to pick another time. I really don't have the time today. Oh, right, Director Gao, do me a favor and send me a list of Baofan district's cultivators of qi. I'm heading out. Yin Fifan added from behind. Director Gao, thanks for understanding. Lu Ji's got something urgent. Sorry about this. Fine. Here I am, a district director running errands. My poor old back. Gao Zhengliang passed along Lu Ding's message to the factions. Caojia Alley, Chao Yuan. Since Investigator Lu is busy, we'll reschedule. Director Gao, please let him know he's always welcome in Caojia Alley. Sihai Group, Xie Shunan. Thanks for passing on the message, Director Gao. Investigator Lu has many responsibilities. We were the ones being presumptuous. Whenever he's free and thinks of us, we'll be ready for that meal. Gao Zhengliang flicked the ash off his cigarette. This Lu Ding really is different from the other investigators. He had seen this situation before. Previous 749 Bureau investigators had refused dinner invitations, too. And what happened? Those factions would immediately turn cold, ignoring orders, refusing to cooperate, offering nothing but half-hearted responses. If the investigators pushed back, things would escalate. It had happened before, but in the end, nothing came of it. The 749 Bureau had strict protocols. They followed the rules and prided themselves on fairness. But fairness also meant they couldn't strong-arm people into cooperating. Investigators often needed local cooperation to get things done. Dinner was just an excuse. It was really about setting the tone. No one expected any real promises, just a show of goodwill. Yet this time, things were different. Lu Ding rejected them, and they still stayed polite. That was rare. Gao Zhengliang found it fascinating. A damn intern investigator is more effective than the full-time ones. That's weird as hell. Then another message came in. Gao Zhengliang smirked. Now, this is more like the usual response. He took a screenshot and sent it to Lu Ding and Yin Fifan. The message read, Wuzong Shangxi. Tang Hu. Who the hell does Lu Ding think he is? We invite him to dinner, and he brushes us off? What, trying to act like some big shot? Playing the new boss, new rules act? He better watch himself. Corpse-shattering Tai Shui my ass. Buffed. Tell him to be careful. Just as Gao Zhengliang sent the screenshot, the message got retracted. A new one appeared. Director Gao, this is Tang Bao from Wuzong Shangxi. My second brother had too much to drink. Please just ignore that message. Gao Zhengliang snuffed out his cigarette. Ignore it? Yeah, right. I'm too old for people to be venting their frustrations at me. If you dare to badmouth someone, then don't be scared of getting exposed. I didn't add anything extra. It's your own words, not mine. Even as a mere director, he had his pride. Sure, cultivators of qi weren't under his jurisdiction. But with Lu Ding in town, he finally had some backing. At his age, might as well enjoy the ride. Corpse-shattering Tai Shui, huh? Sounds pretty ominous. I need another smoke. Click. The lighter flared. A deep inhale. A slow exhale. On the way to the ancient tomb, Lu Ding glanced at the message Director Gao had sent on his phone. He silently committed the name Tang, who from Wuzong Shangxi, to memory. So you like running your mouth, huh? We'll meet soon enough. The location was a small park, already cordoned off with security tape. Lu Ding presented his credentials and was just about to step inside when Yin Fifan, a step behind him, caught sight of the same message on his phone. Luji, Wuzong Shangxi is the weakest of the three factions, yet they're the ones acting the cockiest. Should we teach them a lesson? Wuzong Shangxi, one of Baofan District's cultivator of qi factions. Its members were mostly spirit practitioners or rogue Maoshan Taoists who had come to Yinhai to make a living and ended up settling down together. They usually dabbled in feng shui, exorcisms, ghost hunting, fortune fixing. Nothing too reputable. They also sold minor artifacts, but none of it was anything impressive. At the helm were three brothers, Tang Long, Tang Hu, and Tang Bao, nicknamed Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard. All three were spirit practitioners. The eldest, Tang Long, was possessed by the fallen dragon immortal, an old mud eel spirit that had cultivated for who knows how many years, just shy of reaching true power. The second brother, Tang Hu, had a fateful encounter with a mountain tiger. By sheer luck, he wasn't eaten and instead managed to subdue the beast, making it his spirit guide. The youngest, Tang Bao, had reportedly gotten lost in the mountains as a child and was raised for several years by a grieving mother leopard who had lost her cub. The leopard eventually attained sentience and enlightenment, and Tang Bao became its vessel. Ironically, Tang Long and Tang, who had both become spirit practitioners while searching for Tang Bao. That's how the three brothers ended up together. Later, they changed their names to Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard and moved to Yanhai. No rush, Lu Ding replied. Once we're done here, I'll personally pay him a visit and show him exactly who this new boss is putting on a show for. He didn't care how the other patrol officers handled things. But since he was here, any so-called dragon had better coil up, and any tiger had better lay low. He hadn't provoked these people, yet they came looking for trouble first. Fine, they could all stay busy then. Crossing the security tape, they stepped inside. The large park had been divided into two zones. In the outer zone, a team of archaeologists carefully excavated the tomb using small brushes and trowels. Further in, a different group stood guard. Seeing unfamiliar faces approaching, one of them quickly stepped forward to block the way. Where's your pass? No pass, no entry. Lu Ding pulled out his ID and held it up. This work, the man took it, flipped it open, and was immediately greeted by the bold, official seal of national security. His hands trembled slightly. No matter how arrogant he might be, national security was above his pay grade. If he were a cultivator of Qi, he'd be even more shaken, because seeing 749 Bureau on an ID was as good as seeing the Grim Reaper. In this era, the number 749 carried the same weight as the embroidered uniform guards of old. Execute first, report later, with imperial sanction. Obstructing an official mission? A bullet to the head would settle that. The man hesitated. Sir, this site is now under High Group's jurisdiction. Without a pass, it's against regulations for me to let you in. If I let you through, I'll be the one in trouble. With circumflex new beta. Lu Ding reached behind his waist, pulled out his gun, and chambered around. Does this get me in? Staring down the black muzzle, the man didn't dare resist any longer and nodded frantically. Yes, you can go in. Please, go right ahead. He was genuinely terrified that if he said another word, he'd end up with a bullet in his skull. Obstructing a national security officer wasn't a joke. Taking back his ID, Lu Ding tucked the gun back in his waistband and strode into the collapse zone. As soon as he was gone, the man whipped out his phone and sent a message. Brother Xian, national security is here. They even pulled a gun. We couldn't stop them. They're inside now. Should be at your location soon. Yi Xian glanced at his phone, then at another incoming message. The explosives and construction crew were about to move in. He clicked his tongue. What the hell is national security doing here? Yi Xian, male, 19. A cultivator of Qi from Deheshan. Back in its prime, Deheshan had been a notorious den of demons and bandits. The Empire had eventually crushed the bandits, restoring order, but supernatural creatures still lingered. It was impossible to completely eradicate them. The bandits, however, were gone. Only the early defectors, former warlords who surrendered before the crackdown, remained. They were cultivators of Qi. They didn't oppose the state, but they also refused to be assimilated into it. They simply lived in Deheshan, minding their own business, disconnected from the outside world. Yi Xian was one of their disciples, but he was at the age where staying in Deheshan would lead nowhere. So they sent him down the mountain to gain experience. Coincidentally, the elders of Deheshan had old ties with High Group's four founders. So they sent him to Yanhai to seek refuge. He had barely settled in when he heard about a land collapse in the area. Confident in his skills, Yi Xian came to check it out and ran into a white furred hoe. Though a monster, its teeth were rare and valuable materials. So Yi Xian dealt with it on the spot. Then came the ancient tomb dispute. Ming Jun and Bei Guang had failed to take down the white-furred Ho. Yi Xian succeeded. By the unspoken rules, that meant the site was his. Even in a 2-on-1 fight, Ming Jun and Bei Guang couldn't take him down. They had no choice but to concede the territory. Though they lost control of the site, they still had access, a sign of Yi Xian's goodwill toward 749 Bureau. After securing the excavation rights, Yi Xian handed the site over to Xie An of Si Group. As for himself, he took up a post as the security chief. At the same time, he kept searching for valuable relics. Though he had found some, none were particularly impressive, until he discovered the chamber Ming Jun had been investigating. Yi Xian was convinced there was something valuable inside. Like Ming Jun, he had exhausted every method he could think of, but the chamber simply wouldn't open. With no other choice, he informed Xie An. After several days of unsuccessful attempts, they had finally decided today was the day to blast it open. Who could have guessed that just today, 749 Bureau would suddenly switch patrol officers? He had heard that the new patrol officer was some ruthless guy named Lu Ding. Though just an intern investigator, he had managed to kill Yuan Baifeng, a Linghai realm cultivator of qi, while only being at the Zhaoxian realm himself. On top of that, he had recently gained the ominous title, corpse-shattering Tai Shui. That was why Xie An had invited Lu Ding to dinner. Yi Xian wasn't happy about it. As far as he was concerned, anything Lu Ding could do, he could do too. They were about the same age. The only difference was Lu Ding came from a government, a 749 Bureau intern investigator, while he, Yi Xian, was a bandit, a descendant of Deheshen's outlaws. If not for that background, keeping him from joining 749, Yi Xian was certain that they'd be fighting over him instead. TCH, Lu Ding just got lucky and got famous a little earlier. Let's see if you still dare look down on me once my name spreads. Back when he was leaving the mountain, the elders in the village had already told him, get close to Xie An. If things worked out, it'd be best to turn it into a romance. Sure, Si Group was powerful, but Deheshen wasn't to be underestimated either. Worst-case scenario, if things got tough, those old geezers who were half buried in their graves would come out and back him up. Besides, Yi Xian genuinely liked Xie An. She was beautiful, had an amazing figure, capable, rich, smart. Everything about her was top tier. What man wouldn't be moved? And Yi Xian was no exception. So when Yi Xian found out that Xie An was so invested in Lu Ding, he was quite displeased. But when he later heard that Lu Ding had something urgent and had canceled the dinner, he was happy again, secretly mocking Lu Ding for not knowing what was good for him. He eagerly anticipated Xie An bringing the demolition team over to open the tomb chamber with him. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Ding had already turned the corner and saw Yi Xian sitting in the middle of the road on a folding stool. His bandit-like aura was practically spilling out uncontrollably. Sitting there with his legs spread wide, he looked just like an old-time highway robber, as if saying, this mountain is mine, this tree I planted. If you want to pass, leave a toll. Yan Fifan leaned in cautiously and whispered, Brother Lu, the cultivator of Qi files that Bureau Chief Gao just sent over include this guy. His name is Yi Xian. He came from the bandit den in Deheshen and has deep ties with the Si Group. He was the one who killed White-Furred Ho and took on 2 opponents to snatch the collapsed tomb's development rights. But honestly, meeting him in person is different from hearing about him. No matter how I look at it, he just seems not very bright. Lu Ding felt the same way. What kind of normal person sits in the middle of the road grinning like an idiot in broad daylight? Too lazy to acknowledge him, Lu Ding just walked straight past him. Hey, you too. Didn't you see someone sitting here? Just walking in like this. Do you think this is your backyard? Get out, get out. Yi Xian didn't even stand up, just waved them off from his stool, looking exactly like a grumpy old security guard shooing away delivery guys at an old residential complex. 749 business. Civilians, step aside, Yan Fifan said as he pulled out his credentials. Yi Xian stood up, sensing the same cultivator of qi aura from the two of them. 749? Weren't you guys national security? Lu Ding was speechless. Had this guy just rolled down a mountain without learning any basic common sense? A 749 badge looked like a national security ID to regular folks, but to cultivators of Chi, it was clearly 749. Whatever. Whether you're national security or 749, the development rights for this place were lost to me by your Bao Fan District Patrol. This place belongs to me now. Whether it's national security or 749, none of you are allowed in. Seeing Yi Xian's arrogant attitude, Yin Fifan took a step back. He knew this guy was doomed. Brother Liu hated nothing more than someone being more arrogant than him. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Ding spoke. So you're saying you won this place? That's right. Yi Xian folded his arms. Lu Ding's tone remained indifferent. Then does that mean I can just take it from you? Yi Xian's face turned serious. At this point, he knew these two were here to cause trouble. If you have the ability, you're welcome to try. But let me say this up front. Whatever happens, you brought it on yourself. Cultivators of Qi didn't waste time talking things out. If there was a dispute, they fought. Yi Xian took a stance, tiger claw forward, crane beak behind. Lu Ding glanced at his form and commented, Tiger crane, twin forms? Looks like you've got some decent showmanship. Lately, Lu Ding had been reading all sorts of files and documents from the Bureau whenever he had time. He firmly believed that knowledge had no limits. Learning more could only be beneficial. As it happened, he had just read about the tiger crane twin forms not long ago. But compared to the records of master practitioners in the Bureau, Yi Xian's execution of it was far inferior. Hearing this guy dismiss his technique as just for show, Yi Xian got annoyed. More than enough to take you down. Tiger form was fierce, crane form agile. He tested forward with a tiger claw strike, and Lu Ding met him head-on with his own clawed hand. Yi Xian sneered internally. His tiger claw could leave dents in refined steel. This guy was using his bare palm against it. Was he insane? Fine by him. He'd teach this fool a lesson about watching his mouth. As soon as his tiger claw latched on, he would apply his second force, crushing this guy's finger bones and making sure he never forgot it. It was a good plan. Reality, however, was brutal. The moment their palms clashed, Yi Xian felt as if an iron vice had clamped down on his hand. His expression changed drastically. Wait. Lu Ding had no intention of waiting. Once he locked onto Yi Xian's hand, he applied a second force, tens of thousands of pounds of pressure twisting and wrenching with precision. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Xian's entire arm dislocated on the spot. His 5-finger bones shattered instantly. There was an old technique among veteran snake catchers. When grabbing a venomous snake, they would hold it by the tail and whip it around. Skilled snake catchers could use the right amount of force to completely dislocate the snake body while keeping it alive but immobile. A Nigerian Ira. Lu Ding had used the same technique. Though he had never formally learned it, he had once seen a video about it on the 749 apps discussion board. With oneness with formlessness, he could enter a oneness with heaven and man state. Just watching it once was enough for him to grasp about 70 to 80% of the technique. It wasn't anything complex, just a matter of applying the right amount of force. Lu Ding followed up immediately, yanking Yi Xian toward him and slamming an elbow into his chest. With just one hit, Yi Xian's blood surged violently, and his entire body flew backward. He tumbled across the ground for over 10 meters before finally managing to crawl to his feet, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His right arm hung limp at his side, fingers twisted into an unnatural mess. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Yi Xian forced out, "Wasn't that a bit too ruthless? We were just sparring. Cut the crap. Don't think I didn't know what you were planning. If you were stronger than me, I'd be the one crippled right now." From the moment they clashed, Lu Ding had sensed his intent. The only reason Yi Xian had failed was because he was too weak. And now, to complain about ruthlessness? What a joke. Yin Fifan twisted the knife. Too ruthless? If Brother Liu hadn't held back, you'd be in pieces right now. Be grateful you're still breathing. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. I acknowledge your strength. The road ahead is long. Please, tell me your name. I will return this favor one day. Oh no, this guy doesn't get it. Yen Fifan sighed silently. Losing was losing. Why say something like that? Did he have a death wish? You won't have a future, Lu Ding said coldly. His killing intent surged. An oppressive force closed in from all directions, suffocating Yi Xian like he had fallen into an endless abyss. If Yi Xian had backed down now, Lu Ding would have let it go. But he had made the fatal mistake of saying those words. Lu Ding exploded forward. The ground beneath him shattered. Like a rampaging ancient beast, he charged straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt death closing in. His life flashed before his eyes. Patrol Officer Lu, please spare him. A voice rang out. The ground trembled as walls of earth suddenly rose, attempting to block Lu Ding. But the moment he crashed into them, they shattered like brittle tofu. Though they couldn't stop his charge, they slowed him down. And in that fleeting moment, a small, elderly figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Lu Ding smashed through the last earthen wall, blocking his path. His whole body lunged forward like a flying bear pouncing on its prey. Facing the old man, Lu Ding's voice, wrapped in killing intent, rang out, threatening a 749 law enforcement officer, obstructing justice, multiple crimes combined. Come on, block this for me. He struck with his palm. The old man formed a seal and channeled his chi. A layer of armor formed from gathered rocks and soil clung to his body. He raised his hand to block, but he was sent flying by Lu Ding's forceful strike. Most of his armor shattered on impact. Lu Ding landed, turned around, and spun with a blade-like palm. In an instant, a great head soared skyward. Yi Xian never expected this. Casually running into a 749 investigator, and they had such terrifying combat power? This was completely different from what the old man on the mountain had told him. Hadn't they said that with his age and talent, he was already a prodigy? How had he just come down the mountain for less than a month, only to meet his end like this? His headless body collapsed. Lu Ding straightened up, glancing at the old man he had knocked back with a single palm. Then, he looked at Yi Xian's lifeless corpse. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot. Little Yi. At that moment, he didn't know how he could face the old brother's back on the mountain. Over a decade ago, the old man had fled to Hessian due to a mistake. By chance, he arrived in Yunhai and joined the Si-Hai group. He had thought he'd never have the chance to return to the Hessian, until Yi Xian arrived. Only then did he realize. All these years, his old brothers on the mountain had been watching over him. The mistakes he made in the past had long been forgiven. Even his entry into the Si-Hai group had been arranged by those old brothers. But now, he hadn't even been able to protect their one and only disciple. At this moment, the old man's fury reached its peak. Lu Ding, you're too ruthless. What a disgrace to the 749 investigators. Today, I'll kill you, remove a hidden danger for 749, and avenge Yi Xian. Shut the F*** up, old man. Who the hell are you to judge me? As a 749 investigator, do you think I should just let Yi Xian threaten me and walk away? If you've got the guts, then come and kill me. If you don't, then just come and die, a beta. Lu Ding shot back without hesitation. No one had the right to judge how he did things. At the very least, he had a clear conscience. In the entire 749 Bureau, how many people were more dedicated to slaying monsters and demons than him? Disgrace to the 749 Bureau? What a joke. Yi Xian had openly threatened him. Was he supposed to just let him leave, making an enemy out of him, leaving behind a hidden danger that could lead to uncontrollable disasters in the future? Lu Ding wasn't stupid enough to do something like that. He only knew how to nip all threats in the bud. The old man formed a seal and pressed his palm to the ground. Huang Marsh Divide. The solid ground instantly turned into a yellow swamp. The old man stood atop the swamp. From their earlier exchange, he already understood. Beating Lu Ding in sheer strength was impossible. But strength came from the ground. There had to be something to push off from in order to exert force, right? Lu Ding was only at the Zhaoxian realm. By all logic, he absolutely shouldn't be able to fly. If he changed the environment and left Lu Ding with nothing to push off from, then he could gain the upper hand. With the terrain in his favor, and his strength a full realm above Lu Ding's. That gave him 2 out of 3 advantages, terrain and power. Even if Lu Ding's physical strength was monstrous, he wouldn't be able to exert more than half of it. Meanwhile, the old man could fight at full capacity, even exceeding his normal strength. With all these factors, the old man couldn't see how he could possibly lose. But no matter how much he calculated, he never expected that Lu Ding could actually fly. Lu Ding slowly floated up, standing in midair. The old man's expression stiffened. How was he flying? He was just at the Zhaoxian realm. How the hell could he fly? Outside the swamp, Sihai Group's Xie Xunan looked grim. She was the one who had just called out for Lu Ding to spare Yixian. At this moment, Xie Xunan felt an unbearable frustration. How had things escalated to this point? She had initially planned to invite Lu Ding for a meal today to gauge his attitude. He had declined, but Xie Xunan hadn't minded. Capable people often had big tempers. But she never expected to run into Lu Ding again in the collapse zone. And he was fighting Yixian. The violent, oppressive aura leaking from him had truly shaken her. She had already determined that Yixian was no match for Lu Ding. But she never imagined Lu Ding would actually kill him outright. And now, Elder Huang was going head-to-head with Lu Ding in a life-or-death battle. As for Yixian's death, Xie Xunan actually didn't care much. She had no personal connection with Yixian. If not for orders from her elders, she wouldn't have even acknowledged him. His bandit-like demeanor had always made her uncomfortable. It was like he was living in some bygone era where men ruled mountains as kings. They weren't the same kind of people. Later, when Yixian obtained the development rights for this ancient tomb, Xie Xuanan's opinion of him hadn't changed much. This place was more trouble than it was worth. Even if the Sihai group acquired this site, it wouldn't give them any major advantage. And losing it wouldn't set them back either. She was only here to monitor things. Not because she was particularly interested in the tomb's contents, but because if anything unusual appeared, or if valuable artifacts surfaced, she could be the one to hand them over to the 749 Bureau or take charge of the situation herself. Some things shouldn't be taken lightly. They could easily offend the wrong people. But who could have predicted things would turn out like this? Elder Huang, please calm down. Xie Xunan still wanted to persuade Elder Huang not to act on impulse. Whether he could defeat Lu Ding or not, the outcome wouldn't be good either way. If he won, so what? Kill Lu Ding? Then get hunted down by 749? Spare him? Only for Lu Ding to come back stronger in the future for revenge? And if he couldn't win, based on the rumors outside and what they had just witnessed, there was only one possible outcome for Elder Huang's death. No matter what, things wouldn't end well for him. And on top of that, the Sihai group would be dragged into an investigation. But the old man wouldn't listen at all. Miss Xia, stop trying to convince me. I've already let the Hessian down. I let my old brothers down. They entrusted Yixian to me, and I failed to protect him. If there's a debt, it should be paid by the one responsible. He killed Yixian, so I'll kill him to avenge Yixian. After that, I'll turn myself into 749. Kill me. Lu Ding's face twisted into a mocking smile. And how exactly do you plan to do that? With this farmland renovation technique. Yin Fifan covered his face, trying not to laugh. Of all times, Lu Ge, you still have the mood to crack jokes? But looking closer, yeah, with the water, the mud, and how soft it was, it really did look like a damn farmland. Lu Ding crooked his finger at the old man. Come on, come kill me. You're seeking death. 2 massive mud dragons shot out from the swamp, lunging at Lu Ding from the left and right, jaws wide open. The old man didn't expect these mud dragons to truly threaten Lu Ding. He just needed to buy time, enough time to gather his strength. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding vanished from his line of sight. The sound of wind rushed past his ears. What era do you think this is? Still using precast movements. Lu Ding had already appeared at his side, leg whipping through the air like a storm, delivering a crushing roundhouse kick straight at him. The old man had no choice but to abandon his hand seals. He swept his palm through the air, and the muddy ground surged into waves, solidifying into a thick earthen wall to block Lu Ding's strike. Boom! The kick smashed into the wall, sending shattered stone flying in all directions. The old man's feet sank into the mud, which quickly hardened into a platform, carrying him backward. Then, the mud transformed again, forming giant hands that lifted the old man high into the air, launching him dozens of meters up. Mid-air, he swiftly formed seals with both hands, spiritual energy surging within him. The swamp below churned violently, releasing a putrid stench as its color darkened from yellow to pitch black. Death Swamp Burial. The swamp exploded in an instant, sending countless waves of black sludge surging into the air, rushing toward Lu Ding. The old man formed another seal with his hands. Inside the black mud sphere, Lu Ding's voice remained calm and unhurried. I told you, dragging things out and charging up your ultimate move with a pre-cast sequence. This kind of outdated technique doesn't work anymore. Break for me! With a single punch, wrapped in terrifying force, Lu Ding shattered the encasing mud sphere. He spread his fingers open. A breeze stirred in the air. Slash! Hundreds of slashes came slicing in from all directions at tricky angles, all aimed at the old man. Each attack carried a razor-sharp edge, powerful enough to dismember a cultivator of qi at the same realm. Elder Huang swung his palms, twisting his body, channeling his spiritual energy to cast defensive techniques. The mud around him constantly shifted, forming shields, raising walls, piling into mountains, relentlessly blocking Lu Ding's barrage of slashes. But the more they fought, the more shocked the old man became. Speed, strength, ranged attacks, close combat. Aside from their difference in realm, he held no advantage in any aspect. He had heard that Lu Ding's physical body was strong, but the rumors never mentioned that his speed and range techniques were also this formidable. Now, he finally understood why Yuan Baifeng had died at Lu Ding's hands. From the inside out, from top to bottom, not a single flaw. He couldn't win. Today, defeat was inevitable. Lu Ding completely countered him, or rather, Lu Ding countered most cultivators of qi, unless he was facing someone as monstrous as himself. Someone who had cultivated both body and techniques to the highest levels. No ordinary cultivator of qi could handle him. For those specializing in techniques, Lu Ding would constantly disrupt their casting, preventing them from accumulating enough energy for a finishing move before closing in for the kill. Even if they managed to keep their distance, it would only be a slow, drawn-out death. No one could maintain perfect defense forever. The moment Lu Ding found an opening, his overwhelming strength would decide the fight in a single strike. As for those specializing in raw physical power, they would be bombarded by his relentless slashes, forced into a passive defense. And to make things worse, he could fly. A physically strong cultivator of qi would struggle to even get close to him. And even if they did, Lu Ding's own physical strength was terrifying. At that point, there wouldn't be much suspense about the outcome. The old man simply couldn't understand how one person could be so well-rounded. Was his willpower, his spirit, his talent? Were these things limitless? Signs of defeat began to show. The old man's defenses finally slipped, revealing a brief opening. A slash broke through, slicing deep. Blood sprayed. An arm flew into the air. The old man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without making a sound. Then, he caught sight of Yin Fifan nearby. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he charged straight at him. Yin Fifan flinched in terror. "Don't come at me!" He turned and bolted, but his strength was too low. He couldn't outrun the old man. Just as the old man was about to grab him, Yin Fifan suddenly sank into the solid ground, and the old man's hand grasped nothing but air. "Ah! Old man, your back is wide open. Get ready to gurgle, gurgle, gurgle." Unwillingness filled the old man's eyes. His vision blurred as he fell. He saw his own body standing there, headless, with blood gushing from the neck. So this was my body? I really have gotten old. Lu Ding landed, reaching down to pull Yin Fifan, who had nearly drowned in the ground, back up. "Ugh, bleg, ugh." I need to get my stomach pumped. What's the point of that hassle? Lu Ding grabbed him by the ankles, flipped him upside down, and shook him a few times. Yin Fifan puked even harder, nearly throwing up his entire stomach. Only after he was almost empty did Lu Ding finally let go. That old man was an idiot, trying to grab me. Yin Fifan gasped, slumping onto the ground. Lu Ding looked at his miserable state and couldn't help but comment, "You should learn how to swim, seriously. I'm really afraid one day you'll drown underground. Or, learn to control mud like that old guy." Bro, I phase through walls, not control elements. That's not how it works. All right. Lu Ding looked up at Xie Shunan, who had remained silent. Si Group should give me an explanation for this. Xie Shunan met his gaze directly. Investigator Lu, you heard it yourself. I tried to persuade him to calm down, but he wouldn't listen. This was his own personal decision and has nothing to do with the Si Group. Both I and the Si Group maintain a friendly and cooperative stance toward you and 749. I'm a businesswoman. Si Group is a business. We have no part in this kind of thing. Whether you're involved or not, we'll talk about that later. For now, you can leave. Lu Ding didn't waste any more words. He hadn't forgotten why he was here in the first place. Finding the treasure was the top priority. No need to drag things out. Then I'll take my leave. The Si Group always welcomes you, Investigator Lu. From start to finish, Xie Shuanan's expression remained calm. No fear, no anger, nothing showing on her face. Lu Ding couldn't tell what she was thinking, but it was best if she didn't harbor any ill intentions toward him. He nodded, and Xie Shunan quickly retreated. She got into a luxury car parked outside the security perimeter. The moment she closed the door, she slammed a fist onto the steering wheel, her face darkening. The young ones don't know their place. The old ones don't know their place. This whole Hessian bunch is nothing but a pack of mountain bandits. The times have changed, but they can't change their ways. A bunch of troublemakers. They never think about the consequences of their actions. They all act recklessly and die so easily, but I'm the one left to clean up the mess. Xie Shunan pulled out her phone and made a call. The other end picked up shortly. Dad, tell Grandpa I'm done. I'm not taking over the Si Group anymore. There are 3 other candidates. Let them fight over it. I'm out. Whoever wants it can have it. And those people from Hessian, don't introduce me to any more of them. I don't care who they are, how strong they are, or how glorious their past used to be. This is a new era. Their ways are long outdated. There was a long silence on the other end before a voice finally spoke. Nan, what happened? Xie Shunan controlled her emotions and recounted everything to her father, leaving nothing out. The man on the other end was silent for a while before replying. The Hessian matter, our family will stay out of it from now on. Lu Ding's talent is too monstrous, and his methods and mentality are ruthlessly decisive. He doesn't hesitate when he acts. A man like that is dangerous. Making an enemy out of him isn't worth it. We have no conflict of interest with him. Here's what we'll do. I'll have someone look into what he likes. We'll send an apology gift. Both on the surface and behind the scenes, the CF family will make sure to give him plenty of respect. Xie Shunan gave a neutral in response and hung up. Then she slammed her foot on the gas, speeding off. It seemed like she still hadn't cooled down. Meanwhile, inside the tomb, Lu Ding had been searching for quite some time before finally stopping in front of an unopened burial chamber. Just like Yi Xian and the others before him, he tried every possible method. In the end, he even resorted to brute force. Yet the tomb door didn't budge in the slightest. Just as he was starting to feel stuck, Yin Fifan spoke up from the side. Lu Gu, how about I give it a shot? I can phase through walls. I should be able to get inside. Yin Fifan's ability was finally coming in handy, but the situation inside was still unclear. Plus, he wasn't good at combat. Letting him go in alone made Lu Ding uneasy. Maybe sensing his concern, Yin Fifan pulled a rope from his bag, tying it around his waist as he spoke. Brother Lu, don't worry. This is a special rope I exchanged for at the bureau. It works with my ability. If anything happens when I go in, I'll tug on it. If you feel it move, just pull me out. How about we just forget it? No need to take the risk. We could just go back to the bureau and sign out some explosives to blast our way in. The real issue was that Lu Ding was worried something might happen to Yin Fifan inside. After all, a white-furred Ho had appeared here before. Even though that kind of monster wasn't a threat to Lu Ding, if Yin Fifan ran into one, it'd be like meeting the Grim Reaper in person. Instant death, no respawns. Brother Lu, this might not be what you want to hear, but you killed Yi Xian today, and that old man from the Linghai realm too. You were too ruthless. The higher-ups might punish you for it. If we delay too long, someone else might get here first. Things change fast. I can phase through walls. Worst-case scenario, I just eat a bit of dirt. I'll be fine. Lu Ding understood that reasoning. He'd even thought about it before making his move. But even so, he wouldn't have held back, nor would he have spared those two. An enemy left alive today would only bring trouble in the future. Even if the Bureau punished him for excessive force, he'd accept it. Yi Xian and that old man had to die. No question about it. Lu Ding nodded. Just be careful. If anything happens, tug the rope immediately. Got it, Brother Lu. Yin Fifan stepped forward. The solid stone wall rippled like water as he phased through. Inside, a massive altar plaza came into view. Piles of white bones were stacked like mountains, frozen in various postures. The altar floor was stained with dried blood, its age impossible to determine. Ahead, a giant suspended coffin was bound in midair by 4 thick iron chains, one at each corner. Yin Fifan didn't rush forward. He scanned the surroundings. Aside from the corpses on the altar and the hanging coffin, the tomb chamber was empty. His gaze finally settled back on the coffin. If there's any treasure here, it must be inside. But how's Brother Lu supposed to get in? He could phase through walls, but Lu Ding couldn't. And the stone door behind him wasn't budging. Yin Fifan turned around, searching for a possible mechanism to open the door from inside. It seemed ridiculous. Who would design a tomb so that the door mechanism was inside? But the next second, as he twisted the beast-shaped handle nearby, the stone door rumbled and slowly opened. At that moment, Yin Fifan realized something important. Never underestimate the bizarre logic of ancient people. Someone really had put the door mechanism inside. What kind of idiot does that? As the stone door opened, Lu Ding saw the strange look on Yin Fifan's face. Brother Lu, I've really seen it all now. Who the hell puts the door mechanism inside? Were they afraid the dead might wake up and not be able to get out? Reno Epsilon S. Yin Fifan's sarcasm was cut. His expression twisted in fear. He turned back toward the suspended coffin. Lu, Brother Lu, you don't think whatever's inside is still alive, do you? No way to know, Lu Ding replied as he stepped into the tomb. What if the tomb's owner wasn't willing to just die and left something behind, waiting for the right moment to come back? Lu Ding had never personally seen such a thing, but the 749 Bureau's records documented plenty of cases. Old monsters that had revived. Old monsters that had turned into corpse beasts. Old monsters who tried to reincarnate, but became abominations instead. Not everyone could accept death peacefully without causing trouble. Yin Fifan quietly moved behind Lu Ding. Brother Lu, what do we do now? Climb up there? Or should we just light a candle in the corner? If it changes color or goes out, we run. We're not grave robbers. No, light the candle, ghost blow it out crap. Instead of us going up there, I'd rather bring it down here. Who knew what kind of trap might trigger if they climbed up? The last thing they needed was to open the coffin and get hit with a face-to-face death strike. Lu Ding raised his hand and slashed at one of the chains. Clang! The chain snapped instantly. The coffin swayed violently. Lu Ding followed up with a few more strikes. With a thunderous crash, the massive black coffin plummeted to the ground. The impact shook the entire plaza, cracks splitting the altar floor as dust and rubble rained down. Lu Ding floated forward. With a single kick, he sent the coffin lid flying, revealing what lay inside. A man lay within, clad in armor, his cloak a deep blood red. His face was hidden behind a sinister, ornate mask. His hands rested over his abdomen, showing no signs of decay. His flesh looked disturbingly fresh, as if he were still alive. Something was definitely wrong. Before Yin Fifan could even react in shock, Lu Ding moved. He slashed down with a lethal blow, aiming straight for the corpse's head. In that instant, the mask covering the man's face rippled and twisted, revealing eerie, demonic eyes and a wicked grin. With an unnatural contortion, the figure dodged the attack and flipped upright, its lips moving soundlessly. Boom! Lu Ding lashed out with a whip kick, sending the corpse flying into the wall. Brother Lu, I think it was trying to say something. I don't care. Lu Ding's voice was cold. He raised his hand, channeling his chi. Countless slashes burst forth, sweeping through the tomb in an indiscriminate storm of destruction. He had no patience to listen to whatever this thing had to say. Ghost, demon, spirit, or monster, it didn't matter. If it wasn't human, it had to die. Inside the tomb, the armored corpse twisted and dodged as best it could, but fresh wounds tore open across its body. Its armor shattered, revealing raw, crimson flesh beneath. A sickening stench filled the chamber. Lu Ding didn't let up. Strike after strike, he kept attacking. The undead corpse's movements were slowing down. At that moment, Yin Fifan finally found the corresponding information in the 749 Bureau's archive on his phone. Brother Lu, it's a living shed corpse. It's undergoing its final shedding. Hurry, kill it now before it finishes. A living shed corpse was similar to a zombie, but fundamentally different in nature. According to ancient records, many powerful figures refused to accept their impending death. Before their lifespan reached its end, they desperately sought ways to extend their life, or even achieve resurrection and immortality. The living shed corpse was one such method. It originated from the Buddhist Vajra teachings, which stated, if one is despised and reviled, it is the retribution of past sins, and they should have fallen into the lower realms. But through suffering contempt in this life, their past sins are erased, and they shall attain supreme enlightenment. Thus, laying down the butcher's knife, one may immediately become a Buddha. This doctrine was meant for enlightenment, but later generations twisted its meaning, using forbidden rituals to subvert its principles. Those who had committed great atrocities, mass murderers, warlords, and butchers of men, found this method particularly suited to them. Before death, they would refine themselves into living shed corpses, expelling the poisons of slaughter, resentment, and karmic sin from their bodies. The accumulated malice would congeal into an armor of sin. Shedding this armor was akin to shedding old skin, abandoning their past self, washing away their sins, in hopes of being reborn anew. But the result was never a human being. What emerged was a monster, an undead abomination driven by primal instincts, possessing immense power, feeding on raw flesh and blood. To complete the living shed was to be reborn. Even if the timing wasn't perfect, as long as it finished shedding, it would awaken in an entirely new and terrifying form. However, during this process, the living shed corpse was at its weakest, just like a snake shedding its skin. With Yin Fifan's warning, Lu Ding instantly recalled the details. He shot forward, closing in on the undead. His chi surged violently within him, his power at full throttle. Behind him, the phantom of the flying bear materialized. At this moment, he had already grasped 3/10 of the flying bear's true essence. With sheer brute force, he slammed the living shed corpse to the ground, pinning it down. A living shed is a savage aura filled the air. Lu Ding's fingers curled into claws as he pressed down, tearing through the living shed corpse's flesh, ripping its muscles and bones apart piece by piece. Blood poured out like a river. No matter how hard the undead struggled, the phantom of the flying bear looming behind Lu Ding kept it pinned down, rendering it completely immobile. It could do nothing but endure the brutal dismemberment. Its skin flayed, its bones shattered. Watching this, Yin Fifan felt that at this moment, Lu Ding was even more ruthless than the living shed corpse itself. If given a choice, Lu Ding wouldn't have used this method. It was too crude, too violent. But his path of Jinshe slashes couldn't instantly kill the living shed corpse, and he wasn't about to give it any chance to complete its transformation. So, he had no choice but to use the flying bear slaughtering art, overpowering it and ripping it apart alive. When he stood up, half his clothes were soaked in blood. Then the most beautiful sound rang in his mind. Contain monster, living shed corpse. Reward acquired. Living shed rebirth. Living shed rebirth. Allows the user to regenerate and restore peak condition by shedding their skin. Shed his skin like a living person? Now, that was one creepy ability. But creepy or not, it was practical. Just imagine, an enemy finally manages to seriously injure Lu Ding, only for him to shed his skin and instantly return to full strength. His opponent would probably fall into complete despair. Even though he had obtained yet another high-level technique, Lu Ding still felt somewhat unsatisfied. He came here looking for treasure. Yet after scanning the tomb chamber, all he saw were the torn-up remains of the undead. There wasn't a single artifact to be found. What kind of lunatic gets buried in their main tomb without a single valuable item? It felt like a complete waste of time. Was it really so hard to find a weapon or magical artifact of his own? Brother Lu, don't be discouraged. We may not have found any treasure, but we did eliminate a living shed corpse. The Bureau will definitely reward us for it. Yin Fifan consoled. In Epsilon, they won't give us much. Don't get your hopes up. Lu Ding was realistic about the situation. After all, the living shed corpse hadn't actually escaped or harmed anyone. They were the ones who went looking for trouble. At most, the Bureau would classify it as a preventative mission and give them some contribution points for eliminating a potential threat. If they had captured it alive, they probably would have received a hefty reward. But handing over a fully mastered technique just for contribution points? Only an idiot would make that trade. And Lu Ding was no idiot. I'll take whatever we get. I'm not greedy, Yin Fifan grinned. Then his eyes gleamed with an idea. Brother Lu, I just thought of a way to keep you from getting punished by the Bureau, and we might even get more contribution points. Oh, Lu Ding raised an eyebrow. What's the plan? Yin Fifan smirked. Here's what we do. 749 Bureau, interrogation room. For the second time, Lu Ding sat in the Bureau's interrogation room. The same two staff members sat across from him, holding case files. So, according to your report, you were initially investigating the collapse zone to ensure it was fully clear to monsters. As soon as you entered, you detected the scent of a living shed corpse. At that moment, Yi Xian appeared and tried to stop you. He provoked you, and after engaging in combat, he lost and then threatened you. Because of that, you executed him under the charges of obstructing an official investigation and threatening the life of a 749 Bureau investigator. Then, Huangswood jumped in to avenge Yi Xian and attacked you, leading you to kill him as well, under the charge of attempted murder of a Bureau officer. Finally, with the assistance of intern investigator Yin Fifan, you entered the tomb, eliminated the living shed corpse, and tore it into pieces, successfully resolving a looming crisis for Baofan District. Lu Ding nodded. One correction. I didn't detect the scent of a living shed corpse. I smelled a monster, but I wasn't sure what kind. The flying bear slaughtering art I practice originates from the flying bear visualization diagram. It grants me the ability to track and identify supernatural creatures. That's why I went to investigate. Since I couldn't confirm the threat in advance, I didn't report it to the Bureau beforehand. His expression was calm and serious. This was the plan Yin Fifan had come up with, essentially the same story, but rearranged to shift the sequence of events and the time frame. To anyone unfamiliar with the real situation, there were no flaws in the narrative. And there was a key difference between stumbling upon a monster while treasure hunting and proactively preventing a disaster before it occurred. The latter would be rewarded far more generously. The Bureau staff exchanged skeptical glances. They knew for a fact that Lu Ding practiced the flying bear visualization diagram. Their investigations had confirmed it. So it was plausible that his tracking ability led him to the scene. But there was one detail that stood out. Lu Ding, did you inform Yi Xian that you were investigating a monster when he tried to stop you? Lu Ding shook his head. No. Bureau regulations prohibit disclosing mission details to unauthorized individuals. My jurisdiction is Baofan District. It's my assigned patrol zone. I had no obligation to tell him anything. Besides, why should I? Does every random outsider have a right to know the Bureau's operational plans and movements? His argument was airtight. It was true. But still, did he really have to be this by the book? Not even bending the rules a little? At that moment, the two staff members saw Lu Ding in a new light. He wasn't just ruthless, he was a terrifying combination of ironclad discipline and merciless execution. A strict enforcer of regulations, yet utterly relentless in eliminating monsters and enemies. It made things complicated. In the end, after repeated confirmation and deliberation, the Bureau finalized their decision. Lu Ding walked out of the interrogation room completely unscathed. And on top of that, he received 50 contribution points and 500,000 yuan in compensation. A completely unexpected windfall. Baofan District. Yin Fifan had been waiting outside in the car for a while. When Lu Ding got in, they drove back to Baofan District and took it easy for the next 2 days. For once, nothing happened. No sudden dinner invitations. No surprise revenge attempts. It was as if time itself had hit the pause button. Lu Ding couldn't help but feel like this was just the calm before the storm. After all, he had quite a few unresolved matters. He had killed Yi Xian, who came from Deheshen's bandit gang. He had also taken the wind-fixing pearl, a prized relic of the Tianli cult. One was a den of outlaws. The other was a dangerous cult. Neither of them were pushovers. Yet 2 whole days passed, and neither group made a single move. Something was off. Then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Wen Yuchuan. Someone had just placed a high bid for the wind-fixing pearl. A century-old ginseng doll, a spirit-infused ancient Lingji, a wrathful Qing chicken, and on top of that, 30 million in cash. If it weren't for that last 30 million, Lu Ding would have thought this buyer was asking him to cook up a medicinal stew. Ginseng, Lingji, and a Qing chicken. It was like a mountain goods market haul. But despite how rustic these items sounded, they were all top-tier cultivation resources. Massive tonics. In fact, setting aside the 30 million, each of the first 3 items was just as valuable as the wind-fixing pearl, if not more. Lu Ding couldn't help but wonder who had this kind of wealth and was willing to spend it so extravagantly. When Yuchuan only gave him 3 words, treasure hunters. Well, that explained it. Those guys were notoriously loaded. They spent their lives scouring remote mountains, sniffing out hidden treasures. Wherever there was something valuable, there'd be a treasure hunter nearby. Even before joining the 749 Bureau, Lu Ding had heard of them. Rumors spoke of golden chickens and mystical spirit dolls hidden within stones, only to be fished out by these treasure hunters. They were so famous that even ordinary people knew about them. Among the underground elite, aside from the major powerhouses, these guys were the richest. No one would dare claim second place over them. If you really broke it down, there wasn't much difference between treasure hunters and grave robbers. The only distinction was that treasure hunters had far greater skills. Grave robbers stuck to tombs, but treasure hunters went after everything. Artifacts, spirit beasts, even supernatural phenomena. They were fearless, ruthless, and willing to risk it all. Lu Ding vaguely recalled something the Thousand Gold Elder had once mentioned. Tianli cult raised flying centipedes to produce wind-fixing pearls, and they were working with treasure hunters to capture the Jima beasts of Dingfeng Mountain. And now, those same treasure hunters were coming to him to buy the wind-fixing pearl? Could this be connected to Tianli cult? With these questions in mind, Lu Ding set off for the meeting location, Yunxiang Grand Hotel. Having stood for centuries if star-rated hotels represented overt luxury, this place embodied understated elegance. Inside the private room, 2 rugged young men with wild temperaments puffed on cigarettes while waiting for their guest. Bro, we've got our own jobs unfinished. Do we really need to compete with Cripple Li and the Tianli sect for this? The younger man tore into the braised chicken before them, stuffing a drumstick into his own mouth before handing another to his companion. Open up, he commanded. As his junior opened his mouth, the young man shoved the entire chicken piece, meat and bone, straight in. Watching his subordinates' messy chewing, the arrogant youth sneered. Everything in this world is taken by force. After all our mountain expeditions and life-threatening jobs, haven't you learned yet? In this world, treasures belong to those with greater skill and sharper minds. Remember my words, dogs don't grow fat without eating. Men don't grow strong without greed. My mother died young, and everything that should have been ours was stolen by that bastard Chow Yuan. That's when I understood. I, Chow Ying, would rather die from greed than starve from virtue. That's why I abandoned the comfortable life in Chow Family Alley to hunt treasures in the mountains. Now I've returned after making my name abroad. It's time to bring our old man a proper gift. Those Jima beasts would make a perfect present. Besides, I've heard so much about Investigator Liu that my ears have grown calluses. More friends mean more paths. More wives mean more homes. This deal is profitable any way you look at it. The younger man nodded blankly, not fully comprehending, but accepting his leader's wisdom unconditionally. After all, this was the brother who dug him out from a mass grave. Who else would he listen to? 3 knocks sounded at the door. When Yu Chuan entered with Lu Ding half a step behind. Having some free time today and serving as mutual acquaintance, it was only proper for one to accompany Lu. Ha ha, old one, long time no see. Last time we met was the last time. You gotten fat, huh? Chowing spread his arms for an embrace. When Yu Chuan's face darkened, but he didn't evade the rough hug. Lu Ding studied Chow in closely. Short hair, broken eyebrow, suit worn without a shirt, jade pendant around his neck. An utterly rustic style that his handsome face somehow transformed into roguish charm. Different from Yi Xian's vibe, Chow Ying exuded ruthlessness where Yi gave off street punk energy. As Lu Ding observed, Chow Ying was doing the same. They were surprisingly similar. Neither concealed their edges. But where Chow projected viciousness, Lu radiated unrestrained brutality. This raised Chow's estimation of Lu several notches. He hated dealing with scheming young upstarts. It would ring above Nui. Not that he couldn't play those games. Having survived countless life and death situations, Chow Ying had cunning to spare. If others had eyes in their hearts, he had hearts in his eyes. Investigator Liu, the legend doesn't do you justice. Let's cut to the chase. Business before pleasure, yeah? This straightforward approach suited Lu Ding perfectly. Then let's talk. The 3 men sat. When Yu Chuan remained silent, simply observing, Chow Ying hauled a package from the floor and slammed it onto the table. Everything's inside, Investigator Liu. Take a look. If satisfactory, 30 million hits your account immediately. Lu Ding opened the package. The dried ginseng root lay there with uncannily human features, just smaller in size. Beside it, the Ganoderma emitted fragrant waves. The golden pheasant, tightly bound, glared fiercely with undiminished vitality. Both appearance and medicinal potency were top grade. Lu Ding closed the package. Quality goods, and I trust when Yu Chuan's referrals. But I must warn you, I took these from the Tianli sect. They couldn't take them back from me. But whether they bring you fortune or disaster is your concern. No need to worry, Investigator Liu. Haven't you heard the saying? In our cultivation world, for types you don't provoke, 749 bureau officials, mountain treasure hunters, daylight-walking ghosts, and sky-flying corpses. You're first, I'm second. If they can't handle you, they might not handle me either. Chow Ying's words referenced the unspoken rules. 749 bureau investigators came in swarms if provoked. As for mountain treasure hunters like himself, those who survived the wilderness accumulated both treasures and lethal tricks. No weaklings gained renown in that field. The last 2, daylight ghosts and flying corpses, weren't ordinary threats. Merely surviving an encounter with those was bragging rights for life. Their inclusion here mainly highlighted how fearsome the first 2 categories were. Rumors claimed the first 2 specialized in handling the latter pair, like targeted remedies. Since Chow Ying showed no fear, the rest proceeded smoothly, dining, drinking, exchanging contacts. Lu Ding noted Chow Ying as someone worth remembering before they parted ways. Walking along the nighttime streets with cool breeze and heavy pockets, Lu Ding found himself less excited than expected. Maybe the money felt insignificant now, or perhaps his psychological threshold had risen, or maybe his pursuits had shifted from wealth and fame to cultivation and strength. Penny for your thoughts? When Yu Chuan offered a cigarette, Lu Ding accepted. Tell me, how high must one's cultivation and strength reach before it's considered truly high? When Yu Chuan immediately stubbed his freshly lit cigarette and turned toward his car without another word. Too fucking pretentious. I'm going home to cultivate. Genuinely frustrated. His cultivation time surpassed Lu Ding's tenfold. Yet in combat ability, Lu could defeat him 10 times over without using hands. Considered a genius by others, here he felt like those celestial soldiers standing behind the 4 heavenly kings during Sun Wukong's rampage. Each supposedly peerless talents who could ascend after millennia of cultivation, yet swept aside by Monkey King's staff without even proper screen time. Chao Ying's prowess came from surviving countless deadly situations. That kind of strength made sense. But Lu Ding's power? Incomprehensible. No discernible reason, just pure, undeniable strength. The thoroughly demoralized when Yu Chuan drove off as Lu Ding called after him. Next meal's on me. Make sure there's a next time. Watch your back. Don't get robbed. Lu Ding laughed aloud at the notion. Rob him? They'd pay with their lives. Driving the borrowed security vehicle back, he encountered no obstacles. Yin Fifan was still cultivating, likely realizing his inadequacy might burden Lu Ding. The young man hadn't stopped since leaving the interrogation room. Borrowing a large pot from the security bureau's kitchen, Lu Ding boiled water, slaughtered the pheasant, plucked feathers, chopped meat, and stewed everything together with the ginseng root and sentient Ganoderma. 2 words describe the result: heavenly aroma. Simmering from morning till night, lifting the lid released an ambrosial fragrance. A taste test confirmed perfection. With the first spoonful, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded the chi cyclone in Lu Ding's empty cavity. He took a bowl and portioned some out for Yin Fifan. As for the rest, Lu Ding waited for it to cool completely. During this time, he sat cross-legged to regulate his condition. When the temperature was just right, he rolled up his sleeves, picked up the bowl, and began devouring the contents like a whirlwind, shoveling large mouthfuls in rapid succession. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly erupted into chaos at this moment, gathering into an eye of the storm in the sky above. As the medicinal effects spread through Lu Ding's body, a spiritual energy storm resembling a tornado drilled straight into him. With the protection from the ginseng baby, aged Lingji, and golden pheasant's medicinal properties safeguarding his meridians, Lu Ding had no fear of further damage. With the Heavenman Unity skill activated, he went all out, absorbing as much as he could, gulping it all down directly into his body. One empty cavity chi cyclone after another was rapidly filled. In less than half an hour, Lu Ding's cultivation level broke through from Zhaoxian's 6th layer to Zhaoxian's 7th layer, then to Zhaoxian 8th layer, Zhaoxian 9th layer, until the last empty cavity chi cyclone was filled. All the chi cyclones began rotating uniformly in one direction. An overwhelming heat sensation appeared out of nowhere, rising from the bubbling spring point, passing through the great ravine, crossing the Yang Mound, piercing the sea of blood, before finally gathering at the lower Dantian. Simultaneously, a cool sensation descended from the fontanelle at the crown of his head, entering the divine court, circling the mud ball pill, before heading straight down to the lower Dantian, where yin and yang converged. A crisp cracking sound was heard. A glimmer of light pierced through the darkness of the lower Dantian. Heaven and earth gradually separated. This was the 3rd realm of cultivation, the spiritual sea. Originally, Lu Ding's cultivation speed with Heavenman Unity was already fast, but with the assistance of treasures like the ginseng baby, breaking through to the spiritual sea in one go wasn't particularly surprising. Moreover, at this realm, true cultivation had only just begun. If talent was the first watershed for chi refiners, then the spiritual sea was the second. The larger and more solid the spiritual sea, the more spiritual energy it could store, the higher the quality would be, and the stronger one's foundation would become. The opposite would result in inferior outcomes. At the spiritual C realm, talent, resources, and time were all indispensable. Talent determined the upper limit of the spiritual C's size, while resources determined its lower limit, its solidity and the quality of spiritual energy. B. A newly opened spiritual C was like a dried-up small puddle. Chi refiners needed to liquefy the spiritual energy from their bodies' chi cyclones and gather into the spiritual sea. Subsequently, they would continuously use rare treasures to assist in expanding and reinforcing the spiritual sea. Of course, one could choose not to use rare treasures and rely solely on talent, but this would only result in an inferior spiritual sea compared to others. It was like building a house. Some use 3-cent bricks while others use $3 ones. Some choose to install underfloor heating and soundproofing, while others think a basic structure is sufficient. In reality, only the user knows about the applicability, comfort, and longevity. Lu Ding's talent was unquestionable. What he lacked were resources, various rare treasures with miraculous effects. Apart from relying on his own luck to find these, most could only be obtained through the 749 Bureau. Lu Ding actually had another plan. Having just met Chao Ying, the treasure hunter, he wondered if he could obtain some good items from him to properly construct his spiritual sea. After all, this man was generous with his spending, clearly someone with substantial wealth. Lu Ding wouldn't miss out on the 749 Bureau's rare treasures either, but his current contribution points were too few, less than 100 in total, hardly enough to exchange for anything worthwhile. He needed to think of some solutions, but these were matters for later. What he needed to do now was transform Qi into liquid to fill his spiritual sea, but before that, he had to deliver the portioned chicken soup to Yan Fifan. Whether it was killing the flying centipede in Baiyao ancient town or tearing apart the living corpse in the collapsed zone, Yan Fifan had accompanied him throughout and even contributed strategies. Lu Ding wasn't one to keep all the benefits to himself. Yan Fifan was deeply moved when receiving the chicken soup, vowing to cultivate seriously and break through to the open cavity realm in one go. After offering some words of encouragement, Lu Ding returned to his room to begin transforming Qi into liquid. Time passed minute by minute as the sun rose and set. At nightfall, a white SUV with a raised hood crashed into the Baofan District Public Security Bureau, colliding with several properly parked vehicles before coming to a stop. A woman's figure rushed out from the vehicle. Her face pale with terror, she ran toward the bureau building while screaming hoarsely, "Help! Help me!" The guard from the post ran up to restrain her. Still, the woman kept screaming for help. Soon, a group of officers rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Even Gao Zhengliang was drawn out by the disturbance. He quickly instructed his subordinates to take the woman to an interrogation room. After a doctor administered a sedative, the woman finally calmed down, holding a cup of warm water with a blanket draped over her shoulders. The woman looked at the officers in the room and said tremulously, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm just so scared. They all say I'm crazy, but I'm not. I saw it. I saw everything. My child, my husband, my father-in-law, and my mother-in-law, they're not human. They're not human at all." The officers exchanged glances before finally looking at Gao Zhengliang. Before he could speak, Lu Ding appeared at the door and asked, "What happened?" His room faced the courtyard on the sunny side. The loud crash had disturbed Lu Ding while he was refining Qi into liquid to fill his spiritual sea. Looking out the window, he saw the Bureau's borrowed SUV knocked sideways in its parking spot. Though not seriously damaged, the paint was definitely scratched. Unaware of the situation, Lu Ding was furious and immediately came down to investigate, only to learn that a woman had driven in seeking help and accidentally hit his car. She was now in the interrogation room with Director Gao and others. Thus, Lu Ding made his way there. Seeing him arrive, those at the door quickly made way. Gao Zhengliang stood up and briefly recounted what the woman had said. This time, it was Lu Ding who took a seat. He asked gently, "Can you tell me what happened?" though the terrified woman wasn't in any state to appreciate Lu Ding's handsome features. Having someone good-looking question her did help ease her emotions slightly. My wardrobe eats people. No, 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 not eats people, it switches them. Everyone in my family has been switched. No one believes me. No one believes what I say. You don't think I'm mentally ill, do you? I'm not mentally ill. It's real. It's real. The Linhua Public Security Station didn't believe me and called my husband to take me home. They'll eat me. They'll really eat me. Please believe me. Lu Ding spoke softly. Don't worry. I believe you. Can you tell me what happened? Some of the unease faded from the woman's eyes. Okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. My husband and I have been married for 10 years. Recently, he went on a business trip, and our child wanted to stay with his grandmother during summer vacation. So I sent him there. They were both away from home. I was alone at home. That night, as I was sleeping, I vaguely saw what looked like eyes on the wardrobe. But the room was too dark, and I thought I might have imagined it. I was too scared to check. You know how in movies, when someone notices something strange and goes to investigate, they always get startled or grabbed by something that suddenly appears. So I called my husband. I told him we needed to replace the wardrobe because I saw eyes on it. That wardrobe was bought later because our old one was too small for our clothes. My husband agreed, saying he'd replace it when he returned. He comforted me, saying wardrobes don't have eyes. We video called, and he had me put the phone on a selfie stick to extend it toward the wardrobe so he could see. I did as he said. My husband said there were no eyes, and that if I was really scared, he'd replace the wardrobe when he got back. A few days later, my husband returned. It was too late that day, and we forgot about replacing the wardrobe. That night, as I slept, I hazily saw the wardrobe open, and a pair of slender hands reached out from inside. Then a bald figure in a black shirt leaned halfway out and dragged my husband from the bed into the wardrobe. Just like that, in an instant. Then I suddenly woke up to find it was already daytime. I thought it was just a nightmare when I heard my husband calling me for breakfast from outside. I didn't think much of it until I mentioned replacing the wardrobe again later. My husband got so angry he smashed a bowl on the spot, saying we'd grown attached to it, and why would we replace it now? As she spoke, tears streamed down the woman's face, her eyes filled with sheer terror. She continued, her voice trembling. My husband has always been good to me. Sure, it's normal for couples to argue. We've had our fair share of fights before. But never has he ever argued with me over something like this. That day, we had a huge fight, and then he left for work, leaving me alone to clean up the house. I cried while I cleaned. Later, I called my son. He could tell I'd been crying and asked me what was wrong. I didn't tell him about the argument. I just said it was nothing. Then, somehow, our conversation drifted to the wardrobe. My son said that Grandma's wardrobe was huge and could fit so many clothes. He complained that our wardrobe at home was small and that he didn't like it. He even told me to replace it. I casually replied, "Your dad won't agree to that." Then my son said, "I got second place in my class this time. Dad will definitely agree." After that, we hung up, and I felt a little better. That evening, my husband came home and suddenly told me he missed our son. He asked me to bring him back. I didn't think much of it, so I went to pick him up, but after he came home, at some point, I started to feel like he had changed. He became quiet, too quiet. He stopped talking as much, and then he started attacking other children. At this point, Lu Ding interrupted for the first time. "So how did you realize your husband and son had been switched? And what about your in-laws? Weren't they not at your house? How'd they get replaced too?" The son situation was easy enough for Lu Ding to piece together. After the woman hung up, the child must have told his father about the conversation. And because the child had brought up replacing the wardrobe, a forbidden topic, the thing pretending to be the father must have made her bring the child back, and then swapped him out. But what about the others? How did they get replaced? The woman lifted her head, her lips deathly pale, completely drained of color. I remember it clearly. That day was a Thursday. My son was playing outside in the complex when he bit another child. And it wasn't just a bite, it was bad. The property management called me and my husband. I arrived first. The first thing I did was apologize to the other child's parents. Then I asked my son, "Why did you bite him?" He said the other kid smelled really good. He couldn't help himself. That's when I knew something was wrong. But I hadn't connected the dots yet. On the way home, my son acted scared of my husband. I even joked, "Did Dad scare you?" My husband said no, then suddenly changed the subject. He said he missed his parents, and that our son must be missing his grandparents too. He asked me to call them and invite them over to stay for a while. Alpha Nigeria and I thought it was a good idea. I'd been feeling exhausted lately, and having my parents around to help take care of our son would give me a break. So, the next day, I asked them to come over. With my husband at work and my parents taking care of our son, I finally got some proper rest. But that day, when I woke up from an afternoon nap, my husband, my son, and my parents were all gone. I called them, texted them. No one answered. I got worried, so I opened an app on my phone that lets me track my son's smartwatch. The app shows his location history and real-time movements, and it also lets me listen in through his microphone without him knowing. I had bought a long time ago because I was always terrified of child traffickers. When I checked the app, my son's location showed he was still at home. But I'd already searched the entire house. There was no one there. So I activated the live audio feed on his smartwatch. I didn't even get a chance to speak. Grandpa and Grandma's meat is too tough. It's not good to eat. That's what my son said. The woman swallowed hard, her throat dry. Then I heard my husband's voice. He said, "You can't just eat people whenever you want. If you can't control yourself, I'll put you back inside." The moment I heard that, my instinct screamed at me. I thought of the wardrobe. I ran over and threw it open, but there was nothing inside. All the scattered thoughts in my mind suddenly pieced together in that moment. My husband, my son, they weren't them anymore. I was terrified. I ran to the Nehua Public Security Office and told them everything. I could see they didn't believe me, but still, they agreed to accompany me home. The moment we opened the door, I saw my parents and my son sitting inside, watching TV. I couldn't believe it, but I didn't understand. My parents had already been eaten, so why were they alive and sitting there? The officers told me I was under too much stress. My husband said the same thing. He told me to quit my job and rest. But when I turned my head, I saw my parents staring at me with eerie, sinister smiles. Their eyes were filled with hunger, like they wanted to swallow me whole. They locked me in the house. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. They even called a doctor to prescribe me medication. Then, one day, they all went out again. I knew it. I knew it. They had gone to eat more people. I broke free from my restraints and ran away. Look, look, see these marks on my wrists? These are rope burns. I'm not lying. They are not my family. Please, please, save my son. Save my husband. I beg you. No one believes me. No one. But monsters are real. They really exist. She raised her trembling hands, showing the deep red welts where the ropes had cut into her skin. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. They all knew monsters were real, but they couldn't say it out loud. Lu Ding had already understood the situation. He took out his ID and spoke in a calm voice. "Miss, don't be afraid. And don't panic. I'm with National Security. You know what that means, right?" The woman snatched the ID from his hand, flipping through it carefully. She stared at the official seal, then at the photo of Lu Ding on the card. Her eyes filled with desperate hope, nearly overflowing. I know what National Security is. I know. Good. Then listen to me. Stay here and wait. I'll go investigate your home. That wardrobe of yours. I don't care if it's a real monster or a fake one. I'll smash it to pieces. I just hope you won't ask me to pay for it. Is that okay?" The woman nodded furiously. No, I won't make you pay for it." She didn't expect Lu Ding to outright agree with her about monsters. Even though it was something she had personally experienced, she had never actually seen her husband or son transform into anything inhuman. Since childhood, she had been taught that monsters did not exist. But she also didn't want Lu Ding to deny her story, because there was simply no other way to explain what had happened. When Lu Ding said he would destroy the wardrobe, the woman broke down sobbing. He gestured for a female officer to take care of her, then stepped out of the room. Gao Zhongliang followed. "Director Gao," Lu Ding said, "keep an eye on the witness's mental state. I'm heading to Dinghao Complex. If anything happens, go get Yin Fifan. Due to the possible danger of this situation and considering that Yin Fifan wasn't particularly strong, Lu Ding had no intention of bringing him along. A monster that possessed human intelligence could seamlessly replace someone's identity and had been living undetected among humans for so long. There was no way it was anything good. It was better to go alone. Even in the worst-case scenario, if he couldn't defeat the creature hiding in the informant's house, Lu Ding was confident he could escape. But if he brought Yin Fifan along, that wouldn't be so certain. Don't worry, Patrol Officer Lu. You go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. You be careful too. Outside, the sky was dark and visibility was low. Lu Ding responded with a simple, okay, then leaped out the window and soared into the sky, pushing his wind-fixing art to the limit. How could driving ever be faster than having a cheat ability? Gao Zhengliang was so shocked that his mouth fell open unconsciously. In that moment, all the myths and legends he had ever heard suddenly became real. The faces of all the legendary protagonists in those stories merged completely with Lu Ding's image in his mind. So, cultivators of qi could actually fly? Lu Ding sped through the sky above Bao Fan District, his eyes burning with fury. He wanted to see for himself what kind of creature dared to cause trouble in his patrol district. And it even pulled off a cat swap for the prince scheme, walking around openly, going to work like everything was normal. Did it really think Lu Ding was that easy to fool? Meanwhile, on the other side, outside Dinghao Complex, Dong Xinrui had just finished moving into her new home. She was taking her golden retriever, who had been cooped up all day, downstairs to relieve itself and get familiar with the neighborhood. But as soon as she stepped outside, she ran into a group of elderly folks playing with their grandchildren. Kids naturally loved to play, and golden retrievers were the ultimate people-loving dogs. When the two met, it was like a turtle spotting a green bean. Instant connection. No matter how hard Dong Xinrui tried to pull back, her golden retriever was determined to play with the kids. Luckily, she had put a muzzle on the dog before heading out, so there was no risk of it accidentally hurting anyone. The elders reassured her, saying it was fine to let the dog play. Since they didn't mind, she loosened the leash, allowing the dog to have fun while she mingled with the elderly folks, chatting away, gossiping, listening to stories, occasionally gasping in surprise. As the conversation drifted toward personal lives, the elders started talking about people they knew who had passed away. Dong Xinrui had lost her grandfather just last year, so she chimed in. Sai, my grandpa was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He always told me that birth, aging, illness, and death are things everyone has to face and that I should learn to accept it. I used to think I was pretty open-minded, but when it actually happened to me, it took me half a year to get over it. A with ring above new ES. Especially since, right before he passed, he called me to his bedside, had me take his pulse, and calmly told me, this is the absolute pulse. Then, after those words, he breathed his last. The elderly folks around her nodded, praising her as a filial granddaughter. The conversation then shifted to traditional Chinese medicine. One of the elders spoke up first, mentioning that they had been having trouble with their appetite lately, and asked if Dong Xinrui could check their pulse. She was a bit eager to try, but she made it clear, I'm not very skilled. I can take a pulse reading, but I can't prescribe medicine. Just take it as a fun experiment, okay? The elder said it was fine. So, she reached out and took their pulse. One person turned into 2, then 3. Most of the elders were in good health, just some common age-related issues. A few had some health problems, but nothing serious. Until one elderly woman pulled her husband over. Miss, can you check my husband? He used to be quite talkative, but now he barely says a word. And he doesn't eat well either. Dong Xinrui placed her fingers on his wrist. That's not right. Why wasn't there a pulse? Did she make a mistake? Grandpa, give me your other hand. Up until now, she had only been using one hand to check pulses. She had confidence in her skills. But this time, she had encountered someone with no pulse at all. She suddenly felt a little hot and anxious. Just to be sure, she used both hands this time. She pressed down. Still no pulse. Holy sh*t, this was some creepy stuff. A living person without a pulse? That wasn't something to joke about. But she couldn't just say that out loud. How was she supposed to explain it? Grandma, let me tell you something interesting. Your husband, well, his pulse isn't beating, but he can still move. Pretty bizarre, huh? Making up an excuse about needing to tidy up her new home, Dong Xinrui grabbed her dog and left in a hurry. Back at home, the more she thought about it, the less it made sense. She had seen it with her own eyes, a living person, yet no pulse. She messaged her best friend to ask about it. The reply came back bluntly. Isn't it obvious? A human with a beating heart, but no pulse. Either a zombie or a ghost. Congrats, girl, you just hit the jackpot. That's some rare stuff. Quick, record a video, and you'll go viral for sure. The friend said it casually, but to the one hearing it, it was anything but. If she weren't the one who had actually experienced it, she would have laughed it off as a joke. And just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Already on edge, Dong Xinrui jumped up from the couch in fright. Who is it? No response. The doorbell stopped ringing, but the next second, knock, knock, knock. Dong Xinrui's voice instinctively rose. Who is it? Still no answer. Summoning her courage, she tiptoed toward the door. As she approached, whatever was outside seemed to sense her presence and stopped knocking. Her heart was about to leap out her throat. Slowly, she pressed her eye against the peephole. A blurry gray fog, nothing else. She let out a long breath. I'm scaring myself. I'm just scaring myself. They must have knocked on the wrong door. Dong Xinrui patted her chest, tried to calm herself down. But at that moment, a thought flashed through her mind, one she wished had never appeared. She muttered to herself, but I did hear knocking. It wasn't my imagination. If there really was knocking, then why didn't the motion sensor light outside turn on? To confirm, she pressed her eye against the peephole again. This time, amidst the hazy gray view, 2 white dots appeared. Dong Xinrui's pupils shrank instantly. White dots. That old man from earlier. His eyes had white dots too. It was one of the elders from before. The light hadn't failed to turn on. The old man had pressed his eyes right up against the peephole, blocking the light. I see you. Bang. The elder's voice overlapped with a deafening crash. A massive dent appeared on the sturdy security door. The sheer force of the impact was terrifying. In that instant, Dong Xinrui knew this wasn't human. There was no way the thing outside was human. She fell backward in terror, covering her mouth to keep from making a sound. She could only scramble to her feet and crawl away in panic, desperately trying to grab her phone and call the authorities. But it was too late. The security door was torn open, leaving a gaping hole. The old man's expression remained eerily blank as he squeezed his body through the gap, his flesh tearing against the jagged metal edges. As blood and shredded skin peeled away, he muttered over and over, I see you. A wave of despair crashed over Dong Xinrui. In all her 20-something years of life, when had she ever encountered something like this? And then, behind her, from the floor-to-ceiling window, a second voice echoed the same chilling words. I see you too. 21st floor, outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Dong Xinrui's body stiffened, her face drained of color, and her mind froze. Slowly, she turned her head. She saw a man floating in midair, arms crossed as he approached. The large window in front of her silently shattered into hundreds of pieces, cascading down in a shower of glass. A breeze brushed past her face. The scene before her blurred for a split second. Then, as if teleporting, Lu Ding appeared directly in front of the old man, his feet hovering just above the ground. He raised a hand, gripping the old man's forehead, channeling his spiritual energy inward to probe. On the outside, it still looked like a human body. But on the inside, something else had taken over. Simply put, this was nothing more than a monster wearing human skin. Beneath the surface lay an ancient, malevolent ghost. Lu Ding tightened his grip. The old man's face twisted in agony. Lu Ding's voice remained calm, without a hint of emotion. Where's the original old man? Oh, ate him. Ate him up. Too old. Kinda tough to chew. Lu Ding slapped him across the face, knocking out all his teeth. Maybe the problem is your teeth suck. His grip tightened. The old man's head burst like a watermelon. Blackened chunks of flesh splattered across the floor, mingled with oozing green pus and blood. Lu Ding flicked the filth off his hand. A notification flashed across his golden finger panel, silent but clear. Obtained, colorless crystal shard ×1. Colorless crystal shard, a condensed form of pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, containing refined soul power. Can be used to replenish energy, enhance realm progression, and boost combat strength.OBE. Looks like this thing's rank was too low to be worth storing. No spell rewards, just these low-tier, colorless crystal shards. Lu Ding wasn't greedy. Profit was profit, but this wasn't the real reason he had come. The real target wasn't small fry like this. He turned to look at Dong Xinrui, who was still completely frozen in shock. While flying over earlier, he had seen her standing terrified in front of the window. That was why he had stopped to save her. Which floor is this? The fear in Dong Xinrui's heart had mostly faded, leaving only lingering dread. She stammered out a reply. This is the 21st floor, apartment 2109. She didn't know who this man was, but she understood one thing clearly. He had just saved her life. If not for Lu Ding, she might already be dead at the hands of that thing. So, ghosts really do exist in this world. I have other places to go. Stay inside and don't go anywhere. Dong Xinrui nodded frantically. She didn't even need the warning. After witnessing that monster, there was no way in hell she was stepping outside before daylight. Forget taking the elevator or walking down that pitch-black emergency staircase. She wasn't doing any of that. As Lu Ding floated toward the broken front door, preparing to leave, Dong Xinrui instinctively called out, "Where are you going? There are more of them in this building. I need to clean up." The moment she heard there were more monsters, Dong Xinrui visibly trembled. Be careful." Lu Ding floated away, and the broken door collapsed behind him. The moment he was gone, Dong Xinrui bolted in her bedroom, locked the door, and curled up in bed, shaking like a leaf. Outside, Lu Ding went straight for the emergency staircase. The woman who had reported the case at the bureau earlier said her family lived on the 19th floor, apartment 1911. That was his next destination. Descending to the 20th floor, just a few steps away from reaching the 19th, a young man stood frozen behind the emergency exit door. When he saw Lu Ding floating, there wasn't the expected human reaction of fear. Instead, he looked annoyed. His tone was impatient. "How many times has the commander told you? Be careful. Be careful. Don't stand out. Don't do anything that draws unnecessary attention. We're supposed to be keeping a low profile, stockpiling resources, and waiting for the Ghost Festival. What the hell are you doing? It's only a few more days. Couldn't you just wait? What? Are your damn legs just decorations? Can't you climb some stairs? If you really had to, you could have just taken the elevator. Damn it. After all this time, you still haven't learned how to use an elevator? What a waste of a perfectly good body. Speaking of which, your body does look pretty good, but why do you seem unfamiliar?" Lu Ding didn't interrupt. "Commander, Ghost Festival, stockpiling resources, staying hidden." This guy was definitely talking about the mastermind behind all this. "Commander, so the leader of these monsters was from ancient times, probably some kind of military official, and even had a title. And the Ghost Festival? That was the Hungry Ghost Festival. Were these things planning to do something big on that day?" Lu Ding didn't waste time. In a blink, he closed the distance, grabbed the young man, and slammed him into the wall. The concrete cracked from the impact. Slash! A clean cut. The young man's arm rolled onto the floor. Pain twisted his face, and he opened his mouth to scream. But Lu Ding clamped down on his jaw, fingers crushing his mandible with a sickening crack, preventing him from making a sound. "Now, you answer my questions. If you take too long, you'll see your own brains. Who is this commander you're talking about?" The ghost inside the man's body smirked, eyes filled with mockery. He had no intention of answering. Lu Ding kept his word. The ghost's skull popped open, and his brain matter splattered across the pristine white wall. Lu Ding casually flung the corpse aside. "Loyal bunch, huh? Whatever. I'll just find out myself in 1911. Outside apartment 1911. Lu Ding hovered in front of the door. With a single kick, the entire doorframe shattered, revealing the scene inside. A family of 3 sat at the table, eating. 2 elders, 1 child. If nothing had gone wrong, this should have been the woman's in-laws and her child, the people she had reported missing. The moment the 3 creatures saw Lu Ding, they froze. Their eyes filled with even greater confusion when they noticed he was floating. What was he? A human? Or was he one of them? Because in their understanding, humans couldn't fly. The old man slowly stood up. What manner of demon are you? This place is the garrison of the Pei family army. Leave at once, and I shall spare you. Lu Ding laughed. What manner of demon am I? T. He was a righteous and upstanding citizen, and somehow he was the one being called a demon. In a blur, he instantly closed the distance, kicking out with a powerful strike. The old man flew backward, slamming into the wall so hard that his body embedded itself into it. A large spray of green pus and blood burst from his mouth. Beside him, the old woman sprang up, attempting to attack. Lu Ding raised a hand. A cold gleam flashed. From bottom to top, under the dim lighting of the room, the reflection of her shadow split into 3 parts. A second later, countless long, twisted shapes scattered onto the floor. Her body had been neatly dissected. Lu Ding grabbed the child that had been replaced by a monster. Before he could do anything, the ghost embedded in the wall, still unable to move, let out a choked, broken cry. I'll let go of the young master. Come at me instead. With a single slash, Lu Ding severed both of the ghost's legs at the root. Quit acting like some loyal retainer protecting his master. If someone walked in on this, they'd think you guys were the victims here. If you wanted to let him go, then start talking. Otherwise, this little bastard is going to die, piece by piece, right in front of you. Crack! Lu Ding ripped off one of the child-sized monster's arms with brute force. At this moment, he was more ruthless than the monsters themselves. Aha! Dad! Lu Ding sneered. Shut up. You could scream for your grandpa, and it wouldn't matter. And you're still calling for your dad. I'll talk. I'll talk. You can ask me anything. I'll tell you everything. Just hurry up and ask. Lu Ding turned his head, the brutality in his eyes making the old ghost, a monster himself, tremble with fear. What's the name of your commander? His full name? And why are you stationed here? The old ghost was surprisingly cooperative, answering without hesitation. Our commander's surname is Fong. Given name, we are stationed here to await the revival of the general. I advise you to leave immediately, or you will suffer greatly when the commander returns. The child in your hands is none other than the commander's son. Fong Du. Never heard of him. I'll check 749's records later for historical documents. As for the general's revival, Lu Ding tore off another arm from the little ghost. I don't like being threatened, and I don't want to hear empty threats. Now tell me, where did your commander go? Where is your general? What's his name? When will he revive? I'll talk. Blood kept pouring from the old ghost's mouth. But right now, he couldn't afford to care about that. The commander left tonight to find his wife. The lady was set free by the young master. Our general's surname is Pei, given name Z. He was known as the Jade-Faced General of Duanling. He will revive when energy is at its peak during the Ghost Festival. As for his exact location, I don't know. The commander doesn't know either. But we do know that the general is somewhere in Yanhai. Lu Ding's expression turned strange. He didn't know who this Pei Z was, but Jade-Faced General. He recalled that the living shed corpse he had taken down seemed to be wearing a jade mask. Lu Ding tested his suspicion. Then I probably know who he is. Your general. Was he buried using a secret suspended coffin method, with a jade mask on his face? The old ghost's face showed utter shock. Yes. How do you know? Have you seen our general? So it really was him. This was an unexpected way to solve a huge problem. Lu Ding twisted off the little ghost's head, separating the corpse from the skull, and casually tossed it aside. I've seen your general. Actually, that's not accurate. More precisely, I dug up his coffin and killed him. He died, just like this little bastard, shattered into pieces, without even a full corpse left behind. You. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. You wretched brat, talking nonsense. How could the general? Before he could finish, Lu Ding walked right past him into the bedroom. Behind him, a severed head slowly rolled into view, frozen in an expression of unwillingness and fury, forever locked in that moment. Nigerian Nairo Beta. A yellow wood wardrobe stood before him. This was the wardrobe the police report mentioned, the one hiding a monster. But no matter how Lu Ding looked at it, this didn't seem like the kind of artifact that could house an evil spirit. Raising his hand, he struck the wardrobe open. Blood began seeping from the broken sections. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building started to tremble. If Lu Ding had been outside, he would have seen that the building he was in had begun to flicker uncontrollably. It was like watching an old VHS tape with poor contact, flashing, glitching, overlapping, freezing. Inside the wardrobe, which had appeared empty at first, an ancient, cracked door suddenly materialized out of thin air. A stream of energy leaked out. Looking through the door from the outside, Lu Ding could see a room, identical to the bedroom he was standing in. Domain overlap. Lu Ding spoke aloud, recognizing the phenomenon. Domain overlap, something only powerful ghosts could create. The living and the dead occupy separate realms. The living exist in the Yang realm. The dead exist in the Yin realm. In myth, the Yin realm was home to the 10 kings of hell, Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence, and other underworld deities. Unlike the Yang realm, the Yin realm followed its own rules. And the Yin domain was something condensed from the power of powerful ghosts. A Yin domain's creation reflected the ghost's own law of existence, rewriting the very rules around it. For example, living beings need falling from a great height means death. That's a rule. The human body is mostly water. That's a rule. But a creature that creates a Yin domain gains the ability to rewrite the rules of its own domain. Though limited only to the Yin domain itself, and only once the rules were set, they couldn't be changed again. A Yin domain could exist independently or attach itself to an object in the real world. Yin domain overlap happened when the balance between the attached Yin domain and reality was disturbed, causing them to merge. The wardrobe door was now the connection point between the Yin domain and reality. Lu Ding could feel the overwhelming Yin energy surging inside. Outside, chaotic footsteps echoed. Lu Ding understood immediately. He had alerted the ghosts within the Yin domain. And inside this building, the people who had been replaced by monsters were also on the move. Downstairs, apartment 706. A woman, about to go to bed, looked up in shock. Her husband, who had just been in the bathroom washing up, suddenly bolted naked out of the room, sprinting toward the front door. Apartment 514. An old woman, exhausted from the day, had just tucked herself in. Her husband, who usually needed a wheelchair to go outside, suddenly sat up straight and ran toward the door with unnatural speed. The old woman stared, completely dumbfounded. Was she hallucinating? This bizarre phenomenon repeated itself throughout the building. Some were alone. Some involved entire families. But every single person who suddenly started running, they all had the same destination. Apartment 1911. Meanwhile, outside the Baofan District Public Security Bureau, a car was parked on the roadside. Inside, a man gripped the steering wheel, his gaze locked onto the police station in front of him. "My lady, you weren't supposed to discover this secret. My love for you is as true as heaven and earth. Why? Why must you do this?" As he spoke, his expression twisted with rage. Armor began materializing over his body. His ordinary middle-aged face transformed into one covered in scars and murderous intent, a terrifying, ghostly visage. This man was the commander the old ghost had spoken of. Following his wife's aura, he had tracked her all the way to the police station. A fierce internal struggle played out in his mind. He loved her, but she had now tried twice to interfere with his plans. With a heavy heart, he had no choice but to silence her forever. But before he could storm the police station, he suddenly felt something shift. Someone had broken the wardrobe in 1911. The balance between the Yin domain and reality had collapsed. The domain was now exposed to the human world. The man instantly flew into a rage, his massive body bursting through the human skin disguise he was wearing. You deserve to die. I don't care who you are. You must die. At this moment, he no longer cared about the people inside the Public Security Bureau. He shot straight through the roof of the car, black mist swirling around him as he soared toward Dinghao Complex in the distance. Apartment 1911. Lu Ding pulled out his phone and dialed 749's manual dispatch line. Hello, this is Lu Ding, patrol investigator of Yunhai's Baofan district. I need to report a situation. Understood. Please proceed. In Baofan district, Building 5 of Dinghao Complex, a domain overlap has occurred. A powerful ancient ghost is stationed here, stockpiling resources and gathering troops. Domain overlap. Inside 749's headquarters dispatch department, a headset-wearing staff member leaped to his feet, shouting in alarm. Instantly, everyone's attention snapped toward him. Investigator Liu, please hold your position as long as possible, or retreat now and wait for reinforcements to arrive so we can take down the creature together and seal off the domain. Lu Ding turned his head. The creatures that had replaced the living had already reached his door. The moment one of them stepped through, a violent slash attack erupted. Walls, door frame, and monsters, everything exploded into pieces. Retreat isn't an option anymore. Get people here, Toklian, this up ASAP. This situation is going to get out of hand fast. The moment the call ended, the entire dispatch department sprang into action. Quick, check if there are any investigators near Dinghao residential area. Send immediate backup notices to Dinghao residential area. Issue emergency alerts immediately. Notify investigators from nearby Anong District, Looting District, and Taisher District in Baofan area to head there at once. Inform the cleanup team to head to Dinghao residential area immediately. Ensure no monsters escape. Complete eradication is mandatory. Activate satellite surveillance, communication jamming, internet monitoring, roadblocks, and emergency coordination protocols. Have local authorities trigger earthquake warnings and prepare seismographs. Downtown areas required much stricter protocols than other locations. When phenomena like dimensional overlaps occurred in places like Dinghao residential area, protecting civilian lives and property became the absolute priority. Road closures were essential, while internet monitoring prevented dimensional breach information from leaking online. The seismographs and earthquake warnings served as post-operation cover. Should casualties occur, natural disasters provided the most plausible explanation. The state would provide comprehensive compensation through various channels. The 749 Bureau moved with lightning speed. Lu Ding couldn't afford to slow down either. Over 100 human-replacing monsters swarmed through the building's floors. Lu Ding stood guard at apartment 1911's entrance, unleashing full firepower. His slash attacks mowed down charging monsters like a harvester through wheat. The sheer force of his strikes left deep gashes across the hallway walls, floor, and ceiling outside 1911. Yet the external threats weren't the most dangerous. The real menace came from within the overlapping dimension. Dimensional overlaps required time to fully manifest when occurring unconsciously. Until complete synchronization, the ancient ghost trapped inside could only emerge through 1911's bedroom wardrobe portal. Lu Ding simultaneously slaughtered incoming monsters while blocking entities trying to exit the dimensional rift. He showed no discrimination. One head popping up meant one decapitation, two meant a double kill. Like the god of war himself, he camped the spawn point for endless slaughter. RA with tilde new beta. Bam! A powerful kick sent a ghost flying. The spectral creature had barely survived countless slashes to reach Lu Ding, only to get punted through the wall into apartment 1910 before launching any attack. The unit's original occupants had long transformed into monsters Lu Ding already exterminated. Corpses piled around him, minced flesh carpeted the floor. Lu Ding hovered above the carnage, arms extended at his sides, He radiated overwhelming presence, a battlefield sovereign standing invincible, completely controlling the situation with effortless dominance and arrogant confidence. The hallway slaughter concluded with Lu Ding's slashes cutting through remaining monsters like hot knives through butter, without the slightest resistance. Only the dimensional rift's ghosts remained. Lu Ding taunted from his choke point. "Come on, charge again!" With the dimensional overlap incomplete, his mission was trapping and exterminating these entities before they could emerge. The dimensional monsters hesitated momentarily. But these were vicious spirits forged through countless battles, creatures who had already died once. Death held no terror for them. A half-rotted monster in heavy armor stood among the spectral ranks, glimpses of bone visible beneath its plating. It rasped orders in a gravelly voice. "Shield wall advance." Spear's second rank. Axe's third line. Ghostly shield-bearers formed phalanxes, rusted spearheads protruding between gaps, while others raised cleavers overhead. A military formation worthy of elite mortal troops. Boom, boom, boom. The shield wall advanced methodically, each step shaking the ground with terrifying momentum. Lu Ding remained unfazed, his gaze locked on the armored ghost commander. "So you're the officer here?" "Loose," the armored ghost barked. Spears flew from behind shields with frightening velocity straight at Lu Ding. Glancing at the wardrobe portal behind him, Lu Ding shook his head slightly. Forget blocking. Slaughtering them would be simpler. He summoned howling winds with a raised hand, deflecting the spear volley. His wind-fixing art served more than flight. It could conjure gales to enhance his aerial speed. Lu Ding accelerated to maximum velocity. Streaking into the dimensional rift, a spectral, flying bear materialized behind him as he smashed into the ghostly formation. Shock and awe. The monstrous flying bear projection carried Lu Ding through the spectral ranks, pulverizing these once-elite warrior ghosts. Casual strikes from Lu Ding shattered shield-bearers and their barriers alike, spraying gore in all directions. A single horizontal slash cleared 10 meters of enemies like harvesting wheat. Two ghostly shield-bearers formed a platform for their commander, who leaped up wielding a spiked bronze warhammer, his tiger-engraved armor clanking as he executed a mountain-splitting overhead smash aimed at Lu Ding's skull. "However fierce you are, you'll just become another soul beneath my hammer." Bam! The armored ghost's face twisted in shock. Lu Ding simultaneously caught the spear thrust at his chest and blocked the hammer strike with his other hand, showing no strain whatsoever. Loud mouth, weak arms. Come back after a few more lifetimes of training. Both hands clenched simultaneously. The spear shattered. The hammer exploded. The flying bear phantom roared, unleashing shockwaves infused with spiritual energy that scoured the armored ghost into nothingness. Armor fracturing, flesh disintegrating, bones powderizing. The spectral bear's sweeping attacks sent dismembered limbs flying everywhere. Contained entity, hammer ghost chieftain, containment reward, thunderous heartbeat drum. Thunderous heartbeat drum. Transform energy into hammers, flesh into drums. Can shatter internal organs through resonant vibrations or temper the body by drumbeat cultivation. Historical military records described how certain dynasties' armies would gather annually around massive drums taller than men. Soldiers wielding 100-pound mallets could earn silver for 10 strikes. Join commanders' retinues for 20. 50 strikes qualified one as drum captain, battlefield signal officers. This was no safe ceremonial position. Only the most formidable warriors could handle both the drumming and protecting the drums, similar to banner guard units, though less elite. The hammer ghost chieftain manifested from such a brutal drum soldier's afterlife. Finally, a worthy reward. Eager to test his new technique, Lu Ding immediately channeled energy, transforming it into a hammer strike against his own body. Boom! The dull drumbeat generated visible shockwaves that detonated charging ghosts in waves, painting the air with gory mist. When Fong Du, who had burst through his human disguise, came crashing back through 1911's shattered window, he found only dismembered corpses and carnage. Every single ghost soldier he deployed had been utterly annihilated. Lu Ding sat on the only clean spot left on the sofa and said, "As the commanding officer, you fled the battlefield, leaving your subordinates to be slaughtered like worthless trash. Tell me, how does that make you feel now?" Fong Du's body trembled. His eyes swept across the narrow room once more, now thoroughly stained with blood and flesh. This was the very place where the human before him had annihilated all his replacement soldiers. Fong Du looked at Lu Ding, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "What about inside?" Lu Ding crossed his legs leisurely, propping his chin on one hand. "All dead. Didn't leave a single one for you. The scene outside was bad, but inside was worse, blown to pieces. Remember that drummer bodyguard of yours who carried a hammer?" Fong Du already had a suspicion in his heart, but until he heard the confirmation from this overwhelmingly oppressive man before him, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Then Lu Ding added with a mocking expression, "He died even worse. Couldn't even leave chunks behind, pulverized into powder." "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Ding's laughter was maniacal, his expression arrogant as he stood up and rummaged through a pile of corpses nearby, picking up a spherical object. Look quickly. This is your son. Screamed so pitifully when he died. I gave him special treatment, you know." Lu Ding tossed the headless ghost skull into Fong Du's arms. Fong Du caught it with trembling hands. Lu Ding's voice continued, "Everyone else got a quick death, one strike, no pain. But him? First I tore off his arms, then his legs. Saved the head for last, twisted it right off. You heard right, twisted. Ripped it clean off with my bare hands." His tone was playful, like a mischievous child tearing apart a toy, casual and relaxed. Combined with his exaggerated expressions, he successfully shattered Fong Du's psyche. "Hey, Fong Du's scream tore from his throat as ghostly energy erupted around him. "You monster! Harm shouldn't reach wives and children. He was just a child." Lu Ding immediately shot back. "Bullshit. Your child is a child. Others' children aren't. Your son can't be killed, but you can slaughter entire families. It with ring above Nui, and you pulled that cuckoo bird trick, switching babies. Be grateful I was too angry to torture your little bastard properly. If I'd been calmer, I would have flayed him 1,000 cuts." Perhaps because Lu Ding was emotionally detached, he couldn't fully comprehend a parent's grief at losing a child. So all he could do was make this creature experience the same loss. Let it truly empathize with those who had filed the reports. Killers must pay with their lives. That was true in the past, and remained true now. "I'll kill you." Energy surged as Fong Du raised his hands, condensing it into a massive ghostly palm that slammed down toward Lu Ding. A vertical slash cut through, instantly splitting the ghost hand in two. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. Couldn't protect your son. Couldn't protect your soldiers. Now you want revenge, but find you're powerless against me. Does it hurt? Despairing? Die. Just die. Fong Du, mad with rage, ripped up floorboards and hurled them. But just like before, they were reduced to fragments before reaching Lu Ding. This creature had replaced living people, slaughtered entire families. Lu Ding wouldn't let it die so easily. Physical torture would have little effect on a fierce general turned ghost. But Lu Ding's words were different to Fong Du. They were soul-crushing, striking directly at his weakest points. Son alive, then dead. Soldiers gained, then lost. Wife returned, then gone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even Lu Ding felt he might be a bit cruel, but he quite enjoyed the feeling. This was exactly how such beasts should be treated. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Avenge my soldiers and my child." The scattered energy began coalescing around Fong Du as he lost all reason, forming heavy armor around him. A massive black warhorse materialized beneath him, its hooves aflame, eye sockets empty except for ghostly fires. Fong Du mounted the steed. Energy condensed into an 18-foot lance in his hands. He leveled it under his arm as spectral images of ancient soldiers materialized behind him, each armed with blades or spears, all pointed at Lu Ding. The warhorse stamped its hooves, then charged, Fong Du thrusting his lance forward with rolling in energy. The next second, Lu Ding raised his hand and caught the lance blade barehanded. Fong Du couldn't believe it. Which of them was the real monster here? Even after becoming a ghost with enhanced power, even when he'd been alive, he'd never encountered anyone who could catch his cavalry lance barehanded on foot. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Fong Du strained, but Lu Ding didn't budge an inch. His expression relaxed. See? This is your strongest attack, and it's still so weak. With skills like this, you think you can kill me? Couldn't protect your son. Couldn't protect your soldiers. And now, can't kill me either. With terrifying strength, Lu Ding crushed the lance shaft and yanked hard, pulling both Fong Du and his horse off balance. Then Lu Ding pivoted, delivering a kick so fast and vicious that the energy in the room was blown backward by the force. In that moment, Fong Du saw Lu Ding's expression magnified in his vision. Brutality, ruthlessness, and the utter indifference of strong. Boom! The kick sent Fong Du flying, smashing through the entire wall behind him. Half his body was pulverized, all from a single kick, demonstrating the terrifying power behind it. The sensation of death flooded over him again like a tide. Fong Du clawed desperately at the air as his life flashed before his eyes. His spectral warhorse, falling alongside him, was torn apart by some immense force, scattering flesh and blood. Lu Ding shot through the debris, planting his foot on what remained of Fong Du's chest. The combined forces of gravity and Lu Ding's kick merged, launching both man and ghost like a cannonball from the 19th floor straight down to the ground. At the same time, reinforcements from the 749 Bureau had just arrived in the neighborhood. 6 investigators total, drawn from 3 nearby districts. Damn it. Why are we being sent to handle overlapping domains? This is suicide. Baofan District has incidents every day. Why can't my district have something happen? Ming Jun and Bei Heguang were useless, always making mistakes. But now Lu Ding and Yin Fifan are even worse. Xiao Xiong, that's not fair to say. They're our colleagues, and this is our duty as 749 investigators. A girl with twin pigtails, sucking on a lollipop, wearing a baseball jacket and hot pants with combat boots, bounced along ignoring the speaker as she walked beside a black-hooded youth carrying a rifle slung over his shoulder. Brother Xuanning, don't you agree with me? Xuanning, one of the survivors from the Baiyao ancient town incident, nicknamed Little Tyrant, had been escorting injured officers to the city for treatment when Lu Ding arrived. Thus they'd never met. After news of the wind-calming pearl incident broke, Xuanning had nursed a grudge. But faced with Lu Ding's terrifying track record, he'd never dared confront him. Until recently, when he'd broken through to the 9th level of Zhaoxian realm, confident he could now defeat even a spiritual sea cultivator. Emboldened, he'd volunteered to patrol the district adjacent to Baofan. Xuanning had been waiting for this moment, a chance to settle things with Lu Ding over the Dingfeng Pearl incident. Now, the opportunity had finally come. With his long bangs partially covering his eyes, the teenager exuded confidence in his own strength. His tone was casual as he spoke. Lu Ding? He's just a scavenger. Nothing but an overrated name. Today, I'm not just here to deal with this domain overlap. I'm also here to... Boom! Before he could finish, a deafening crash erupted nearby, like something had just fallen from a great height. But no one was paying attention. The dust settled. Lu Ding had literally stomped Fong Du in half. His upper and lower body were completely separated at the waist, intestines spilling onto the ground. Seeing that Fong Du still had a sliver of life left, Lu Ding glanced toward the group in the dust cloud before lowering his voice. I heard from you, men. You were all waiting for your general to revive, weren't you? Fong Du no longer had the strength to speak. He could only breathe in ragged gasps, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but also a trace of mocking laughter. Unwilling, because he lacked the power to kill this monster of a man before him. Mocking, because no matter how strong this man was, once the general revived, he'd end up as nothing more than another soul sacrificed to his blade. The general would avenge him. He swore it. Lu Ding saw right through his thoughts and leaned in slightly. Don't bother hoping. Your general died before you did. And yeah, I was the one who killed him. I pried open his coffin, dug up his grave, ripped him apart piece by piece right inside his burial chamber. No, no. Fongdu wanted to deny it. But in the next second, Lu Ding's boot came down and crushed his skull. There's nothing impossible about it. You're the general. You were both just unlucky. Your plan fell apart because you ran into me. Containment acquired, General Shah. Containment reward, General's armor technique. General's armor technique. Summon the armor of a fallen general, merging with it seamlessly. The armor, infused with battlefield malice, repels ghosts and demons alike. In ancient records spanning 5 nations, General Shah was mentioned, a phenomenon where a general's armor, drenched in blood, became spiritually awakened, absorbing battlefield slaughter and malice. When buried together with the general, it could result in the formation of a General Shah, a spectral entity bound to the armor itself. For this reason, later generations strictly forbade generals from being buried with their armor. Fongdu, whatever era he was from, must have either forgotten this rule or simply didn't care. Or maybe he died in battle, merging with the armor purely by accident. Either way, he became the General Shah. As for the general's armor technique, it was a well-known ability in the 749 Bureau, easy to use, incredibly versatile, and visually imposing. Not only did it enhance a user's combat abilities, speed, and strength, but each person who used it had their own unique manifestation of the armor. Lu Ding was curious. What would his general's armor look like? But now wasn't the time to experiment. He had clearly heard what those people outside were saying just now. Footsteps approached through the dust cloud. A group of 6, all of them tense. Then, something shot through the smoke. A shadow flashed forward. Xue Ning instinctively blocked with his spear. Crack! An immense force slammed into the weapon, right at its center. Xue Ning's palms split open from the impact. His spear bent, and he was sent flying backward, tumbling over a dozen meters before finally planting his weapon into the ground to stop himself. Lu Ding hovered 2 inches above the ground, his gaze indifferent as he looked sideways at Xue Ning, whose spear tip was now dragging limply on the floor. You call me overrated? Lu Ding's voice was calm, almost lazy. And yet, you can't even hold onto your weapon, barking behind my back, but you crumble in front of me. The air around them grew heavy. This was Lu Ding, brother Xue Ning. The lollipop-chewing girl gasped, throwing caution aside. She hurled several throwing knives straight at Lu Ding's face. Snap! 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 Lu Ding casually flicked most of them away with his fingers. One, however, he caught between his fingertips. Then, he flicked it back. If the girl's throwing knives were as strong as handgun bullets, then Lu Ding's return shot was a sniper round. Single shot, high precision, devastating impact. The knife pierced through her collarbone, out the other side, and continued flying, embedding itself deep into a tree in the Dinghao complex's greenery. The sheer force of it lifted the girl into the air, sending her crashing into a flower bed. Thud! Lu Ding floated over, looking down at her. You called Ming Jun and Bei Heguang trash. Said Yin Fifan and I were even worse. Get up. I'm willing to treat you as a worthy opponent, so fight me. The girl, nicknamed Little Bear, didn't dare respond. She was struggling to breathe, let alone talk. Lu Ding's overwhelming presence was suffocating. Not only had he caught her knife with his bare hands, but he had thrown it back with enough force to nearly cripple her. Right now, who was the real weakling? Xue Ning tightened his grip on his spear. Picking on a girl? What kind of man are you? Fight me instead. Before he even finished, Lu Ding was already in front of him. Another kick. Xue Ning didn't even have time to react. He was blasted backward, slamming into the wall. Bones shattered. Lu Ding hovered in front of him. Fight you? Who do you think you are? You blocked my first kick because I held back. But now, the same attack, you didn't even see it coming. If you're weak, just admit it. Hold it in. Endure. That's how the weak survive. He turned toward the girl, who was still clutching her shoulder in pain. You, next time you see me, take a different road. Or I might just cut out your tongue. The man who had earlier tried to stop the girl from talking stepped in front of her, facing Lu Ding head-on. Investigator Lu, we're here to help you. Isn't this a bit too much? Too much, Lu Ding scoffed. Then, as if talking to himself, he muttered, the strong exist to crush the weak. That's just how the world works. Snakes eat rats. Mantises hunt cicadas. Humans are different only because the strong choose to show restraint. But that doesn't give the weak the right to provoke them. If she dares talk sh*T, she should be ready to face the consequences. You at least try to be rational, so I answered your question. But if you keep standing in my way, then in the next second, Lu Ding lifted his hand, pointing to a flower bed 10 meters away. That's where you'll be lying. The man swallowed hard. Lu Ding was as terrifying as the rumors said. No worse. He wasn't just brutal toward monsters. He wasn't just ruthless toward enemies. Even when dealing with his own allies, he gave no leeway. The girl peeked out nervously from behind the man, voice trembling. I understand. I won't talk sh*T anymore. I'm sorry, Investigator Lu. I apologize. With that, Lu Ding was satisfied. All right, someone take her to the hospital. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield, cooperate with the cleanup team when they arrive, and maintain order at the scene. He wasn't staying here a second longer. His body was covered in monster blood and battle grime. The stench was unbearable. He needed to get back to the Public Security Bureau for a shower ASAP. With that, he turned and soared into the dark sky. Once again, the onlookers' shock deepened. He can fly. When they had seen him hovering earlier, they assumed it was some minor chi manipulation trick that allowed him to ride the wind. No one had imagined he could actually fly. The difference between floating and flying was massive. One of the reasons ghosts were notorious in the 749 Bureau was their bizarre abilities, especially their natural ability to float. The stronger they got, the faster they flew. If a fight turned south, they could just zip away, vanishing into the sky. If cultivators of chi could also fly, ghosts wouldn't be such a problem compared to the endless variety of bizarre monsters out there. Unfortunately, flight techniques were incredibly rare. Most people never even got the chance to learn them, let alone develop the sheer chi reserves needed to sustain flight for long periods. But Lu Ding could fly. This realization hit them like a tidal wave. As the dust settled behind them, Fong Du's corpse was finally exposed. Even though he was dead, his rapidly decaying remains still exuded a chilling aura. Just getting close made them shiver. This thing was the monster behind the Domain expansion. If nothing unexpected happens, there's no way there was something even stronger, right? If there was. The speaker paused, glancing around nervously before continuing. If there was, this whole complex would have been leveled before Investigator Lu even got here. They chatted in low voices, still shaken. Before long, the cleanup department arrived. Each member was dressed in black, wearing gas masks, and carrying heavy gear. Some took photos. Others started the cleanup. Then, when they entered apartment 1911 and saw the battlefield on the 19th floor, every single one of them had the same thought. This must be what hell looks like. Severed limbs, rotted flesh, pools of festering blood. The deep slash marks carving through walls, floors, and ceilings told the story of an unimaginable battle. Did a single person do all this? An intern investigator doing this alone? They couldn't believe it, but they had to believe it, because aside from Lu Ding, there was no one else. The battle scars told the truth. This was all his doing. Someone stepped into apartment 1911. Their boots sank into the rotting flesh, pulling up strands of sticky gore. That was why Lu Ding had floated instead of walking during the fight. Sure, it looked cool, but more importantly, it was disgusting as hell. Photos of the battlefield were immediately sent back to 749 Bureau headquarters, triggering an uproar. 749 didn't hide post-battle reports. They made them public. Why? To motivate weaker investigators. To send a message to enemies. Don't mess with us. The 749 Bureau is filled with monsters of our own. But today, as Lu Ding's battlefield photos were posted, every investigator who had joined in the past year started asking the same question. Are we even doing the Year 1 combat trials this year? F asterisk 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 that. Who the hell is going to fight Lu Ding? You? Me? Him? If I face him, I'm not even going to pretend. Just going to surrender immediately. Hesitating for a second would be disrespecting his kill count and title. Alpha Nu Beta Epsilon. How the hell is this guy still an intern investigator? That's just bullying. Hurry up and get promoted. We were having a good time pecking at each other as weaklings. First, we had Bohemian, then Wenrushu, and finally Tantai Sienue forming a three-way dominance. Everyone basically expected them to be the top three in this year's trials. Now, this corpse-shattering Taishui Lu Ding just pops up out of nowhere. Sure, we're not ranking anywhere near them, but at least we get a front-row seat to the bloodbath. The top three get elite training. Now that there are four of them, one is definitely getting knocked out. They're going to be at each other's throats. A sweet voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Gidge, what's the year one combat trials? They turn around. A girl in a white dress stood under the light, smiling softly, like a first love from youth. For those who had never had such a first love, well, congratulations. Now they did. If Lu Ding were here, he'd immediately recognize her. Ji Yinshuang, the second miss of the Ji family. After the Linggu incident, Ji Yinshuang had awakened her cultivator of Qi talent. During her debriefing with the cleanup department, they had discovered her potential. She volunteered to join 749 Bureau shortly after. Today, she had just finished picking up a request form to take a trip home to visit her sister and father. Then she overheard someone mention Lu Ding, which piqued her curiosity. With just one polite gidge, the investigators rushed to answer her question. The Year 1 Combat Trials is a tournament for investigators who've been in 749 for less than a year. Another added, new recruit from the past month can also join the next year's tournament since they wouldn't have had enough time to train for this one. A third chimed in, there are 10 prize slots. The 4th to 7th place rewards are all solid, but nothing game-changing. But the top three get to enter 749 Bureau's elite training programs. It's a way to identify and nurture high-potential investigators. Ji Yinshuang tilted her head, thinking, so this year's competition is intense. Intense? That's an understatement. Let me put it this way. Those three we just mentioned, they're all monsters. Tantai Sienue, also known as Jade Guanyin, has awakened the great Guanyin life form. She's a total powerhouse. Just recently, she fought a serpent spirit in Ninglong City, one that was on the verge of evolving into a flood dragon. She fought so fiercely that she destroyed a dam in the process. And she held it off until reinforcements arrived, forcing the serpent to flee. That spirit was at the level of a Linghai 9th realm cultivator of Qi. If it had successfully evolved, it would have rivaled the Divine Palace realm expert. Think about that. She went up against something that's strong and held her ground. You still think she's not a monster? Ji Yinshuang nodded. But didn't Lu Ding already kill a veteran Linghai realm cultivator while still in the Zhaoxian realm? The investigator, another person, added to the conversation. Then listen to this. When Rushu, the gentle immortal official, as his title suggests, he's warm and kind, comes from a billionaire family, and more importantly, he awakened two innate abilities. He was once hunted down by a cultist Linghai realm powerhouse, and, while trapped in a desperate situation, broke through to the Linghai realm mid-battle and turned the fight around, killing his pursuer. Just stepping into the Linghai realm, and he could already slay someone at the same level. What do you think? Strong enough? And he's a dual ability user. Ji Yinshuang thought for a moment. When did this gentle immortal official join 749? Around last September. The incident I just mentioned happened in May this year, the man answered truthfully. But Lu Ding only joined 749 in August this year, and he still managed to kill a Linghai realm veteran while only at the Zhaoxian realm, Ji Yinshuang pointed out. Second guy. Yeah, sure, Lu Ding is strong, but Bohemian is even stronger. Their achievements are nearly equal, their mentality and methods are on the same level, but Bohemian has been cultivating for months longer. When two people have equally terrifying talent, time becomes the deciding factor. Ji Yin Shuang. I heard he got put in confinement. Third guy. He'll be released. Ji Yin Shuang. But I thought only the top 3 mattered. The other 2 can't even beat Lu Ding. Man, damn, that logic was bulletproof. It was like running from a wild beast. It didn't matter if you could outrun the beast. The real question was, could you outrun the people next to you? Seeing the 3 guys suddenly fall into awkward silence, Ji Yin Shuang realized she might have taken things too seriously. She quickly bowed and apologized. Sorry, Gidge. Investigator Lu saved me, so I just naturally think he's the strongest. I didn't mean any offense. My bad. The men opened their mouths as if wanting to say something, but in the end, they just let it go. No wonder she was speaking up for Lu Ding. Thinking about it carefully, she wasn't wrong. Lu Ding really was terrifyingly strong. Unreasonably strong. A complete monster. The only reason they didn't bet on Lu Ding was because they were scared of him. Sure, Bai Heman's title and record were brutal, but at least he didn't go around tearing people apart limb by limb. By the time they snapped out of their thoughts, Ji Yin Shuang was already waving goodbye while walking away. Damn, she's beautiful, has a great personality, and even apologizes for her tone. Sweet talker, graceful, always calling us Gidge. Damn it, why don't I have a little sister like that? Seriously? You guys already used up all the compliments. What am I supposed to say now? Damn bastards. Baofan District Public Security Bureau. After returning, Lu Ding gave Gao Zhongliang a detailed report of the incident. Then he took a shower and headed to the interrogation room, where the woman who had reported the case was waiting. She hadn't slept. She had been waiting for Lu Ding's return. Standing outside the interrogation room door, Lu Ding felt uneasy. Even when facing a ghostly army in a Yin domain, he had never felt like this. But now, he really didn't know what to say. How was he supposed to put this? Your husband, son, father-in-law, and mother-in-law are all dead. Not even ashes left. But not saying it wouldn't change anything. Finally, he had no choice but to steel himself and push open the door. The moment he stepped inside, the woman stood up, her expression frantic, her voice trembling. Officer, and my husband, what about my son? We're there, with our monsters. The female officer beside her quickly helped her sit down, gently trying to calm her down. Lu Ding stepped forward and took a deep breath. Ms. Chung, your family was killed. But I avenged them. I tore the monster to pieces. I ripped its son apart limb by limb. You. He couldn't finish the sentence. The woman's face froze. She didn't scream or cry like he expected. Instead, there was just silence, exhaustion, and emptiness as she collapsed back into her seat. Before, even through her fatigue and fear, there had been a sliver of hope in her eyes. Now, gone. All of it. Like a dead, stagnant pool of water. Her tears rolled down her face. She tried to speak, but the tears came first. I know. I already knew. I suspected it, but I still clung to a foolish hope. If they became monsters, then if I were a monster, I wouldn't let them live either. Thank you, officer. Thank you for avenging them. She stood up. Her steps were steady, no longer weak and trembling. When can I leave? I want to see my home. Lu Ding gave her a general description of the house's condition. She smiled. It's all right, officer. I don't need compensation. You're a good person. Can I know your name? Lu Ding. My name is Lu Ding. She engraved that name in her heart. Then she bowed deeply to him. Her actions, voice, and expression all made it clear. She had no will to live anymore. Lu Ding could tell, but he didn't know what to say to comfort her. It felt like a heavy weight was stuck in his chest, suffocating him. In the end, all he could do was walk out of the interrogation room with heavy steps. He went to the dimly lit stairwell, lit a cigarette, and watched the embers flicker in the darkness. One after another, he smoked until dawn broke through the sky, the cigarette ash falling to the ground. Footsteps approached. Gao Zhongliang walked in, looking at Lu Ding. Investigator Lu, our sub-bureau at Yinxing has reported that some of our public security officers were taken hostage by the Wuzong Shangxi. Bad luck never comes alone. Monsters cause trouble, and now people were stirring up trouble too. Lu Ding flicked the cigarette away, the ember bursting into sparks as it hit the ground. He was already fuming, with nowhere to vent. And these Wuzong Shang-Shi bastards wanted to mess with him now. Gun them down, grab them all, line them up, and mow them down with machine guns. Gao Zhongliang flinched. He gave Lu Ding a few glances, then lowered his voice and slowed his words. I don't think execution is quite the right approach here. I just meant, since you're a cultivator of qi, and we, as the Public Security Bureau, don't have jurisdiction over cultivators, could you help negotiate and get our people back? Just moments ago, Gao Zhongliang had received a call from the head of Yinxing's Public Security Bureau. Apparently, some officers had stumbled onto an illegal trade between Wuzong Shangxi and Jinla Kingdom operatives while investigating fruit smuggling in Baofan District. A conflict broke out, and the officers were taken hostage. The Public Security Bureau chief knew about cultivators of qi and understood that he couldn't handle this alone, so he escalated it to Gao Zhongliang. But when Gao Zhongliang sent a message to Wuzong Shangxi, they read it and ignored it completely. Gao Zhongliang had no choice but to come to Lu Ding. If he could have handled this himself, he definitely wouldn't have bothered Lu Ding, who had been exhausted from an entire night of fighting. You want me to negotiate? Lu Ding glanced at him, then slowly shook his head. This isn't negotiation, this is a rescue. He still remembered the last time he ran into Tang, who from Wuzong Shangxi. Back then, Tang who had arrogantly said, "New officers always try to throw their weight around. If you don't know your place, you're asking for trouble. Watch yourself." Perfect. Time to settle old and new scores together. Where's Wuzong Shangxi? Take me there. Hearing Lu Ding's tone, void of any emotion, Gao Zhongliang's heart sank. Oh no, something bad is about to happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wuzong Shangxi, located in Baofan District, Wanjia United Street. This place was also known as Wanjia Complex. As mentioned earlier, Baofan District used to be the most prosperous area in Yanhai. While it was no longer number one, it still ranked among the top. Because of its glorious past, Baofan District became a melting pot of all kinds of people, good and bad mixed together. Wanjia Complex was a prime example. It used to be like a shanty town, with houses crammed together, stacked one atop another. Later, the government wanted to demolish it, saying it was too dangerous, but they couldn't get it done. The project dragged on for over a decade. Eventually, when the government realized demolition wasn't going to happen, they handed the project over to private developers. That's when the four founders of He Group made their move. Teaming up with the biggest landlords in Wanjia Complex, they forcibly tore the place down and rebuilt it with dense high-rises. This was their promise to the residents. He Group made its name through this project, officially stepping into the real estate industry. Now, it had expanded into multiple sectors. Wuzong Shangxi was nestled right in Wanjia Complex. Though the name suggested a single district, the population was easily several times greater than 10,000. With such a densely packed community of people from all over the country, conflicts were inevitable. Differences in customs and cultures led to frequent strange and supernatural incidents in the past. That was how Wuzong Shangxi got its start, solving these problems for the residents. Technically, these issues could have been reported to the local security office, which would then escalate them to 749 Bureau. But Wanjia Complex housed many people who preferred to stay off the radar. Reporting to the authorities wasn't an option for them. Over time, Wuzong Shangxi became something like the neighborhood's guardian deity. Their incense offerings were overwhelming. On the 1st and 15th of every month, the massive incense burner, big enough to fit several people, had to be emptied multiple times a day. That's how strong their presence was. This was also why Tang, who didn't take Lu Ding seriously. Confidence. With the immense spiritual energy fueled by these incense offerings, the old spirits residing within the three Tang brothers had grown unimaginably powerful. But 3 people alone weren't enough. They recruited other qi cultivators, forming Wuzong Shangxi together. More people meant more resources were needed. Money could always be earned again, but the materials required for their rituals were consumed at a rapid pace and weren't easy to obtain. Major powers had their own supply chains. But what did Wuzong Shengxi have? Even their names suggested they weren't using ordinary materials. Things like placenta pills, human bones, human blood, and even stems and body parts of protected animals and plants. These things were hard to acquire domestically. Small amounts could be legally obtained, like human blood. Every year, the National Blood Bank refreshed its stock, and ritual work didn't require a specific blood type. For placenta pills and human bones, hospitals and other shady places could provide them. The paperwork was technically legitimate, but the supply was limited. And as for protected species, that was even trickier. But hey, Jinla had everything. In bulk, fresh or aged, whatever you needed. Wuzong Shengxi saw an opportunity. Of course, they couldn't report to 749 Bureau, saying they needed to go to Jinla to buy these materials. So, they secretly arranged their own supply channels. For years, their transactions went smoothly. Until this time, they got caught. A security officer inspecting fruit shipments happened to open one of their crates, only to find boxes full of animal parts, bones, and even skulls. Any normal person would be horrified at the sight. Security officers were people too, and so Wuzong Shengxi caught them on the spot. Inside Wuzong Shengxi's headquarters, the glow of ritual lamps cast a reddish hue across the room. 3 golden statues stood high on the altar, draped in ceremonial scrolls, absorbing the thick incense offerings. A man stood bare-chested. A vivid tattoo of a tiger descending from the mountains covered his back. His feet moved in sacred steps, hands forming ritual gestures, his eyes turning pure white. This was Tang Hu, the second in command of Wuzong Shengxi, the tiger descending the mountain. Taking a burning incense stick, he dragged its ember along his muscled chest, face, abdomen, and arms before biting down on the glowing tip. Tang Hu chewed with relish. In an instant, his white eyes turned amber, his entire aura shifting into something wild and untamed, like a beast from the mountains. The security officers tied up nearby were shaken by the sight. This cult leader actually seemed to have real power. Only one of them remained unfazed. Spitting out the rag stuffed her mouth, she snapped furiously, "Pah, a bunch of cultists. Do you even know what kind of crime it is to detain security officers? I'm telling you, think carefully, release us and turn yourselves in. Maybe you'll get a lighter sentence." The woman's sharp voice rang through the room. Her name was Yin Bieshi, an officer from Yinxing Public Security Bureau. Her mother was in politics, her father in business. She had connections. But her work ethic was undeniable, efficient and thorough. Her only flaw? She was too fiery. Her words alone revealed her straightforward, hot-tempered nature. Some might call her reckless. After all, in a situation like this, tied up, facing such an overwhelming force, she still had the guts to talk back. But that was exactly the kind of person a security officer needed to be. If you were an ordinary citizen suffering from injustice, and you happened to encounter her, you'd be in luck, because she'd fight for you. And she wouldn't stop until justice was served. She had connections and a strong sense of justice. Calling her a modern-day, righteous official wouldn't be an exaggeration, even if she tended to overstep her authority. Tang Hu emerged from his trance, accepting a towel from a subordinate to wipe the sweat off his face. Lighting a cigarette, he crossed his legs and scrutinized Yin Bieshi. "Hey, idiot, do you really think you're the one in control here?" Tang Hu sneered, raising his thumb and pointing to himself. "It's me. I'm in control. And talking to me like that. You're not afraid I'll make you suffer a little?" "Suffer? Come on, kill me. Let's see if you've got the guts. You think I'm scared of a smuggler and a cult leader?" Her words made Tang Hu pause. He'd seen stubborn people before, but never someone as hard-headed as Yin Bieshi. She had a point. As arrogant as he was, even he wouldn't dare kill a security officer. Detaining one and killing one were 2 very different crimes. His plan had been simple. Intimidate them into keeping their mouths shut. Make them forget what they saw tonight. Make sure they didn't file a report. Because if word got out, Lu Ding would come knocking. He and Lu Ding were already at odds. Previously, when Wuzong Shengxi bought ritual materials, Most patrol officers turn a blind eye, but Luding never joined them for drinks. His stance was unclear, and his infamous reputation only made Wuzong Shengshi more cautious. The Ghost Festival was approaching. They were running low on supplies. That was why they'd taken a gamble, arranging the shipment from Jinla. And now, thanks to these damn security officers, everything was falling apart. Tang Hu's patience snapped. Reaching into the incense burner, he grabbed a handful of ash and rubbed it between his palms, infusing it with secret arts. So you got a hard mouth, huh? A handful of incense ash scattered across Yin Bieshi, and in an instant, a searing pain, as if her entire body was being burned, consumed her. Yin Bieshi clenched her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down like rain, yet she didn't let out a single scream. Tang Hu watched. Still holding out? Keep holding out. Let's see how long you can last. What? Planning to get out of here, get a medical report, and come after me later? A cold sneer crept across his face. You're thinking too much. You'll only feel pain, but you won't have any wounds. No matter how advanced the medical equipment, they won't be able to detect what happened to you. But if you cooperate, swear to keep quiet about tonight's events, and sign an affidavit, I'll let you go. Otherwise, before he could finish, boom, the entire door, along with its frame and part of the wall, exploded into splinters. Luding walked in. Continuing where Tang Hu had left off, he asked, otherwise, what? His gaze swept over Yin Bieshi, who was enduring the torment. With a simple wave of his hand, a cool breeze passed through the room, enveloping her. The scorching pain vanished, but the fear lingered. In those mere 10 seconds, she had felt as though she were burning alive, tortured without the mercy of unconsciousness or death, pure agony. But he had saved her. She looked at Lu Ding and the man standing behind him, Gao Zhengliang. She didn't recognize Lu Ding, but she had seen Gao Zhengliang before, the director of Baofan District Public Security Bureau. So, did the director call him here? Lu Ding frowned slightly at the exhausted Yin Bieshi. In novels, the protagonist always arrived at the perfect moment, preventing the victim from suffering any pain. Why didn't it work that way for him? Lu Ding, what do you mean by this? Tang Hu demanded, you smashed up Wuzong Xingshi's place, beat up my people. If you don't give me an explanation today, I don't care if you're 749 or a corpse-shattering Tai Shui. You're not leaving. In Epsilon. At his words, the Qi cultivators in the room immediately surrounded Lu Ding. Lu Ding's expression remained calm, utterly unmoved. His voice was indifferent as he declared, threatening a 749 investigator, attempting to assault a 749 investigator, unlawfully detaining law enforcement officers, torturing officers of the law, multiple charges combined. As a 749 patrol investigator of Baofan District, I sentence you all to death, effective immediately. The moment his words fell, so did his blade. This was the same devastating slash attack that had torn through hundreds of ghosts the night before. A sharp slicing sound rang through the air, the unmistakable noise of flesh and bone being severed. Blood erupted, flesh scattered. Before anyone could react, it was already over. Lu Ding stepped forward. Behind him, Gao Zhengliang hesitated, half raising his hand as if he wanted to stop him. But Lu Ding was too fast. His killing intent was too absolute. Before Gao Zhengliang could even open his mouth, before he could make a single move, everyone in the room had already been dealt with. Lu Ding took a seat, raised his hand, and in that instant, the 3 divine statues and scrolls on the altar shattered into dust. He scoffed, what kind of wild gods dare to sit behind my seat? On the ground, Tang Hu was left with only half his body, his upper torso propped against the blood-soaked floor, his screams choking in his throat. Lu Ding looked down at him. There's your explanation. Satisfied? You weren't the one saying I was just some newbie burning 3 ceremonial fires? Weren't you asking why I acted so high and mighty? Well, here's your fire. And now you understand why I act like I do. So now, tell me, what the hell were you thinking? Who gave you the guts to capture a security officer? Who gave you the audacity to threaten me? His tone was light, casual, like chatting with a friend over tea. Except this place was no cafe, and the man before him was not his friend. HHH, Tang, who wheezed, inhaling sharply through the pain. Behind him, the swirling smoke carried the faint scent of sandalwood, dispelling the stench of blood. A massive tiger's head loomed within the mist, its features so lifelike it seemed poised to pounce. This was the old spirit inhabiting Tang, a mountain lord who had passed his tribulation and descended from the peaks, a ruler of the wild, whose very presence made beasts scatter and evil retreat. Lu Ding sneered. You want to fight? Then come in your true form. Killing this flimsy chi form projection is a waste of my time. Get lost. Roar. Behind Lu Ding, a bear's head manifested. With a single furious bellow, the entire mountain spirit shattered. Tang, who caught in the blast, was flung against the wall, rolling to the ground. His injuries overwhelmed him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why you win, Lu Ding? You're the real deal. The corpse-shattering Tai Shui really is unmatched in brutality. This time, Tang, who was truly convinced, and he had no choice but to be convinced. He was already severely wounded. If he didn't receive treatment soon, this very hall would become his grave. But that wasn't what Lu Ding wanted to hear. Answer my question. Who gave you the guts? The suffocating pressure returned. Tang, whose body trembled. The fear of death gripped his heart, worsening his injuries. Another mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. And no one. I was wrong. I shouldn't have captured the security officers. I shouldn't have threatened you. Please spare me. Good. Lu Ding pressed a button on the law enforcement recorder strapped to his chest. That was Tang, whose confession. Then, Lu Ding raised his hand, and a half-body on the floor split in two. Dead. Beyond dead. Lu Ding had fulfilled his sentence. Multiple charges. Death penalty. Immediate execution. As for the others in the room, they had knowingly attempted to assault a 749 investigator. Their deaths weren't even worth mourning. Silence. The few surviving security officers, including Gao Zhongliang, stood frozen. Their Adam's apples bobbed, struggling to swallow the nausea rising in their throats. Everyone was dead. All of them. And right before their eyes. This young man had wiped out every single one of them. Yet none of them could say a word. Because just three numbers, 749, were enough to explain everything. They might not know much about 749 Bureau, but they had heard the rumors. And today, they had met a living member. Gao Zhengliang's face was filled with bitterness. What the hell do I do now? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have called Lu Ding. And now, so many people were dead. Instinctively, Gao Zhengliang tried to count the bodies. But all he saw was a room full of mangled flesh, no bigger than the size of a palm. There was no counting this. He hadn't taken note of how many people were here when they arrived. Gao Zhengliang sighed, completely defeated. To hell with it. I give up. Yin Bieshi, regaining some of her strength, forced down the nausea in her chest and spoke hesitantly, Lu. But she couldn't get the rest of the name out. Lu Ding reminded her, call me Investigator Lu, Officer Lu, or just Lu Ding. Any of those will do. Investigator Lu, isn't this against the rules? Shouldn't they be handed over to the courts for trial? That question made Lu Ding laugh out loud. He had seen stupid people before, but he had never seen someone this spectacularly stupid. You handle ordinary people. I handle people like them. Ordinary people have their own laws, and people like them are bound by a different set of laws. What I'm doing is legal and justified, but you didn't say it was by the book. Yin Bieshi caught the loophole. Lu Ding rolled his eyes at her. Mind your own damn business. Don't be ungrateful. If you can't keep your mouth shut, go to sleep first. Listening to you talk is annoying. No, I didn't mean anything by it. I just don't quite understand, that's all. Sorry, but I really can't fall asleep. She genuinely had no other intentions. She simply didn't understand. Everything happening now completely contradicted her worldview and the education she had received since childhood. Lu Ding flicked a stream of qi at her acupoint, and she immediately collapsed, unconscious. Now you can sleep. Chief Gao, you have Tang Long and Tang Bao's contact information, right? Call them back and tell them to come see me immediately. The reason he wanted the other two to come was simple. He wanted to see how they would react. If they reacted well, he'd observe them further. Though he was inclined to eliminate them completely, 749 Bureau didn't operate on guilt by association. He couldn't just kill them for no reason. But if their reaction was bad, perfect. He'd uproot the problem entirely. All three brothers could take a trip down the Yellow Springs together. As for whether the Bureau would punish him for the deaths of Tang, Hu, and the other cultivators of Qi, just like he had said, and like Yin Bieshi had pointed out, legal, justified, not by the book. He'd probably have to go through another round of questioning, just like last time, but he wouldn't be punished. After all, he had just resolved the in-domain overlap incident at Dinghao Complex. He had done a great service. The only reason he hadn't been rewarded yet was because the aftermath was still being handled. A with tilde-ness. Would the higher-ups really punish a meritorious officer for something that had a clear cause and was entirely legal? Arresting a security officer was already a grave offense. Torturing one? Even worse. Security officers didn't have jurisdiction over cultivators of Qi, but cultivators of Qi weren't allowed to touch security officers either. That was the rule. Otherwise, if becoming a cultivator meant you could trample over the law, slaughter ordinary people, and harm the officers who maintained order, wouldn't society fall into chaos? Listening to Lu Ding, Gao Zhengliang finally gave up. He had figured out this man was absolutely lawless. As long as he could justify his actions under some clause in 749 Bureau's regulations, if you crossed him, he'd kill you without hesitation. Not even a second thought. And he was just an ordinary person. Might as well just accept it. Fine, whatever you say. Gao Zhengliang took the opportunity to slip in a bit of sarcasm. After spending some time with him, Lu Ding had also figured out Gao Zhengliang's personality. He spread his hands with a helpless expression. Weren't you the one who asked me to help rescue them? I'm an investigator for 749 Bureau, a patrol officer of Baofan District. When I encounter something like this, of course I have to take care of it. What, you're not happy with that? Even if I'm not happy, what can I do? It's not like I can stitch them back together and tell them, hold on a little longer, you'll be fine once we get to the hospital. No, these guys are headed straight for the crematorium, and with the doors shut tight. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected Gao Zhengliang to have a taste for dark humor and gallows jokes. Meanwhile, Tang Long and Tang Bao met up outside the Wuzong Shengshi headquarters. Looking up at their own base, the two brothers lifted their heads in unison. Tang Bao spoke first. Big brother, second brother might be gone. When we go up there, don't act rashly. Let me do the talking. Follow my lead. We've already lost second brother. I don't want to lose you too. Compared to Tang, whose fiery temper, and Tang Long's quiet nature, Tang Bao was undoubtedly the smartest and most cunning of the three. He handled all the affairs, big and small, at Wuzong Shengshi. Tang, who was their public muscle. He was the one who showcased their strength and stepped in whenever brute force was needed. Tang Long, on the other hand, was their true powerhouse. He focused solely on cultivation and was the backbone of Wuzong Shengshi. Originally, the midnight purchase of ritual materials should have been Tang Bao's responsibility. But halfway through, Chao Ying from Saojia Alley had called him over to discuss securing a foothold in the Chao family. By a twist of fate, that led to Tang, who taking over the transaction instead. His carelessness had resulted in security officers like Yin Bieshi catching onto the deal, which had led to everything that followed. It was also at Chao Ying's place that Tang Bao heard about what had happened at Dinghao Complex that night. In-domain overlap. Swarms of monsters. Flesh and bones carpeting the ground. Rivers of blood. One horrifying event after another pounded against Tang Bao's heart. As soon as he heard about it, he made a decision. He would return immediately, prepare an offering, and personally take Tang Hu to apologize to Lu Ding. Even though he had told Gao Zhengliang to turn a blind eye to the incident at the time, you can never be too careful. What if Gao Zhengliang decided to throw them under the bus? What if Lu Ding remembered and decided to deal with it later? If that happened, Wuzong Shengshi would be finished. Offending someone like that, the Baofan district, or even all of Yunhai, might no longer have a place for the three of them. But in the end, what he feared most had already come true. He hadn't even had the chance to seek out Lu Ding. Lu Ding had come to them first. And once again, because of second brother, when Tang Bao received the news, he nearly blacked out on the spot. At the same time, he prepared himself mentally for the worst, that his second brother was already dead. He had never met Lu Ding in person, but he had heard plenty about him. And that man had just single-handedly resolved the Ding Hao complex incident. Maybe he was exhausted. Maybe he wanted to rest. But even at a time like this, he still had the energy to personally storm Wuzong Shangxi. Think about it. What kind of person with that kind of temperament and that kind of power would take action at a time like this? Did Tang Hu really have any chance of surviving? Tang Long was silent for a long time. If second brother is really dead, this grudge, Tang Bao immediately interrupted. Big brother, I'm heartbroken too, but this isn't a grudge we can afford to hold, let alone avenge. Wuzong Shangxi has been too arrogant these past few years, so arrogant that we've forgotten our own limits. Second brother has always been reckless, and you and I have covered for him countless times. Because he's our second brother. Our purpose in coming to Yanhai, what was it for? It was to build a better life for ourselves, to bring honor to our parents, and to prove our own worth. Over the years, we've traded dignity for money, and we've traded money for dignity. But second brother, all he remembers is using money to buy respect and the thrill of wielding power. He's forgotten the humiliation we endured when we had to trade dignity for money. Wuzong Shangxi is our life's work. But what has second brother been doing? He's been leading it step by step toward destruction. There are rules in this world. If you act lawlessly, all that awaits you is annihilation. Big brother, do you understand? Tang Long was finally shaken. Understand. Let's go up. Wait a moment. Tang Bao called out, then turned back to the car and retrieved a bundle of thorn branches. They had originally been prepared for Tang Hu to carry as a gesture of atonement, but now it could only be him. He stripped off his shirt and lashed the thorns across his own back. The sharp barbs tore into his flesh, and blood trickled down in steady streams. His expression remained unchanged. Let's go. The two brothers climbed the stairs. Before they even reached the door, the thick stench of blood hit them. Stepping inside with heavy hearts, they saw flesh and blood strewn across the floor. At the center of it all lay Tang Hu, split in two. Gao Zhongliang cast him a helpless look. Sure, Tang Hu had been brainless, but Gao didn't have a particularly bad impression of Wuzong Shangxi as a whole. Especially Tang Bao. Smart, pragmatic, and even helpful to the Public Security Bureau. Aside from their previous minor disagreement, the two of them hadn't had much conflict. One was the director of Baofan District's Public Security Bureau. The other was the founder of Wuzong Shangxi, the district's underground powerhouse. One was an ordinary man. The other, a cultivator of qi. No real clashes of interest. They might not always see eye to eye, but the world wasn't all about bitter feuds and irreconcilable grudges. Tang Bao and Tang Long's gazes fell upon Lu Ding, who sat at the head of the room. The man was simply sitting there, yet he exuded an oppressive aura, like a king upon his throne. It wasn't something Lu Ding was deliberately projecting. It was something their subconscious minds imposed upon him. Deep down, they were afraid of him. He didn't play by the usual rules. He followed order, but only the rules of 749 Bureau and his own, never the rules of the outside world. By all logic, a person like that shouldn't live long. But Lu Ding was different. He was powerful enough to back up his attitude. His growth period was short. His rise was meteoric. If you weren't paying attention, you'd think he was still behind you. But when you turn around, you'd realize he had already left you in the dust. So far ahead, you couldn't even see his taillights. A man like that was not someone they could afford to make an enemy of. Tang Bao glanced at Gao Zhongliang, seeking help. All he got in return was an expression of helpless sympathy. He understood. Whatever happened today, he would have to handle himself. Bang! Before even closing the distance between them, Tang Bao fell to his knees. His kneecaps cracked against the blood-soaked floor. I'm sorry, Investigator Liu. My second brother was reckless and caused you trouble. Punishment, retribution, we accept it all. But please, show some mercy and leave us a path forward. Epsilon. Beside him, Tang Long knelt in silence. Tang Bao's voice was sincere, and he held up the thorn branches in both hands, raising them high above his head. Lu Ding. Well, this was tricky. They were all too damn smart. He couldn't even use this as an excuse to push them further. Forget it. Tang was already dead. Tang Bao and Tang Long had no ulterior motives. Their attitude was sincere. Lu Ding spoke at a steady pace, unhurried. From the day I took office until now, it's been a long time. I've never sought to make trouble for you. As long as you follow the law, you do your thing, I do mine. We don't interfere with each other. You owe me respect. That's expected. But I owe you nothing. That's also expected. I've seen your attitude today, so we'll leave this matter here. Whether you take my words as a warning or a threat, make sure you remember them well. I don't want this kind of situation to happen again. As for your dealings with Jinla Kingdom, file a request. I'll sign off on it. And don't forget to pay your taxes. After everything that had happened, Lu Ding had a strong feeling that this year's Ghost Festival wouldn't be boring. Baofan District was too big for him to cover alone. And incidents during Ghost Festival weren't a one-time thing. Every year, during Ghost Festival, Qingming, Chongyang, New Year's Eve, any of those days tied to supernatural occurrences, something always happened. It was the same all across the country. When the time came, 749 Bureau wouldn't have enough manpower, and Lu Ding couldn't be everywhere at once. That was why local cultivators of Qi were allowed to exist in the first place. As for the ritual materials trade, digging too deeply into that would be pointless. The saying went, no trade, no slaughter. But domestic demand was too high. That demand would inevitably breed crime, whether among ordinary people or cultivators. So instead, they shifted the trade abroad and collected taxes on it domestically. The money went straight to 749 Bureau's pockets, and they didn't even have to provide the materials themselves. A win-win situation. It strengthened their control, increased revenue, and avoided unnecessary trouble. What's not to like? Hearing Lu Ding's words, Tang Bao finally let out a long breath. Wuzong Shengxi was safe. The ritual materials issue was resolved. It turned out that corpse-shattering Tai Shui wasn't as difficult to deal with as the rumors said. At least, not entirely. That was exactly what Lu Ding wanted him to think. This was all about psychology. To give a simple example, if a good person was good their whole life, but one day, under pressure or by accident, did something bad, people would say, so, they were just pretending to be good. Their true colors finally showed. But if a bad person spent their whole life doing bad things and one day, out of disgust or coincidence, did something good, people would say, see? Deep down, they're not actually bad. They're just emotional. I think we should give them a chance. And many would agree. That was the power of breaking expectations. When someone's personality and actions showed contrast, they left a stronger impression. In Tang Bao and Tang Long's eyes, Lu Ding was exactly like that. His reputation was infamous, but in their direct experience, he wasn't as terrible as the rumors claimed. Sure, it had cost them a brother's life, but still they could think to themselves, huh, this guy isn't that bad. Thank you, Investigator Lu. Lu Ding stood up. No need to thank me. We're just reaching an understanding. As he walked past Tang Bao, the latter turned his head slightly to watch Lu Ding's departing figure. There was deep thought in his gaze. He had seen powerful people before. He had seen prodigies before. But someone like Lu Ding, this was a first. Sometimes, a person's charisma wasn't just about attraction or admiration. It was about the mix of many strong emotions, intertwining to create something that could only be called presence. From Lu Ding, Tang Bao finally understood what it meant to have someone stand right in front of you, yet feel completely out of reach. And against the backdrop of all that blood, that oppressive aura, it was violence turned into art. Ding Hao Complex's in-domain overlap. Tang whose brutal death, his body utterly destroyed. Two incidents that could shake all of Baofan District had happened in a single night. The whole district was in an uproar. Lu Ding rarely showed his face in public, so outsiders didn't know much about him. But after tonight's events, curiosity about the Baofan District Patrol investigator only grew. Among those intrigued, Chao Ing was the most interested of all. Unlike the others, he had actually met Lu Ding before. Though they hadn't talked much, only exchanged nods in passing, Lu Ding had left him with a distinct impression, a sense of being kindred yet different. Their overall paths were similar, but their goals diverged. And now, with these two major incidents, Chao Ing scraped the foam off his tea with the lid of his bowl, took a sip of the top-grade Monkey King green tea personally picked and processed by treasure hunters deep in the mountains, then clicked his tongue in thought. His life had been much like the tea leaves in his cup. Born obscure in the forests, scorched by heat, scalded by boiling water, cut through trials of fire and blade, only to finally develop the richness he had now. But it wasn't enough. Not even close. He wanted more. Suddenly, Chao Ying's eyes lit up. That's it. Instead of dealing with these local nobodies, why not go straight to Lu Ding? With his strength and rising reputation, as long as I have his backing, who in Saojia Alley would dare to challenge my position? Saojia Alley was one of the top antique trading hubs in Baofan District, and even in all of Yanhai. Of course, that was just the public face of it. Behind the scenes, its business covered everything from rare mountain goods to spirit artifacts. Whatever you needed, they had it. This was exactly why Chao Ing had made a name for himself in the treasure hunter trade. Born into Saojia Alley, carrying the Chao surname and holding a prominent place in the family registry. These were golden credentials. Add in his sharp mind and formidable skills, and he had built the strength and influence he possessed today. This time, his return from the mountains had two main objectives. First, to take back what was rightfully his. Second, to expand Saojia Alley's influence and secure greater, safer profits. But either goal was easier said than done. Years ago, he had chosen to leave Saojia Alley. From that moment on, while his name remained in the family records, the Chao family had long stopped acknowledging him as one of their own. Now that he wanted to return, he needed to regain their recognition. The biggest obstacle in his way? The second branch of the Chao family, specifically Chao Yuan, the current heir. There was no way in hell Chao Yuan would let him set foot back into the ancestral hall to burn incense. That would be asking for trouble. Originally, Chao Ing had planned to rally local forces in Baofan District or ally with other cultivators of Qi in Yanhai. Combined with his own men, he would challenge Chao Yuan in an open contest of strength. But after Lu Ding's sudden rise, and after digging into the forces backing Chao Yuan, Chao Ing had a revelation. Chao Yuan's strength wasn't really his own. He was only as powerful as the people behind him. One of them was a veteran 749 Bureau investigator who had disappeared years ago, presumed dead, only to make a dominant return shortly after Chao Ing had left. The other had spent over a decade abroad and had recently returned, bringing a foreign financial group into Yanhai. These two figures supported Chao Yuan, one through raw power, the other through financial backing. And what about Chao Ing? He had nothing but himself. A father who didn't care for him. A mother who was long dead. He was originally from the main branch of the family, yet had been forced to flee to the mountains and become a treasure hunter just to survive. Right now, he might not be able to match Chao Yuan in influence. But in wealth? Not for a second did he think he was at a disadvantage. So what if Chao Yuan's mother was rolling in money? Your brother's got power? Fine. I'll just find someone even more powerful than him. His eyes flickered, mind racing through possibilities. If Lu Ding had known what he was thinking, he probably would have just shrugged and said, "No need to say more. You provide the resources, I get the job done. Doesn't matter if it's his brother or his father. Hell, even if the Jade Emperor himself shows up, as long as the treasures keep coming, I'll handle it." A withering above envy. Of course, that was assuming Chao Yuan's brother wasn't ridiculously overpowered. Nightfall. After returning from Wuzong Shengxi, Lu Ding had slept soundly until 9 p.m. Stretching lazily as he woke up, his entire body crackled with the sound of popping joints. Out of habit, he picked up his phone and unlocked it, only to see a notification from the 749 Bureau app. The post-mission cleanup at Dinghao Complex was complete. Because of his efficiency in resolving the in-domain overlap and preventing mass civilian casualties, the higher-ups had decided to reward him with 150 contribution points and 2 million yuan in cash. For Lu Ding, this was fantastic news. The money was nice, sure, but more importantly, the contribution points. With this new 150 points added to his previous total, he now had over 200 contribution points, finally enough to redeem rare spiritual treasures. With Ghost Festival approaching, he needed to power up as soon as possible to prepare for any unexpected dangers. He opened the exchange menu in the 749 Bureau app. A dazzling array of spiritual treasures filled the screen, making it hard to choose. Gut-slicing Buddha sprout. Price: 80 contribution points per portion. Description: a sacred plant born from spiritual stone Buddhas, capable of nurturing vitality, used for spirit activation or for expanding the Ling-Hai realm. Bought. No hesitation. Gotta try it out. Falling spirit sand. Price: 70 contribution points per portion. Description: a rare material from the feng shui cloud-swallowing formation. Can be used externally to strengthen the body or ingested to expand the Ling-Hai realm. Bought. Might as well see what it does. Full moon dew. Price: 80 contribution points per portion. Description: a sacred essence collected under a full moon using secret techniques. Purifies the soul, primarily used for expanding the Ling-Hai realm. His balance was running low, but still enough. Lu Ding clenched his teeth. What's the point of hoarding points when you can spend them to get stronger? Bought. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, his balance instantly dropped to 0. Pain. Absolute pain. This was all his hard-earned sweat and blood, gone in one go. Between the 10 points from joining 749 Bureau, 20 from the Black Old Lady mission, 50 from the Fireshed Corps, and 150 from the in-domain overlap, he had racked up 230 points. Now, 0. This better be worth it. Soon after, 749 Bureau sent a special courier to deliver a small cardboard box. Inside were 1 box and 2 bottles. None were particularly large. Opening the box, he found a gut-slicing Buddha sprout. A total of 10 stalks, each about the size of bamboo leaf tea. They even looked similar, except for their dark golden hue. No fragrance, no glowing aura, just incredibly plain. As for the full moon dew and falling spirit sand, one was a thick, silver-white liquid with a faint jasmine scent. The other was pale yellow sand with the aroma of roasted chestnuts. Combined, they amounted to barely 200 milliliters. This is it. Lu Ding felt like he had just flushed 230 contribution points down the drain. It was so little that he had no idea how he was even supposed to take it. Looking around, he grabbed an unused teacup from his room. First, he poured in the full moon dew and falling spirit sand. Stirred. Nothing happened. It looked like a construction worker's cement mix. But the moment he dropped in the gut-slicing Buddha sprout, bubbles surged up and white foam overflowed the cup. Lu Ding frowned. Without hesitation, he called 749 Bureau's support line. Gut-slicing Buddha sprout, falling spirit sand, and full moon dew. Can these 3 be taken together? The response came immediately. Yes, unless a spiritual treasure has a specific warning label, all of them can be mixed and consumed together. Even with that confirmation, Lu Ding still felt a little uneasy as he stared at the foaming teacup. Screw it. As soon as he hung up the phone, Lu Ding downed the entire mixture in one gulp. The moment the concoction entered his body, its overwhelming medicinal power erupted, surging through his limbs and bones before rushing straight to his Ling-Hai realm. A deep rumbling echoed inside him as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, merging with the medicinal essence to aggressively remodel his Ling-Hai realm. As the size of his Ling-Hai expanded and the quality of his spiritual liquid improved, Lu Ding's cultivation soared at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, an entire day passed. Meanwhile, visitors from Deheshan arrived. At Sihai Group's branch office, Xie Shunin sat in her office, wearing gloves as she toyed with a simple yet exceptionally refined jade gourd. After the recent incident involving Yi Xian and the old man surnamed Huang, She had been searching for a suitable gift to apologize to Lu Ding, a show of Si-Hi Group's sincerity. Finally, after relentless effort, she had obtained this nurturing gourd. She had only just received it today, hadn't even had the chance to examine its mystical properties yet. Suddenly, bang! The office doors slammed open. Several aura-dominating figures burst into the room. A young man smirked as he raised a hand. A surge of powerful suction ripped the jade gourd from Xie Xuanan's grasp. Oh, a nurturing gourd? Didn't expect to find something this nice here. Xie Xuanan's expression darkened as she got to her feet. Dragon claw hand? The young man rubbed the gourd, feeling its texture, then turned his head. Not bad, Miss Xie. You actually recognize Dragon Claw Hand. Since you know it, you should know who I am, right? Xie Xunan looked at the thin young man with sunken cheeks, but piercing eyes. She already had an answer in her heart, but she blurted out, I don't know you and I don't want to. That thing isn't yours. Give it back. The young man was stunned. He hadn't expected Xie Xunan to play dumb. If you don't know me, then let's get acquainted. My name is Yi Feng. I'm from Deheshan, and Yi Xian is my cousin. As for this gourd, you think I shouldn't have taken it. My cousin Yi Xian and my village elders all died in Yunhai, on your Si-Hi group's turf. Forget a nurturing gourd. If I took you, no one would dare say a word against me. Yi Feng played with the gourd as he spoke, stepping forward. Xie Xunan stared at him indifferently. Since when did Deheshan people become this arrogant? Do you really think it's still the past? Ah, Deheshan people have always been this arrogant. Just because your Si-Hi group's business has grown, you think you can step all over Deheshan? Let me put it this way. This time, the other 3 families of Si-Hi group have already given us a response. Only your Xie family has been silent. So, tell me, how should we handle this? A response? What response do you want from me? Whether it was Yi Xian or Elder Huang, they were both killed by Lu Ding. If you have the guts, go find him. Crazy. Go ahead and be crazy. Xie Xunan had seen plenty of arrogant people before. Take Tang Hu, for example. He was even wilder, lawless, flaunting his power, and was the local tyrant of Baofan district. And what happened? He couldn't even die in one piece. They couldn't even piece him back together. And all because he courted death by provoking Lu Ding. Now, another arrogant one had appeared. Xie Xunan could already foresee his fate. Yifeng's grin faded slightly. Yeah, Lu Ding is strong, and he has 749 backing him. But I'm not afraid of him. I just don't want to mess with 749. If he didn't have their support, I'd kill him myself right now. His eyes swept up and down Xie Xunan. And don't think about using a borrowed knife to kill me. I'll tell you straight, I won't go after him for now. The people died right under your Xie family's nose, so I'm here to deal with you. You always go for the weakest target first. And you're the softest one. I'm going to crush you. He held up 3 fingers. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. Think about it yourself, or discuss it with your father. I don't care. But in 3 days, I want to see your Xie family stance. If I don't, then Si-Hi Group is about to become San-Hai Group. Don't doubt me. I'm from Deheshan, got it, Miss Xie? This nurturing gourd? Consider it interest. I'm taking it. If you've made up your mind, come find me in Saojia Alley. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Xie Xunan sat in silence for a long time before slowly taking a seat. She didn't know the full picture, but if the other 3 Si-Hi families had already sided with Yifeng, then he wasn't just bluffing. He could really turn Si-Hi Group into San-Hai Group. Collapse always starts from within, Xie Xunan thought bitterly. The older generation might not have done something like this, but the next generation? That was another story. The fact that the other 3 families had taken a stance meant their elders tacitly approved of Deheshan's actions. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. She pulled open the drawer in front of her, taking out a voice recorder. Then, she glanced at the hidden camera on the bookshelf. With a mocking smile, she said, Bumpkin, who still makes threats like this in this day and age? You took Lu Ding's stuff and are even thinking about going against him? Go talk to him yourself. RNE. Without a second thought, Xie Xunan sent the video and audio files unedited to Gao Zhengliang asking him to forward them to Lu Ding and have Lu Ding contact her after watching. Meanwhile, looking at his Ling-Hai realm, second layer cultivation, and the absurdly large Ling-Hai within him, Lu Ding was once again in doubt. I remember that a normal Ling-Hai second layer shouldn't have such a massive Ling-Hai. A normal first layer Ling-Hai was about the size of small pool. This was correct. His own had started at that size too. With each realm advancement, the Ling-Hai would expand based on talent, physical constitution, and the quality of spiritual treasures used, ranging from a minimum of doubling in size to a maximum of tenfold. This was knowledge accumulated over countless years. But his Ling-Hai at the second layer was dozens of times bigger than at the first. This strange situation made Lu Ding fall into deep thought. The treasures I used were all top-notch, but not to the extent of breaking common knowledge. Then the problem wasn't the spiritual treasures. Could it be the cultivation technique? If the flying bear visualization diagram had this kind of effect, he never would have been able to access it in the first place. And so far, none of the techniques he learned from the flying bear visualization diagram had shown anything this extraordinary. So that wasn't the reason either. Then it had to be something within himself. But looking at his golden finger, the only thing he had that could directly aid cultivation was oneness with formlessness, which allowed him to manually activate the oneness with heaven and man state for assisted cultivation. Could it be because of oneness with heaven and man? Lu Ding opened the 749 app and began searching for related documents and forum posts. After some digging, he finally found a few research papers that caught his eye. No one told me expanding the Ling-Hai would hurt this much. The moment he saw the title, Lu Ding frowned in confusion. Pain? But he hadn't felt any pain. I really need to study more. I thought breaking through to the second layer of Ling-Hai realm would be just like the Zhaoxian realm, a natural flow of progress, just breaking through a small bottleneck to reach the next stage. But after using spiritual treasures, the pain was unbearable. Felt like my body was being torn apart. So, to all my fellow cultivators preparing to break into the next stage, be mentally prepared. This is hard-earned wisdom. The comments below were lively. Haha, another one fell for it. This is hilarious. I wanted to warn people too, but since no one else did, I kept quiet. Misery loves company. Second layer, and you're already crying? Just wait. The pain gets worse as you go higher. Some people have even refused to advance further because of how unbearable it is. Ever read Cultivation novels? You know how in stories, breakthroughs come with tribulation lightning? Well, in real life, expanding the Ling-Hai is our version of tribulation. Cultivation is about defying the heavens. Natural growth is slow, but cultivation is like forcing an unnatural evolution. Of course, there's going to be pain, especially at the Ling-Hai realm, which is known as the second major bottleneck. There are painless breakthroughs, but those require rare opportunities. Ever heard of oneness with heaven and man? If you happen to enter that state while breaking through, you won't feel any pain. But getting into oneness with heaven and man at the exact moment of breakthrough, that's pure luck.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.